and welcome to another wonderful day of Rainbow Six North America League. Your host, Doa here, and guess what? Yesterday we saw pretty much everything. We saw tons of overtime. We saw all the new players stepping up. We saw veteran players leading and doing great stuff, right? We saw pretty much all teams take wins off each other. The league looks very even for the most part right now, but we've got a lot more in store for day number 2. I'm ready to get started. How about you? Oh, I almost made it. I was so close. I was so close. I'll run faster next time. Hello, Jesse J. Chick, Demo, my wonderful analyst here with me. And you know what? We really did see a lot of stuff yesterday, didn't we, Demo?
Yeah, I think a couple of upsets in there, which is always good for a league. And I think already after the first day, I'm really excited to see now what day 2 is going to have in store for us.
Yep.
Not a single team got the maximum amount of points yesterday. Everybody at least got pushed to overtime on one map, which does lose you a point in the round-robin format. So,
True.
yeah, every team still very much in the run-in, still in for contention. We've only gone through one day.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I mean, we've got a lot to look forward to, right? I mean, we've got a new format, right? We've got a bunch of new players. We had a bunch of people step up. But I think first we have to take a look at yesterday's results, if I recall correctly. And the thing is, like you mentioned, probably the most surprising thing was the amount of overtime we saw yesterday.
Yeah, almost every single game that Lynx and Blue casted ended up being overtime, and then one as well before they started casting. So we got a lot of really close matches, which will keep the standings very close as well. I guess, here's the scores now. Games 4, 5, and 6, all going into overtime. 2 of those including Space Station.
Yeah, how about that? I mean, what's the most surprising to you here, Demo? Because I think a lot of these results are ones that we have predicted, but then again, some of the stuff is a little bit shocking. Like, I think going into it, a lot of people thought DarkZero M80 would be close, but I think a lot of people were more leaning towards the M80 side. What do you think?
For me, last game of the day.
Yeah.
Has to be.
Fair
Oxygen.
enough. Yeah.
Getting bested by Parabellum. I didn't have it on my scoreboard, on my bingo card, but
yeah,
it happened. So that's what I mean. It makes the league a lot more interesting that probably, the best team in NA, based off the invitational rankings, they've suffered a loss.
Yep, I think you can also take a look at the game right before that, Space Station versus Mirage, one that you kind of expect maybe SSG to be dominantly taking, going all the way 15 rounds. Mirage, kind of a team that, has a bunch of players.
It's because of how the first games for both of those teams went during the day before they had their second game. I think that's why it was a little bit more strange, because I think Mirage probably had like the worst game. Like we looked at that skyscraper game they had against DZ.
Yeah,
they weren't good on that.
It was rough. They've got a lot to work on. I mean, they've got, I think, a lot of good components. They just need to be able to gel, right? Let's take a look at today's schedule to talk a little bit more about that, see what we can expect here, because we do have Mirage coming up in our second match of the day, and they only have one game today. So at least they got the one, then they can get into the weekend, they can get into all the VOD watching, the preparation for next week. But how about that first game, huh? Soniqs versus Beastcoast.
Soniqs versus Beastcoast, I mean, that's obviously one where we have 2 teams that haven't won yet. Beastcoast, maybe that is a little bit expected. They're a tough opponent right off rip. They had to play OXG. They're a new team. They ended up losing it. Soniqs are the only team coming into this whole year without a roster change, and they lost 8-7 to SSG, an entirely new roster.
Right.
So I think for Soniqs, they're looking for a little bit of redemption. If Soniqs do not have a good day today, they're definitely looking for 2-0. That's a huge red flag. This team is going to be in trouble.
Yeah, for me, Soniqs need to come in, win both their games today. I think for a team who we expect to be competing for the best, look at who they brought in. Look at the players that they've been able to acquire.
Exactly.
The quality in that roster is, they should be winning. They should be. I don't even have words to describe it, though, how good that team is.
Yeah, and I mean, they played a close one, at least, to Space Station. We'll see if they can improve on that a little bit. But another thing I want to hit on today is the transfers, the new additions. We did see a good amount of players coming up from Challenger League. We saw certainly a lot of players joining teams from different organizations with the departure of TSM and Astralis. That left a lot of good players to be picked up. In your opinion, Jesse, what are the initial knee-jerk reactions, successes, and maybe disappointments that you saw with that?
I'll go for a bit of maybe an unorthodox success here. I thought Spiker did really, really well for Parabellum. I thought he was playing super well with the team. You look at a couple of those late rounds where he's got to work in the 2v2 on attack, go for the plant, cover his teammates. I thought he was doing really well there, probably communicating really well with his teammates through those moments. For some of the lesser pickups, I mean, I think you have to focus in on Doc. Unfortunately, really rough game. We saw him playing on Parabellum last year, new team this year. We know he's capable of so much more, so I'm hoping we see more of that today.
Am I allowed to say Spoit, or is that too much of a stretch?
No, I mean, he is a transfer. He is in the conversation. We know how good he is coming into it.
He's not new.
He doesn't need to be. He's a transfer.
He's new to the team.
Yeah.
Counts.
New to North America, just like you.
Oh, citizen. Can I say citizen? No, I can't do that either.
Sure. It doesn't need to be brand new players, though. It can be transfers because, like I said, you know, with TSM and Astralis leaving, that was a lot of veterans that got picked up by different squads, and watching their progress is going to be, I think, one of the most interesting things with this season, right? Is seeing how well they fit into their new teams. Players like Iconic, obviously, like a lot of expectations around a player that's so individually skilled, but at the same time seems to kind of trip up now and then in certain situations. We're still kind of digesting all that, but we've only had 1 day of results so far, right? So the sample size is small, but I feel like after today, especially because some of these teams are playing more than 1 game per day, we can start to draw some conclusions. Here's our results so far. Again, small sample size, but you can see maybe shades of things to come.
It's tough because it is a small sample size. On one hand, we've only had 1 day. On the other hand, after tomorrow, or after today, we're going to be halfway through the group stage. So it is not a long season. We've got to really blaze through these games. And so where you are right now really does matter. I think DarkZero are in a pretty great spot. They had a win over Mirage yesterday, which was super dominant. Helps out their round differential, which will matter for cases of ties on points. And then they also beat out M80, one of their toughest opponents. So if they can keep that going today, they only play 1 match against Oxygen. If they win that, they're going to be in a really secure position.
I look at the league table and I think that, hey, this is probably what you would expect to see. I think you've got obviously the big teams at the top who,
more or less.
We all thought were going to come in and do a job. I think DZ's probably been my surprise in terms of their play style. You know, I thought we were going to come in same old DZ, slow, out of touch with the current game, but I was really impressed yesterday. The pacing of that team, being able to adapt at a very quick moment's notice. I think they've kind of the penny's dropped. They know exactly how to play the meta now. I think Achieves has played a big part in that. Look what he did in TSM. So yeah, I think DZ for me has probably been the best team yesterday.
Yeah, I agree. I think Achieved has brought a lot to that team. It'll be cool to see what he can continue to bring as the stage goes on. But let's look at the year at large. Obviously, we had a lot of format changes coming into 2023, and here is that year. Down to 2 stages from 3. They are a little bit extended. That means 2 majors as well instead of 3, and a little bit longer of an off season as well. It is important to give players, even in esports, a little bit of a break here and there. But this is what it's all about, right? And I mean, at the end of the day, it kind of does put a little bit of extra pressure on every individual game, doesn't it?
Of course. I mean, the goal right now is make it to Copenhagen. Okay, these players, they're grinding through this league, the group stage, the playoffs to come after this to make it to the first major in May in Copenhagen. Fools, I'm here already.
Yeah, I mean, we made it already. It's not that hard. Come on.
Yeah, you could just join the desk. But the players are going a different route about it, and obviously that's currently what they're going to be fighting for.
That's right. So we're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, the first of 7 games we will see today on NAL. It's going to be Beastcoast taking on Soniqs. It's going to be pretty epic, so we'll see you in a few just for that. Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League desk. Your host, Doey, here, along with Jesse and Demo, and we're getting ready for our first game of the day. It's going to be Soniqs taking on Beastcoast. Both of these teams coming into today with 2 losses apiece. Soniqs did get an overtime loss, though, so they do at least have 1 point on the scoreboard overall. But both teams, especially Soniqs, I think with the expectations coming in on them this stage, have something to prove today, don't they?
Certainly. I mean, I think you are a little bit less worried if you're Soniqs or Beastcoast, the fact you don't have a win yet because you have only played 1 game, right? You had your bye day yesterday. You played 1 game instead of 2, like most of the league. So they're going to come into this game now. One of them is at least going to walk away with the win. Certainly more pressure on Soniqs, though.
Soniqs is a big team. If they lose today, it's an upset in my eyes. Obviously, we've only seen both of them play 1 game each, so there's not a lot to go off. But I always look at it, sure, you can have a loss, but it's how you lose. It's the quality of that defeat. For me, yesterday for Beastcoast, I think they were doing a lot of fundamentals wrong. I think that the actual basic elements of Border, which in my eyes is quite an easy map to understand, they were struggling with that. So already in my head, alarm bells are kind of ringing, thinking if they can't do this, how are they going to go and play in other maps like your banks, your village, your skyscrapers, your theme parks, where it does take even more of a procedure to actually win those maps?
Sure. I mean, again, that's why I feel like if you're a Soniqs fan, you have to go back to the sample size of 2, right? Yeah. It's like you said, it is half the group stage after today done basically for these teams. But at the same time, on a per game basis, what does it really say about a team? How much can we really read into this? But that's kind of the nature of the beast at NAL. You don't get a ton of games to kind of prove your worth, right? So yesterday was a disappointment, I'm sure, for Soniqs. Today is where they need to kind of like get back into the game. And I think a match against Beastcoast, arguably one of the softer opponents just based on what we have on paper and what we saw yesterday, might be just what the doctor ordered. But that said, with the Parabellum game at the end of the day yesterday, I feel like you can't count anybody out yet.
Certainly. I mean, you're a little bit hesitant, but Soniqs still should be expected to finish kind of in the top 4 area of the league, right? The 1 loss is not going to define them, of course, especially given how close it was. Do think there were some problems in that game. I think they were a little bit slow on a lot of those attacks. It kind of did get them some opening picks, right? It opened things up for them in some ways, but in other ways, it did punish them in the late round. So we'll see what the map is. We'll see how they are able to work in with that against Beastcoast. But yeah, I think they should have a bit of an easier time today.
So Jesse basically say Soniqs got to go fast.
Zoom.
Sounds pretty basic to me. Let's check out what map we're going to for our first game of the day. The vetoes are in, and it will be Cafe. All right, there you go.
Not a map that favors going slow, I'll tell you that. I believe slowest map in the game, stats-wise, to actually get an execute going, especially on that bottom bomb site. If you're trying to do a full top-down take on a kitchen, you really got to watch out for your timings. So could be a problem for SQ. At the same time, this is a map that they have historically not played a lot of, but did bring out at the Six Invitational. This was kind of the big twist that they brought to SI, right? They historically never played Cafe throughout their entire history. Played for the first time in 2 years and beat Wolves 7-3. Did lose it again later on in the tournament, but still I think a map that they've been working on recently and a map that should be kind of in their wheelhouse.
Citizen Effect.
Yeah.
That's what comes in. It's a map that we see a lot inside of EU anyway, and Citizens no stranger to that map, and I'm sure he's able to help NA. I mean, really, from my understanding, just NA, because obviously I'm not, I'm here, but I'm not NA yet. I'm still very...
If you say so.
I'm still very much EU-based, but...
Better search where your loyalties really lie, Demo, if you're going to be on this desk.
Yeah.
But in terms of Cafe, it was always TSM. That was always the team, the only team really that was top drawer in terms of playing Cafe well, and they don't exist no more. So where does it leave
Part of them exist
Cafe and NA?
on Soniqs, though, theoretically.
Yeah, Geo back in the day.
I guess.
He was on TSM.
He was, you're right. Back in the day. Sure.
So there is that. So maybe Geo plus Citizen equals Sick Cafe strats. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, it could work out. Beastcoast, obviously, brand new team. I mean, I do like to say that for these teams, such as Beastcoast, brand new roster, your early couple map ban phases have to be really honest because you don't probably have a wide map pool where you can afford to not ban your rough maps. And they didn't ban this map yesterday. So it does give me faith that this is a map they're comfortable playing. Could have played it yesterday, playing today instead. See how it goes.
Yeah. And as far as Beastcoast goes, we got to talk about them too as well. What are we expecting from them today as far as I should rephrase that as, what do we want to see from them today based on what we saw yesterday?
I want to see a little more from Doc. I felt like yesterday he was always in really good positions. He'd sneak his way into the bomb site, and he'd have like a perfect pick right in front of him, and then he'd just miss his shots. Maybe first day jitters, right? Not sure exactly what's going on there, but I'd like to see Doc performing a little bit more. Otherwise, just that teamwork, that consistency, the trade game on the roam, working between Mr. B, Hat, Vertical, whoever might be out there, would be also a big improvement for what we kind of saw them lacking towards the first part of Border yesterday.
I think Beastcoast just need to find a play style. I think their play style was, like you mentioned, very individualized. It was, they were just trying to go out and find picks where they could and almost say, oh, I'm going to be that guy to step up in the first day. No, it's not one guy who's going to carry the team. You need a full team performance. That's why you look at the best teams in the world. It's not just one guy. It's everyone being able to show up, putting in a shift. So I think they need to get that mentality sorted immediately. It's a team game, not an individual game.
Yeah. Well, we're going to throw it over to the casters in a moment, but we got to talk predictions first. Just in the interest of saving time, I'm just going to say, does anyone not want to pick Soniqs? All right, no shade on Beastcoast, but just
I do not object, Your Honor. I don't object.
There you go. Well, based on previous results, based on the state of things right now, Beastcoast is going to have to prove it if they want to get our pick for the predictions. Right now, we're all saying Soniqs. Let's go over to Lynx and Blue to see what they have to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to get ourselves ready for the first game of day number 2 here, the 2023 season of the NAL. Bound to be a bit of a tough one here for Beastcoast. And Lynx, not sure if you would agree or not with that sentiment.
I mean, it's difficult for me to say because when I heard the rumors that that Beastcoast roster was initially going to be a little bit more of the reality TV CL roster we saw last year, it only ended up being Mr. B and Hat. One of the best teams we've seen in Challenger League in a while. I was really excited to see them play, and they left a lot to be desired yesterday, especially on a map like Border, which, given Mr. B's history and how he likes to play the game, is one that his teams looked really good on. And again, the team just did not perform where they need to be right now. But hopefully, albeit against a tough opponent, we can see them develop a little bit more. But Soniqs on Cafe is going to be a very difficult task to try to maybe mount a better performance.
All right, we'll have to see that's going to be the case as we get ourselves into it, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 1 of the day is now live here between the Soniqs and Beastcoast. So let's get ourselves into it. Beastcoast has the first and final bans. Soniqs is the 2 center ones on the blue team. First ban coming up right now from Beastcoast on the attacking side, and they're going to choose to eliminate the Dokkaebi. She has been pretty high on the ban rate so far in this season, is going to remain the case here on day number 2.
Beastcoast are likely going to thrive just based on that. Mr. B's teams tend to lean more on the aggressive side, liking to get aggressive on the roam. Dokkaebi makes that style of play a lot more difficult, makes those clears a lot easier, but Soniqs will respond with a very smart attacking ban as well. I was talking to Demo in the green room yesterday about the power of a Ying ban against an unstructured and an inexperienced team. Ying can allow you to cheese some attacking rounds that you otherwise might not have gotten, and that's a tool that Beastcoast would have loved. The Solus as well, that ability to deny intel on the defense. Beastcoast likely, had Solus been left up, would have used it to great extent to stop Soniqs' powerful entry game, but now, not possible.
Yep, so Solus will be removed from play. A couple options in terms of where Beastcoast can send the last ban, but more than likely they're going to end up with something as we expect. Now, Mira is going to be the one to be knocked out. Mira still with a lot of play potential, specifically for Cafe, when you look at both the top and lower level sites. So as a result of that, she is still going to end up getting banned out quite often here.
That does leave Valkyrie and Azami both up, 2 very powerful defensive operators. We could see the Valk played quite a bit if the defense likes to go for that bar cocktail side. We'll see a Valkyrie go down inside a pillar or mining to try to throw up a C4 either under New Hatch or on the attacking team entering through the ticket wall into stage. But at the moment, no Valkyrie pick from Beastcoast, so might be saving that later, and seemingly no Azami pick either. Instead, though, they might not be those operators. That doesn't mean they're trying to change things up too much. Based on the up lineup we're looking at, this might be the standard pixel hold we normally see. Putting a shield inside that pixel area, watching the stage repel. But the Aruni Gates as well could see some denial placed on that cigar doorway to make sure, but already here with the Vulcan canister already detonating. No. It appears that because of that, those head holes now made, they'll just be playing this Cafe strat like many do on Cocktail.
All right, let's take a peek. Let's see if there's going to be any additional flares added to this one. Specifically for the Sonic side, they are going to bring themselves a few repicks. It's actually just moving the Yana over to a different player as Rexon decides they do need that extra bit of Zofia utility, so she will be brought back in instead. A very minor adjustment overall to the composition. Now it spawns the Sonics out onto the boards. Let's get ourselves into it as the first round is now live. And as Lynx mentioned, not too many surprises when it comes to the defensive setup here either. Just a solid third floor hold coming in as we might expect.
No, a lot of what I expect from Beastcoast in this match will be surprises in the mid round. What individual players do, and then of course how Sonics respond. Hat tends to be a very aggressive player, at least he was in Challenger League. Doc too, though Doc did not have, as Jesse mentioned, any bit of success yesterday really on Border. So I imagine Sonic will have to be wary of any or well, both of these two defenders roaming on that middle floor. Vertical also playing very aggressively inside of stage early on. If Sonics read into this or take quick control of that rappel, which they are lacking at the moment, they could easily deal with them. But right now, Hat's made some noise, will rotate back down, but Sonics instead focusing almost entirely on the cocktail side of things right now with a Nook station on the snow door. Might instead try to take this up white stairs after going for some nades from below under cocktail balcony.
Things need to move very slowly as the attackers try to build up that presence required to dump more utility, and Mr. B is going to end up being found out first on the upstairs clear, and Hat not even realizing that Citizen had committed himself in through Hell Door as well. That presence hider is going to end up working out to save them a bit here. So they'll continue to frag up, but they also lose two of their own players in the process here as both Rexen and Geo are finally countered back out. But Sonic still in control of the overall situation as it's been brought down to a 3 versus 2 now on the upstairs hold.
Sonic's always very quick at acquiring that control, and even though they don't have too much at the moment, they've dealt so much damage to Beastcoast manpower with only Hyper left in the site, and Vertical still having to maybe worry about that cigar pressure. Yep, he'll have to relegate himself to not only holding the shield, but maybe holding white stairs as well. Those nades from below, that control Sonics have acquired, so powerful. Info on his position as well, this can very easily become a 1v3 if just that nade comes even a little bit close, and indeed it does. Vertical now having to clutch a 1v3 and having to worry about every angle possible.
Vertical not with the greatest bank of intel to play off of here either. Sonics pretty much cool off all of their aggression entirely after Rexen and Geo were traded out. So they've been holding angles ever since then, meaning that Vertical is basically taking a guess in terms of where to find these remaining 3 players at. Is going to continue to hold at top white. Hopefully bleed out the remaining 50 seconds if at all possible. But you can see Sonics once again remaining incredibly patient, keeping themselves held back. And now finding out the position of Vertical, coming up with a plan to execute upon him, knock him out, and try to close out this round. They'll indeed do so as Grixer finishes it off, and Sonics convincingly claim round number 1, save for a few trays in the mid-round.
Attacking strategy there as well, a logical consequence or a logical extension of what they did on Border yesterday. We saw them always and very frequently, not always, but very frequently go underneath the bomb site for where SSG were defending and try to hit those nades from below, and their cocktail strategy was basically a perfect parallel to that. All they do is they open up Snow Door, go for those nades from below, get some players on cocktail rappel, and then deal with the players that are inside of the site from both the angle with their guns and from underneath with their grenades. So if that's the kind of play we're going to see from Sonics, we'll likely need to see Beastcoast either get more aggressive on those rappels or dedicate more resources to stopping that entry, because if they're only going through one doorway, it's possible, but Beastcoast actually need to coordinate and stop them at that entrance.
Sonics flirting with a very interesting potential strat here when you look at Citizen. Okay, it has been changed up a bit since then, so it's died now, but we did have potentially 2 different shield operators in play for the Sonics at one point there in this repick phase, but yeah, both have now gone by the wayside. It was going to be Citizen on Blitz, and obviously we had Geo with the original pick of the Montaigne, but he has now swapped that over as well to the Hibana, and Citizen has decided to go over towards a Flores instead. Lion also going to be added to this one, so Sonics maybe just expect this one to be played out on a slightly different site scenario. They will adjust their lineup accordingly to deal with the appropriate utility that Beastcoast have now brought to the table for the downstairs hold.
And again, that plethora of utility, but still likely the similar setup that we always see on Cafe. That shield at bottom white, making sure that nobody can just directly enter from that side. They do have the freezer hatch closed and reinforced off, so any of the roamers upstairs will have to go down the normal stairwells, and that will likely favor Sonics. Again, they are very efficient at acquiring map control, and like we saw in DZ on Bank yesterday, could be very effective at blocking off those rotations backwards. Hat taking a lot of damage early on. I'm not entirely sure from where. Got the Wamayan Bakery at the moment, though, still dealing with a lot of the pressure. So if Hat's already on low HP, only 45 seconds in, and already 2 players with nades looking over towards the vertical spot behind Bakery, these are going to be the 2 points of contact that Sonics will try to take.
Sonics already looking to try and pinch some pressure out both from the front side as well as towards Bakery here. Rexen not being given an angle to win out any of these crosses just as of yet, though. Still being held back, still playing it patiently because of the lack of any revealing players from Beastcoast. The time continues to tick down because of that. Thankfully, it's a pretty straightforward site to set up positioning once you are able to get past that first entry marker or 2, so time is not going to be a major concern just yet for the Sonics here, as they're now held up outside of that bakery as well as the main door. Geo, as you can see, starting to work his way forward, has been able to take some control over towards the front side. Indeed, the execute barrels through. Doc with a nice trade find on the outside here over by Whiskey Bar, is able to take down Citizen, and as well, Mr. B gets the finishing blow onto Rexen, taking him out with one of the Toxic Babes. So a little bit of a knock from Sonics, but Beastcoast respond just as evenly to keep us locked in a 3v3.
A bit of an awkward flood from Soniqs, just trying to brute force through that middle floor, not getting any vertical control up above, just using those drones and using some of the frag grenades to try and root players out of position. And whether the frag grenades didn't get the kill, but it was still effective, taking down Hyper and Hat, but they've lost 2 bodies in the process. Bakery control still in the hands of the defense as well. That'll not allow the Wamai to rotate, but Gunner's ready and waiting. They did clear coat check, and that can often be enough, but he's traded out. Beastcoast trades on Kitchen have been so effective, and only now Soniqs acquire Bakery.
Mr. B once again on point to trade things out from the inside of the Kitchen site itself. A dash from one of their players towards Service to try and steal away one of the 2 remaining kills, but it does not pay out. So we still stay locked at that 2v2. The Soniqs so quickly running out of time to play out this scenario, trying to still take it incredibly cautiously, using their intel game to lock out these members of Beastcoast one by one. They're able to isolate out the forward position from the player closer towards Prep Kitchen, and Gritzer now trying to flank out said player. Spot isn't fully assured of his potential push in that direction due to the cross from the other member of the team. Geo, in the meanwhile, though, is able to line up his shot against Doc, knocking him down, leaving everything onto Mr. B now. He's picked up 2 already in this round. It would be a 4K to close it down, including this 1v2 clutch. He's already found the first one. Geo's not going to waste any time in attempting to go for the plant. Mr. B has realized this. Geo gets off of it and attempts to get the peek out, but it's not going to pay off. And Geo's out of time, so Beastcoast respond in the second round to claim a 1-1 tie.
Really well played 1v2 by Mr. B right there. Not only able to win the fight against the player sitting at bottom red, but excellent usage of that smoke. Didn't panic, didn't expose himself too much. Recognized the little time he left. Look at the hype on that man in the top right now. It is round 2, by the way. They have won a single round, and Mr. B's already that hype. I will say, actually, I was going to talk about something else, but I do want to mention this. During the Beastcoast game yesterday, they seemed very quiet. I mean, obviously they were losing, but even in the early part of the game where they were winning at least 1 or 2 rounds, it was overall a very quiet team. And now we're seeing Mr. B get very excited, and obviously they put 1 round on the board. It seems like their mental might be a little bit better from yesterday, and the loss hasn't rattled them too much, which for a new team, very good to see.
Story from the tail end of yesterday was a lot of our newer rosters or newer teams stepping up to the plate and either winning or coming very close to victory on their second game of the day, sometimes even claiming overtime points despite the fact that they were not able to win their games as well. So we're going to see now this storyline continues with Beastcoast if they're able to find a nice potential upset victory over the Soniqs, who unfortunately had a bit of a rough start to yesterday as well due to the loss they sustained in a full 15-round match that they unfortunately just barely dropped 7-8 to the SSG roster.
Very tough one. Of course, Soniqs also playing 2 games today, this being the first, and I believe Soniqs have the 3rd game of today as well. So even if they end up losing this one, they'll have a chance of redemption, but still a lot of rounds to go until we even get remotely close to considering the implications of that 3rd game. Instead, for round number 3, Beastcoast appear to be going back all the way upstairs to try this defense out once again, and Soniqs have adjusted their lineup accordingly based on the presence of not 1, not 2, but 3 sets of frag grenades, and the Lion as well. Always an operator you can get on those repels to use those EE1Ds and remain static. Soniqs appear to be going for the same cocktail clear that they did before with the nades below, and Hat is ready for this. Already peeking the snow door. I like that individual adjustment, but I hope we see more members from Beastcoast, and indeed we do. Hyper up above watching the angle, and Soniqs might be rotating as they see the many Beastcoast defenders aware of the setup.
Hyper, of course, having to move back over closer towards Cocktail, having to be a little bit more apparent of the situation going on towards Skylight there. Vertic with a direct hold over by Pixel here too, ready for the challenge from the Soniqs if they want to try and force the issue down through Red and New Hatch over towards him in Cigar, but it's probably going to be some time until we see that action based on the way the Soniqs have played things out in these first 2 rounds. Very slow, very methodical, not taking a risk until they have almost certainty that the gunfight is probably going to go their way. Doc also continuing to waste out time over here by the mid-white stairs position, definitely flirting with a potential hop out if he's going to be given an opportunity to do so. We already saw how much Soniqs wanted to play in towards Heldor in the previous round. Doc wants to try and reverse that and turn it into his team's favor instead.
But Soniqs have now taken half the round and really do not have a lot of control going their way. Even though they only had raiding room before, with the amount of nades they were bringing, they could do a lot with a little. Here, they don't really have much. Citizen is all the way over by red stairs, and everyone else is outside on the same positions they would have taken with the execute they had gone with in round number 1. And yet, whereas before it was maybe 2 minutes left in the round, now it's a minute, and the only Citizen, seemingly, has entered the building, now pushing up white stairs. We saw Doc playing here earlier. Rexen does get the opening pick. If Citizen can get the kill here, everything could go their way, but no, instead, it's a trade, and Beastcoast are holding on.
Down to a 4v4 now, as Geo tries to push one more into the favor of the Sonics, but Mr. B gets it instead, finding much better footing here today, as we've already been talking about in previous rounds, at the 4-1 already on round number 3. Gunnar, though, taking up positioning over on defender-sided balcony. He's able to find a trade onto Doc, keeping the numbers even, and now putting it into the Sonics' advantage. He's able to knock out Mr. B and stop his rampage on this run. Another one, as another individual challenge comes out. Beastcoast continuing to give too much away here to just this single player, and may very well lose the round because of it, with everything now being down to vertical in the 1v3.
One tug just around the corner, two covering Rexen with the bomb going down, a 4K from Gunnar in that round. And I mean, you gotta give credit to him. Gotta give credit to him in that round, not just for getting that 4K, but he is the key reason on that cocktail balcony swing for why Sonics actually ended up winning that round, because there was very little control, and if Citizen had gotten that kill, Gunnar would not nearly have had to do as much work. Sonics would have had white stairs control, and then of course, Citizen does have to pressure vertical, but at least he's made it up to that second floor. This time, Gunnar, all that's on his shoulders is repelling in cocktail balcony and winning a bunch of fights. And that is a very difficult fight to win. Not just one, but 4 that Gunnar ended up winning. The fact that Sonics were even in that position is a little bit worrying with how long they took to just do the same thing they did in round number 1. But Gunnar, a player who's gotten a little bit of flack on this roster in comparison to the other players, it's big plays like that that you can always count on him to make.
Potentially expect a little bit more hesitance from Beastcoast this time on the aggression side of things due to what had transpired there and how they'd given those 4 individual gunfights over to a member of the Sonics. As a result of that, Sonics may also kind of have solved their early round problem because of that if Beastcoast do decide to play things back a little bit closer to the site. Now, thankfully, they're on the second floor site, so by nature of it, they do still need to extend, play things out up here on the 3rd floor once more. So there's still going to be some extended resistance, but may end up peeling it back or trying to play into the depths of the site a little bit more based on what just happened there on round number 3.
Repick to Brava that we see from Citizen, an operator that we're likely going to always give a little bit more attention to than even the overall lineup, just because of her new presence and release with Operation Commanding Force. There are a few very good cams you could acquire on Cafe to watch your flank, which is what we've seen Brava do often. Not necessarily go straight for the EDDs or something like that, but hack a couple default cams to have something watching your back. One example is Red Hall, but given the fact that the site is reading room and dining, maybe not a priority for Citizen. But if people want to go on, say, the stage rappel, when acquiring that bit of control on the map, you could hack the outside default cam and watch all of these runouts, doors, and windows to make sure that the defense can't get aggressive with you. I don't know if that's entirely what Citizen is going for, but Cafe, because of just it's basically a big box, that's one usage for Brava that'll be very useful if Sonics want to go for it.
Sonics once again with a slow wind up here in the first minute. No one setting foot in the building. It's entirely drone presence they work themselves for, as well as the few repels, of course, that we can see, especially over here on the L side of the building. Vertical, in the meanwhile, has become a victim of that pressure, it seems like right now. Mr. B trying to help him out to the best of his own capability, rotating around as well, out in the open bar at the moment, thankfully. Very little pressure coming from Skylight, as well as the red and new Hatch drop side, just as of yet. That's going to start to change, of course. Just 2 players commit themselves to it now. Hat also here, ready to fend off said pressure as he quickly deals with the Gemini. He's going to have to deal with a little bit of direct play. Turns around too early. Is not even ready for the fight when Rexen swings through the walls, sitting underneath of Red Hatch. And as a result of that, first kill goes cleanly towards the Sonics as Hat goes down.
Unfortunate series of events. Hat, unfortunately, I think maybe thinking that Rexen would not have been that aggressive on the sledge opening up, and Doc clearly not thinking that Grixer would be as aggressive as he was. Walks in through the snow door, now has sight control firmly in his hands. Hyper does find one, Rexen not knowing that the hatch is open. A lot of missed information today between Beastcoast and Sonics, but if both teams are making mistakes, it's still Sonics with the lead. They'll continue to widen it with Gunnar cutting down one more. Citizen tagging on for his first kill of the round. Hyper, the only one to get a kill in this round for Beastcoast. Well, now he's got to get 4 more. An ace overall to win this. Plant just around the corner. Citizen walks right into him. Diffuser dropped, but Gunnar still in the clutch. 2 rounds in a row. He's brought a round back from the brink.
Hyper seems like he's in it for a moment there, but thankfully, once again, the Overwatch is already established in the top balconies we see on the replay, and that quickly shuts down any clutch potential as he tries to work himself back into the depths of the library there, trying to keep himself alive and hold on to case control. Does not play out. 3rd round for the Sonics is claimed, and it looks like we are going to get the Beastcoast timeout on this round 2 to figure out what exactly is going wrong on these defenses and whether they need to add more to the aggressive side of things in order to keep holding back the Sonics, as we've already seen them kind of fall victim to that on at least a few rounds, nearly losing it because of that, or if they need to potentially peel back their own strategy and play things a bit more passively.
I will say, at least in the early round for Beastcoast, everything before Grixer walking into sight from Snowdoor, there wasn't anything deep or systemic with Beastcoast issues. Hat, unfortunately, just turning around and sprinting. Definitely the right call was, as he was backing up, watch that ticket wall, watch that area that Rexen was entering, just to make sure that you aren't going to get shot in the back. That unfortunately ends up falling, and the C4 misses. But at least in the early round, Beastcoast had the right idea. Slowly pull back towards that cocktail side, and then waste Soniqs' time. But once that happened, then we actually had the big issue, which was nobody watching Snowdoor, not too great of attention paid to pillars by Beastcoast, and that's something on reading and dining that Soniqs will take advantage of. Using Chalet as an example, they are very famous for just opening up that window just outside of bar above garage, right on that first floor main stairs, and just sending it into the site. Reading and dining is a similar situation. Barrel open that Snowdoor, walk right on in, you have site control. If you aren't paying attention to pillar in that doorway, Soniqs will take advantage of it, and we need to see Beastcoast remedy that.
All right, we're getting ourselves into round number 5 now. We are going to see the Soniqs once again try to potentially flirt with the shield operators and maybe actually be sticking with it this time, as it's a repick from the start. Geo is going to more than likely bring in the Montaigne to try and ease their access to inside of Bakery more than anything else. They really struggled to get that Bakery control the last time we went for the downstairs push. This is probably going to be a good adjustment to account for that, give them that earlier control and make that final push a little bit less chaotic, as they did get a bit strapped for time, but I believe we're still able to control things, but everything was said and done.
It was a very hectic set of engagements, wasn't it, that round? Just all going through that first floor. Though, if you have Rexen, it might be possible. So far, 4-0 on the entry for Soniqs so far. Not only have Soniqs acquired every single opening engagement, but Rexen has been the one to win every single one of them. But even then, that round, as you mentioned, was in danger of going the other way, and they just barely were able to stabilize that control on the first floor. And right now, it appears they are not going with the same thing. C2 players are pulling up to the top floor and to the middle floor and getting at least some more secure map control, even if it's not the entire map, but pushing these defenders back and gathering a little bit of pressure on that top floor, I think would be a good idea for Soniqs, instead of just trying to send it all into the first floor where every single member of Beastcoast is currently playing.
All right, well, Beastcoast, yet again, continuing to hold things out. Seems like they do read into the shield swap as well, playing it back a little bit more. Vertical is going to have to potentially give up his positioning on Bakery a bit earlier than the previous round because of that, but we'll see how exactly they try to use that force more so over the next 30 to 40 seconds here. Firt's actually potentially trying to swing up there and get a bit more aggressive towards the doorway, but we're not going to see anything come from that, as the rest of the team for the Soniqs side is focusing on the top-down clear first off here. They want to burn out that additional presence. They're even using the Montaigne to do that at this early phase of the round.
If Beastcoast are giving it to you for free, you might as well use that and use the sledge that Gunnar has been playing every single round so far and get that vertical control, because you're also running those 2 sets of nades. You always have the sledge, you always have the Yana. You can get some very good kills onto players inside of either of the bomb sites, to be frank with you, and then use that to move down and fully pressure players on white stairs or red stairs, respectively. It appears they're going for a push down white stairs, just given pushing down red, you open yourself up to a lot of crossfires, you have to get code check control, whereas with white, you really only need to push down those stairs, get someone outside the VIP double window to put pressure on, well, right now, Hat currently playing inside of VIP, and then you can move forward. Now, Soniqs have opened up that freezer hatch, the nades will likely start moving towards the default plant position or towards the shield, and then Soniqs, whichever control first they gain or first breaks for Beastcoast, that's where they'll try to move in and gain more space.
Beastcoast continuing to maintain that additional stairs pressure heading into the final minute of the round here, mainly centered around the staircases, now preventing the descent from the members of the Soniqs that are opening up these top-down angles and looking to make the transition themselves. White is not held off at the moment here, as we are going to be able to see the Soniqs make their way to the bottom of that one, maintain that control. Citizen as well, good patience here to be able to catch Hat. He peeks out from the inside of the lower level VIP. Doc in the meanwhile didn't want to go for a re-peek over by Whiskey Stairs, but quickly backs up when he realizes no one is there. The rest of the action is kicking off here, though, as the Soniqs have fully committed themselves, it seems, bringing it down to a 4v2. And quite a few kills, I believe, from those top-down angles as well. Vert has already been pushing into the depths of Prep Kitchen, no longer really has a way to play into the engagement, and the rest of the team now dropping down through the dining room hatch into Freezer, where they should have a free plant here, as I don't think Beastcoast have any way to stop this at the moment.
No, Hyper will get the first kill, and the Vertical might be able to catch a second as the Monty falls off, but no, the shield goes up right at the wrong time for Vertical. Now a 1v3 with a Monty right in your face, backed into a corner. It's nothing that could not be a Soniqs 4-1 lead at the moment. And I have to say, we saw that shaky kitchen attack, and even though Soniqs were very proficient on the cocktail side and ending up being on the raiding side, that shaky kitchen could have been a foreshadowing of bad things to come, but that round appears to be an anomaly because the adjustments they made going for that full clear, it was clean all the way through.
Beastcoast basically out of the round as soon as they had been brought down to 2 players, had taken up too much positioning. The Soniqs, this is now once they had been able to drop their way in through the hatch, and unfortunately the entry power just too strong. No way for Beastcoast to be able to fight back against that one. Just had to respect it, had to play it back, had to hope for a mistake in the 2v4, and was never given that opportunity. So the Soniqs excel and clean things up here to claim a 4th round. Just 3 more to go, and the game is there. We've got 1 more still on this half as they'll attempt to make it 5-1.
And even a 4-2 half, if Beastcoast can get this round, be very problematic. However they win this round, let's say they win it, their only other defensive win would have been a 1v2 clutch from Mr. B, in which he was given a 1v1 and then admittedly played the final 1v1, winning on time very effectively. So while it was a good individual play, a 4-2 half would mean only one of your defenses might have been won by legitimately outright winning the round. If Beastcoast want to do that, they need to pay a lot more attention to that snow door and that pillar door and be a little bit less aggressive on that roam. And by a little bit less aggressive, don't just assume something behind you is clear, watch it, but then slowly pull back to that cocktail side. And if Beastcoast can do that, I do genuinely think they could pick up their second defense in a convincing manner.
Let's see now if they'll be able to find that for themselves. The Soniqs are out onto the board. No huge surprises when it comes to the operators. They brought very much the same flair that they've been showing throughout the rest of this half, and we can say very much the same thing for the upstairs hold on Beastcoast. Now, a bit of a mobile lineup for Beastcoast here. They're going to have quite a bit of throwable utility along with that one to try and hold back players as they move in throughout the map. A very dynamic utility set here that they can put down onto the ground as needed and as they get a better picture in terms of where Soniqs are going to try to execute towards first. We do have the defensive matrix set up in kind of the obvious resistance spot, looking to try and stop Soniqs from taking that early red control. Once more, Soniqs, of course, obliging into that one as they do start to establish themselves on the rooftop here, while the rest of the team is still kind of droning things out and establishing initial positioning.
Hat very much concerned with that ticket position, that ticket repel as he was before, but Soniqs have not pushed in nearly as aggressively as they had in the initial reading attack. They've taken things a lot slower, which is a trend we've seen from Soniqs overall this stage, in the border game yesterday and the cafe game today. At the early round, a lot slower than it used to be, but they still retain that decisiveness when they see an opportunity and see an opening provided to them by the defense, which is how they won the reading round last time we saw it. Many Sonic players now moving up on these repels, instead moving to the dining window and not taking that ticket control like we saw in the previous reading round. Sonics maybe taking things very directly as Citizen creeps up downstairs. A Goomine will reveal his position, but the first thing gives, and it's unfortunately for Sonics, a kill for Beastcoast. The vertical is down soon after.
Doc picking up another one actually to put Beastcoast back in an advantageous position. Gunner, good response on a Hyper at least, but Hyper is able to control it, backs up and avoids his own premature death. A nade will be chucked in from the Sonic to try and finish off Hyper, but it's unfortunately a little bit too uncooked. Is not going to end up making the impact that they would have liked to have found here. Citizen with a deep cut now, going all the way into Pillar here. Good management of the crossfire from up on top, but is going to need to try and line up an actual angle to make things work for himself, and so far has not been able to find that just yet. Beastcoast not obliging the aggression here, not giving over these opportunities for the Sonics to carve away back into this round, despite them being more than ready, it seems, to execute into the site. Now they just don't have the confidence for it yet, and as they move forward, trade's going to go all over the place, but it's heavily against the Sonics' favor. Leaving Citizen alone now inside of the 1v3. Only one trade claim from it. Good read here from Citizen. Somehow knew Mr. B was going to hop over the banister right there and is able to take him down because of it. 2 more targets still standing in Citizen's way, though, for this clutch, and unfortunately a very limited amount of time. 10 seconds per player, and he'll go down to the first one. Hat closes down on one final round for Beastcoast here as they lock in a 2-4 half.
Now that looked very similar to that kitchen round, that with a lot of insecure control for Sonics, instead of seeing the very quick, very easy, it seemed, control they acquired in that previous reading round, similar to round number 2, the only other round they dropped, they were very uncertain for about 2/3 of that entire round. Not sure where to push up, not sure what to control, and Beastcoast were relatively unpressured throughout the majority of that round. And then Sonics try to go for broke, try to flood the middle floor, and they get some kills, but it ends up being that Beastcoast come away with the engagements. Either way, while those 2 rounds were a little worrying from Sonics, those seem to be anomalies in their overall very solid attacks in the 4 rounds that they won, and getting a 4-2 half on Cafe attack, if their defenses, and this round in particular, look clean, this could still be a very quick game.
Yep, time to see how Sonics look to quickly make a statement now on the defensive side. Will they be as aggressive, looking to challenge Beastcoast at entry points here, especially considering they can deploy towards a horizontal setup on this first floor hold that they're going to go to on the first round of their defense. Definitely looks like they want to play heavily into that, as we can see the setup. We need some support into areas like VIP across on the site, as well as the freezer area too, and then the usual suspects being picked up over here inside of kitchen, prep, and the bakery to allow Sonics to continue to maintain as much control over the entirety of this floor throughout the round as possible.
Hoping we see Vert step up as well. He went 0-6 on the defense, obviously not very present in the entries, but now he's a lot more the main entry for Beastcoast on this attack as well. So hopefully we can see him step it up in particular, and if Beastcoast can start cutting open a path into the building, even if it's only a slight one in the early round, and Vertical's the one to do it, they'll have a lot better of a chance if he's, well, going 0-7 by the end of round number 7. Hat also moving to the Nook. We see Beastcoast not only trying to go for the traditional entry of the Vertical, but Hat trying to provide that similar X-Factor style of play that we saw Citizen do in the previous round. Some utility already dispensed with inside of Bakery and inside of the site, and early control acquired by Beastcoast. Even though it's not a lot, we've still being able to see them acquire this early beachhead and start to maybe push forward into coat check later and pinch a player on bottom red from Small Bake. It's good to see Beastcoast at least being decisive with what they want early on.
Taking some very good map control very early on. As you had mentioned, Rexon now going to be pressured as a result of that. 2 other players off the site as well, no longer going to be in a good position to potentially play things out. Away from that, though, Beastcoast continuing to deploy ever so slowly throughout this map, taking up the Bakery position, but unable to move beyond that just as of yet, as they're still waiting for their teammates to make further action on the upstairs hold, it seems.
No one watching those coat check holes at the moment, so Rexon might find himself in a pinch, but now Geo has dropped down to brown stairs, likely to bolster that position and to make sure that Beastcoast can't readily take it. But Beastcoast are starting to run into a problem that Soniqs did in round 2. A lot of pressure around the middle floor, but it's looking like all they'll have as an option is just to flood in, and that can be very equal between the teams, and if you're attacking, that's not a great sign. Mr. B will start out, and that's the coat check player now done and dusted. Geo is close by on brown stairs, and still some players up on the top floor, so if Beastcoast can cement some increased middle floor control, take down the player on brown, this will be a lot more decisive thanks to that kill they just acquired.
Once again, the Soniqs trying to bait out the remaining time, now down a player from the total overall count. Beastcoast in the meanwhile here continue to deploy incredibly slowly as well, taking ever so much care on this entry. Not necessarily the style we expect to see out of Beastcoast, but it's working so beautifully right now as they claim a second kill, still with without virtually any response coming in from the members of the Soniqs. Mr. Bree, unfortunately, pushes into the site. I mean, look at it, like basically on his own here as he hops over the wall. Thankfully, Beastcoast still have full control of the scenario, so it's not going to change the scope of the round out that much. It's a little bit of a mistake here, trying to get the plant down onto the ground, but they are still very much in full control of the situation here. Unless Brixer gives us a real show. That's now one player fully down. Mr. B still on the ground, of course, from the toxic base. But there we go. Doc finally with a counter angle on red to shut out the round. But they do take control of the first one here in the second half.
Extremely patient attack from Beastcoast. It's always risky going for that extremely minimal attacking strat when you have vertical, well, not just the player, but also angles at your disposal if you want to go for them. But Soniqs were running a heavy roam on that middle floor. 2 different players, 3 as well, before Geo rotated down, all holding vertical angles, watching into the site, watching Bakery. So Beastcoast decide to attack the code check positions, attack some of those weak points on the middle floor, or some of those obvious entry points. But again, nothing really on white stairs, not much on brown either. They were just sitting there and waiting for Soniqs to peek, and maybe some of them were pushed out of their positions, or maybe some of them gave up gunfights, but whatever it was, with how little Beastcoast had for so much of the round, it's almost a little bewildering how Soniqs somehow gave that one away.
So now, the Soniqs faltering on the first round of the second half. That is going to leave them in a bit of a vulnerable position overall for the map now. 4-3, just 1 round ahead of Beastcoast's overall scoreline. Let's take a look and see what Soniqs going to bring to the table for the second floor hold. Overall, nothing too surprising, just the usual assortment of a delay. Other forms of mitigation utility coming in for them. Attack as well, not going to give us anything that is going to scare us too much. In fact, pretty much no repicks either. Aside from Doc going over from a Zofia to an Ashe, which that's just kind of a horizontal change anyway. Yeah. The operator pretty much doing the same exact thing at the end of the day.
Ashe at least a little quicker than the Zofia now. A little bit faster if Doc wants to get into that building quickly. The Rexon looking to get out of the building just as quick, goes for the spawn peek, but 2! Cut down by Beastcoast. Hyper taking a lot of damage as they try to take out Gunner. But if Soniqs gambled, well, it didn't pay off in any way, shape, or form. But now this might cost them their only 1-round lead, decreased from 2 starting this half. And if it's because of those 2 very aggressive spawn peaks, it's going to be a rough one going into round number 9.
So 1/3 of the round gone, and already Soniqs being reduced down to 3/5 of their defense here. one of those players still having to extend control onto the second floor because of the way that Beastcoast is now going to proceed forward as well. They won't have as much respect to areas like the train room as well as mining. So there is a possibility that Beastcoast try to directly insert themselves to the second floor because of the inherent player advantage they already have and how much control that gives them over their aggression on this map right now.
So Geo is being very aggressive, as you often need to do in a 3v5. With the stage position, you can get pinched so easily. 2 players willing to take the fight on Repel, and a 3rd player falls on Soniqs. Grixer and Citizen both have those 2 C4s, and with one maybe being able to rotate down below, the Yana is not watching the white window. Citizen could creep down, maybe even jump out if he's really feeling risky and not learning from Gunnar and Rexon's actions, but no, he'll take the safe route. Rotate down the white stairs and play the vertical. This is such a difficult positions for the Soniqs. Still just a little under half the round to go. The attack have their full utility and full manpower, and Beastcoast are not getting over aggressive. They've reset right now, are using their remaining 5 drones to find this intel and find good spots for their utility. Hat is creeping his way up through those brown stairs to apply some late round pillar pressure, as the rest of the attack will use that sledgehammer to open up those holes in the first, or the only C4 for Citizen now gone, and that was an easy way to win back a pick, but now we'll have to do it by gunfights, and like either one of these players will have to flank.
Final minute of play here now as the Soniqs are down to just 2. Both players relatively exposed as well here due to the top downs that are being opened up by Beastcoast. Grixer forced into the depths of the supply closet, trying to wait and counter out any drops that are going to come forward, and Citizen just takes a duel on 90, gives his life away in a fight, hoping to try and bring this back from the brink. It's hopeless, unfortunately, on this one for the Soniqs. Beastcoast take full command right from the beginning, countering out the spawn peaks, and follow it through into a flawless round.
After what was basically a flawless round previously, I don't remember if Mr. B got finished off or not. He was down as he went in for the bomb site to go for a plant, but at the bare minimum ended in a 1v4, and this one, of course, being the full flawless, as we all saw. I was curious to see if Soniqs might have taken the tack timeout after that one, but it appears they'll hold it off for the time being, waiting to see if they fully lose their lead before giving the timeout. I think that's a perfectly understandable option, but I am impressed so far by Beastcoast's patience. They got those 2 early picks, and some might say, okay, just go hit the side at that point, but because they were spawn peaks, they didn't get too aggressive, didn't assume things were clear. They took the time, used their drones, and found that intel. Again, for a team that was playing very undisciplined and very uncoordinated yesterday on Border, very nice to see that on a structured map like Cafe, they're able to bring that level of cohesion and that level of patience that is often necessary.
And so we're going to see how they continue to deploy towards that here. Few repicks coming in. Fairly minor in scope overall. There's just a change-up of Hard Breach and the player that is mounting it as well. Doc is going to take it on the Ace instead of Mr. B on the Habana. Mr. B himself will just go over towards the Flores to try and take out some of that interior site utility. Very much kind of a required op for this site if there is going to be anything pesky deeper in kitchen, as you won't really have a great way to take it out if you don't have those Flores drones.
Like the adjustment from Gunnar onto the Echo, always, if we're going to see it on Cafe, usually this site is the one that we see it on, but combined with the Valkyrie as well, both intel operators left up, those yokai should be very effective in stopping the execute that Beastcoast went for, which was just sitting outside of those first 4 windows, waiting for Soniqs to peek, and then taking the control and taking the gunfights once they were given to them. Those yokais can provide some good intel alongside the black eye cameras on players sitting outside those windows, and the Valkyrie cams as well will likely also be stationed on that second floor to provide some help and aid to the roamers who are sitting on that second floor. And on the other side, I want to see how Beastcoast take this. Will they just go with that same direct take they did before, or will they go for that full clear? But given how much roamers Soniqs have on the second floor again, I'd imagine Beastcoast likely going to do something similar, or at least intend to do something similar to what they did before.
Beastcoast already with 1 player inserted by Whiskey. Another one with control already going into Bakery as well. Soniqs with a kind of interesting setup too, is they still have a lot of vertical presence, but Beastcoast paying absolutely zero mind to that at the moment, considering that these players have been able to work their way basically to the edge of the site. I think they may be putting out a call to have their teammates group up with them here and see what they can potentially work. The nades are going to be banked in. More players trying to group up with them, especially over here from Small Bakery, but just not able to line it up just yet. However, still a lot of dangerous potential being built from this, and now it's probably going to explode with Doc finding the opening kill against Geo.
Geo was one of the only players on that bottom floor. Nobody from Soniqs holding co-check or even holding VIP either. A major misstep from Soniqs. They had that top floor control, but they made Beastcoast very take that much easier. They're going to have to rely on those vertical players to either flank down brown stairs, white stairs, or red stairs, upstairs, and Gunner inside of the site will make things happen, but another player falls for Beastcoast. Soniqs need to start getting aggressive because Gunner is running out of friends.
Citizen as well here, trying to work the angle from up on top, but not able to find his opponents through it here. Does make things a bit difficult as they try to push their way in through Prep Kitchen. And in the meanwhile, Vertical just executing these players out on the site because he wasn't taken down by Citizen. Plant now going in for Mr. B. It's a 3v2 here as both the remaining defenders are coming in from the upstairs hold. Going to need to pull on a full-out retake. They have no positioning to play from at this point anywhere on the first floor either. Grixer trying to go for a swing from Whiskey, and at the same time his teammate trying to deploy from what? Do they even realize that Hyper's here? No, the lineup potentially being given. Hyper is able to get one of them, and he nearly grabs Grixer as well. Down to sub 10 HP to play out the remaining 1v2. Has intel, one player gone prone behind it. Does have a hard ping onto the second one, so he has the intel he needs, but no real time to play this one out. 10 seconds to get on that case now, where the round is lost by default here as he tries to re-entry into the site. Beastcoast is not giving him anything in the duel. Fully blinded by the flash as well, and just walks directly into Vertical as he enters the site. Another shutdown from Beastcoast as they take the lead.
Gotta be a timeout after that one. I mean, now losing 3 defensive rounds in a row for Soniqs, something has got to stop for what they're doing. I mean, not having a co-check player, we have default positions from Soniqs not even being held on their defensive setup. And I admire what they're putting on the roam. I think that's good to stop a bakery take, to stop anybody from immediately getting pressure inside of the site, but only putting Geo to hold that whole area. I mean, you saw how easily and quietly Doc creeped into VIP and then subsequently took out Geo, moving around that main lobby area, and Geo was the only one holding that area with Gunner and I believe Citizen as well. No, Citizen was upstairs, but still only 2 other players in that site for Soniqs. I mean, there are basic things not being covered by Soniqs in that kitchen defense and losing 3 rounds in a row on defense. I mean, Beastcoast have been playing great so far, but Soniqs are not looking in winning shape for this second half.
Not at all here, so we have to wait and see now what exactly comes from this pause. What do they rebound towards into the next round? Because they are very quickly going to run out of runway to save this situation and avoid a crash inside of this game now. Beastcoast, just 2 more rounds to go. Thankfully, again, not completely out of control just yet. But with how close we are to the end of regulation already, this is not the time to have your performance fall off a cliff on the defensive side of this map. Back over to the second floor hold as they're going to attempt the mining play this time, wanting to try and fend off the walls as well, as we're going to have the electric claws brought up from Gunner to deal with the hatch play, mainly from up on top of Train, a few other pivotal walls as well to be supported by that one. Aside from that, though, no huge surprises for the defending utility.
No huge surprises, but I really want to see a big adjustment in Soniqs play in this, well, in this post-timeout round number 10. Very asleep, Soniqs play in the previous round. Very quiet, not much going on. And so far, in the 4 rounds in a row now, the Beastcoast have won on attack and defense, though mainly defense, 3 of the 4 rounds. Beastcoast have got every single opening pick, and it has not been traded out by the Soniqs. Even if they lose this opening kill in this round, I want to see Soniqs being more aggressive and going for that trade, if not winning a fight outright. Not by spawn peeking, but by holding on to these positions, holding on to, say, Pixel, and before they fall back, they fire some pot shots, and even if they don't directly take the fight, they at least make it difficult and tenuous for Beastcoast to acquire this map control, because there is simply too much mechanical skill on this roster from the top to the bottom to just be letting Beastcoast get this map control for free.
And so with Beastcoast, on and about the map once again, we'll see if they can continue this rampage, which has been alive for pretty much the entirety of this half so far. Soniqs have yet to claim a round here on the defensive end of it, as they look to try and do so finally on their 3rd attempt to claim it. As it has proven very difficult to find. Things are going to be very slow to deploy once again on this round. That restraint from Beastcoast, though, is how they've been able to take so much control so early on, because the Soniqs still do have to peek out every once in a while to gather for intel.
Indeed.
And unfortunately, that has led to their death more often than not when they have tried to venture into what has ultimately become enemy territory by the time they peek it.
Beastcoast have started to make inroads into the building. I believe we saw one player on that bottom floor just a little bit ago, or at least rotating around. No, Vertical will move out instead. He's acquired some very light control on the bottom of White Stairs, but not much beyond that. Talk about patience again. I will say over half the round gone, and you can call it patience from Beastcoast, but there is often a little bit of reluctance to enter the building, it seems at times. So that could prove to be a problem if Soniqs do actually get aggressive in this mid-round now and start stopping them as they make these entries. But Soniqs as well have also relatively pulled back. We even have somebody from Beastcoast on that top floor now. Everyone from Soniqs moved back down to that middle floor. It is mining and dining, not reading and dining as we often see, but still plenty of vertical control that could be acquired by the attack with an abundance of time, to be frank with you. with which they can acquire that vertical control, with control of white stairs as well. Beastcoast already have some entry points, potential entry points down into that site. And if we don't see these C4s from Citizen, Gunner, or Geo actually hit anything, we're going to have problems.
So, as we move into that final minute of action now, Beastcoast ready to try and move themselves onto the second floor. They'll try to swing this forward. Gunner strikes first this time, though. Oh no, Rexon gets a free one here. They just walk right into his setup, none the wiser to his position. The Soniqs finally taking command of a round as they've struggled to do so all throughout this half so far. Mr. B now inside of the 1v3. Gonna try and clutch this one out to the best of his own capability, but very much out of the fight for the most part here. Citizen with the final swing, shuts it down, and the Soniqs preserve. They tie us up once again here, as finally they're able to lock in a defensive round.
And in this round, Soniqs' patience and reluctance to play aggressively in the early to mid round actually turns into a virtue, because Beastcoast, they get that top floor control. They have the ability to get vertical control and start moving down white and red stairs, but they take quite a bit of time, and they don't actually open up many ways to move down to the site. All they really tried to do was push down and up those white stairs. And Soniqs, who again didn't get aggressive in the early round, they kept their all 5 members of the roster, all of their roamers, and pulled them back to the site. Well then, this time, they just played to their positions, and Beastcoast's lack of intel and just running and funneling into white stairs and into laundry actually allowed Soniqs just to sit there, play like a sentry gun, get those kills, and get their first defense on this half. So while I would still like to see maybe Soniqs be a little bit more aggressive, if Beastcoast start to fumble on their attacks, then playing patiently is actually the recipe for success.
And so, actually the final few rounds coming up here if either team is able to center themselves for it. Beastcoast, just a small repick coming into this one, a slight change up to the way that they're going to be approaching towards soft breach. And actually another one there as well. Hat just ready to go for the Twitch in this situation. Said not going to be finding as much use from the Nook, so probably going to be just joining up with the main pushing force instead of trying to play his own game over towards a white stars play in this late round or something like that. Away from that though, we are into the round now, and once again, it's the Soniqs looking to make another statement on the other second floor site here. Lock in map point after quite a bit of struggles to get to this stage of the game.
As you've all seen right now, as our observer has graciously pointed out, there was nobody on the site as we left the prep phase, but still there's currently only one player on that middle floor. It is Citizen down in Red Hall. Now we often see a large allocation of resources in terms of utility and player count on that top floor, so that isn't entirely surprising for Soniqs, but they do need to be worried. Beastcoast have been very slow on this attack, I will say. They might not read into that opportunity, but if they do their homework and find that the site is not protected, if Citizen is never joined by one of those roamers, that's a glaring opening for Beastcoast to take if they want to just try and go for broke and win that fight. But at least at the moment, they're looking to go for this full clear, looking to play into this extension upstairs for Soniqs, and those 2 C4 specifically. Now, yes, Geo and Citizen downstairs. They'll likely try and play below, maybe in that mining position, below Christmas to try and get a C4, or even if the attackers just eventually push up long bar, try to get a kill from below.
Soniqs continuing to wait out this time here. Once again, already used that about a minute of the rounds. Beastcoast trying to prep themselves up for the push forward. Doc has the winning angle here to try and grab Rexon if he fully commits to the rotate down through white, but going to be a lot of patience required for this one, as it does not look like Rexon is going to be forced to move anytime soon. We'll continue to hold that in a stalwart way. Away from that, though, rest of Beastcoast similarly taking up positioning, similarly getting themselves ready to move forward and try to claim that first kill where they can overwhelm things, both on the second and third floor here. Vertical, a bit of overwatch as well to flanks that may be coming in from the downstairs portion of the map. A little bit paranoid right now as he deploys himself towards that. No need to potentially counter that out, but maybe later on in the round could be useful here. Either way, it's a whole lot of setup here to finally see Mr. B claim that first kill against Citizen, knocking him down as we enter the final minute of play here. BC continuing to excel on these angles as well. A second kill now picked up. Gunner has a third member of the team restricted inside of Cigar as they try to rotate around and get themselves back down closer to the site. It's not going to end up working out. Geo is able to get himself out from the site, takes down Mr. B, at least ends his play, but vertical from BC still causing more problems for this defensive setup. It is now brought to Geo and Grix.
Well, only Grix now and on low HP as well. He's got that useful vertical control, but Beastcoast have recovered the diffuser. One upstairs, Grix will say, no, no, no thank you, I'll take the fight from below, but he loses it nonetheless. Match point for Beastcoast. 1 round away from winning this in regulation in what could be, despite it being game number 1, one of the most stunning upsets of today.
All right, well, like we said, Huge potential for upset coming in here if we can see that kind of underdog rebound story continuing from yesterday. We had it for Parabellum. We nearly had it for Mirage as well. And now Beastcoast looking to potentially take it and put Soniqs in a very rough overall position as far as this group stage is concerned here, with 2 potential losses being notched under their belt. Yes, of course, they still get some points for the game versus SSG yesterday because they took it to overtime and still could very well have the same outcome here. But that's the best case scenario they're looking at this point here, is an overtime victory, with Beastcoast now already being on their 6th round.
Kitchen will be the site where either Soniqs save their chance at coming away with a W or lose in regulation to Beastcoast, who will then acquire all 3 points from today's matchup. The big problem here for Soniqs, the big glaring issue for their defense before, was not a very tight defensive setup. They had 2 roamers, but basically foregoed any large co-check control or VIP pressure, instead leaving it to basically only Geo to hold, with maybe some support from the site. But Beastcoast quickly took advantage of that, moved into VIP, moved into Brown Bar, and secured that early on in the round, and then spent the remainder of the middle round, this very position, working around it and securing more control. I want to see Soniqs hold that coat check position more actively, and maybe even not stock so many defenders on that top floor. You can have one, that's fine, but start rotating back and make sure the Beastcoast can't take the first floor, the very area around your site, completely for free.
So, slow play here from both teams once again as Beastcoast makes their way out onto the map and is going to begin taking up initial positioning. Citizen, meanwhile, will be taking up a very active role, it seems, up on the 3rd floor, trying to counter any of this initial clear. He has very little utility support or any even sort of reinforcement support here, so don't expect him to maintain this for very long. More than likely going to end up giving up that position relatively quickly. Brixer, meanwhile, taking up a much more direct counter roll over towards Bakery, but Beastcoast wasting absolutely 0 time here already with Bakery access, already, as you heard here, with a wall opened up now. That's going to put some immediate pressure onto the Soniqs. We'll call back Citizen. Anyone else that's out on a roam as well is going to have to be hyper aware of the next few seconds for if they are going to be ending up needed in the site.
Sticking with this very direct style of play, Hats realized that with the co-check window barricaded, he might have a free access point into VIP. He's still got to be careful. He'll expose himself to a lot of angles. He might just have an access point right here to gain some pressure onto that middle floor. Of course, Rexon could still peek out from the hallway and take him down, and Hat, using that last frag grenade, has revealed his position. But with still over half the round to go, he's got time. He doesn't need to immediately sprint on in and play. This could be so huge from Hat, especially if Beastcoast can acquire some bottom white pressure. That VIP player could fall like a domino, and Rexon would surely fall after, as Beastcoast are looking to focus on removing both of them from position.
Rexon taking a lot of heat right now, but still in the fight. Just barely here inside of coat check. Has been chucked out nearby here. Hat finally able to lock in a kill, but it's not against Rexon. It's another member of the team is going to end up taking him down. Hat does finish off Grixer in the meanwhile, though, over on the Valkyrie, so was able to take her down. But Citizen finally finding a response. Is able to hold on to things from the upstairs position, countering out the initial push onto the side of Prep Kitchen. Takes that player down. Gunner as well, nearly knocking out another one here as they try to push past the breach. Hat and out. Doc ended up losing a considerable amount of HP. Rexon still down on the ground, but it looks like Geo is starting to work his way over for a potential revive. It's going to be in the cards. There is definitely another member of Beastcoast sitting in the way. Mr. B takes down another member of the interior site defense with Gunner going out, and Geo's found just a second later as well. Mr. B just taking full control along with the rest of his teammates, and they'll take full control of this matchup as well. Beastcoast giving us yet another underdog upset as they close it out at the tail end of regulation.
I don't think it actually set into me how well Beastcoast were doing until they've just won the game.
Yeah, like out of nowhere, right?
I mean, the entire time, I'm not even going to lie to you guys. I was like, oh, Soniqs will recover, and it just never happened. And before we go, you want to know might be why that is? 7 rounds in a row that Beastcoast just got the opening engagement, and none of them were traded.
7 rounds in a row.
From the end of their attack, or the end of their defense to their attack, a flawless attacking half on the entries.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for game number 1. The analysis desk probably has a lot to say about this one, so let's go to a break. When we come back, we'll have them ready to break this game down.
broadly.
Wow, all right. That's what I'm talking about. We got our first episode of the day already in our first game of the day, and maybe we're just underestimating Beastcoast. Maybe we're overestimating Soniqs. It's a new season, so it's hard to tell again. But one thing is for sure, Beastcoast certainly seemed ready that time.
I mean, you say ready. The first half didn't look that ready in my eyes. I think
ready
the
on
first
the
half,
attacking side,
Yeah.
perhaps, yeah.
First half for Beastcoast, same old issues that we seen yesterday. Swinging for no reason.
Yeah.
No reason, no. I look at the way that they were dying. It was just, what's the purpose of why you would go for that challenge in the first place?
Yeah, a lot of players that were like having rough defenses yesterday had rough defenses today.
Right.
Vertical,
0-6.
awful, 0-6 half. I thought also Doc was having a really tough time on that defensive half. And then
This guy.
they switched over.
This guy.
Oh boy, Mr. B, undoubtedly the MVP in my mind.
This is what you need in a team. You need a big personality. You need a character. You need someone who's actually gonna care. Again, that's probably the best way. He cares about it. Anyway, that's only round number 2, and he's had a big clutch. And look at it, he's won the game.
And he kept going.
But the thing is, though, look at how the game has now went, Doa. That clutch right there from Mr. B has determined them winning this matchup.
Yeah, they just kept it going.
It's a great thing, right? Where you can kind of carry that emotional momentum, but at the same time, momentum that's based on emotion can very quickly turn around. So in that kind of case too, it's great to see, but you got to make sure it's a kind of player, or at least you have the staff in place to kind of curb that when it starts to go the other direction. But one thing's for sure, it's certainly helped out Beastcoast. And you and I were talking about this, Jesse, when we were watching this one, that like it was just better performances across the board from everyone on Beastcoast compared to what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I think they really read into what the defense of Soniqs wanted to do, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, they didn't overcomplicate their attack. They were going for the site. They were trying to hit things horizontally a lot of the time, and they really were catching Soniqs off guard. Lynx talked about it on the cast, non-stop opening picks, and the bigger thing for me is they're just never getting traded. They weren't playing together. They weren't able to get that bounce back. When things went bad for Soniqs, it was already over. So really good attacking half from Mr. B and the guys on Beastcoast. You just love to see it.
Yep, that's right. I don't know what Mr. B stands for. It might just be Beast. Maybe it was just his destiny to be on this team all along. Who knows? But we're going to take a short little break, and when we come back, we're going to have a lovely Telestration from Demo, so don't go anywhere. More breakdowns of this match in just a moment.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're ready to move into our telestration of our game between Soniqs and Beastcoast, and we're going to be highlighting a defense from Soniqs which this is the second time they attempted this style of defense, and it just didn't work both times. I'm really disappointed in Soniqs. I think from what I've seen over the past 2 days, it's a team for me which I thought were to come in and just grab the bull by the horns and say, we're top dogs. I think they had some decent showings at Invitational, probably not what they wanted, but I did not expect to see this here today. So we're going to be looking at the kitchen defense first of all, and it's a very weird setup that I'm not the biggest fan of. They're playing for an offsite retake, which will involve a lot of holding the mid floor, holding in towards the top floor, and really sacrificing a lot of the downstairs portion of the map, which we see, kind of be the norm. You'll see a lot of teams scatter themselves out towards VIP. They'll try and play in toward Coat. If you look at the actual setup that we see from Soniqs right off the rip, is there's only 2 guys. There's only 2 guys. You've got 1, you've got 2, and there should be a third inside a Coat, because that the kind of general triangle formation that we see on this defense. You have these crossfires where they all help each other, but if you don't have that man inside of Coat over here, you give up way too much of the map for absolutely nothing. And you'll see that I think that Beastcoast are very smart in doing so, gaining early control of VIP, gaining that control of the long bar. And then you'll see that they kind of have an idea of what Soniqs are up to, because now as we take a look at the top floor, you'll start to see that upstairs hold. There's a couple of positions that we're going to be highlighting. You've got Vertical holding down on towards the default plant for Kitchen. You can stop them running in towards Bakery. Obviously, you've also got the hatch that you can drop back into. This is the retake strategy that we're starting to see develop from Soniqs. But, a big but, the whole point of this retake strategy is to just hold above. You know, you're trying to assist the players. You don't have to worry about holding coat if you can hold from above and assist them. This is the clincher. This is the epicenter of how everything crumbled for Soniqs. Citizen's got to get that kill. He cannot allow Vertical just to walk in for absolutely nothing, and then you'll see what happens after that. Vertical's in, he kills that man inside a freezer, and the whole thing's just, it's out of jank now. You know, it's fully shot. You know how this ends, Beastcoast. They have the diffuser down. Very, very simple for them. Grixer can't really do much in this scenario. And it just showcases if you're playing that setup, it's a risky one because you have to get that kill. You have to stop them from flooding in. And all credit, I think, the Beastcoast are able to see what happens and know exactly how they can stop that. Hey, just walk in and take the site, and that's exactly what they did. So, yeah, Soniqs, I think you need to go back to basics there and really rethink how Cafe went for the defense.
All right. Thank you very much, Demo. Have a seat. Well done at the Telestration. I mean, the thing is, it is crazy when you look at it all. Just how good the attacks look from Beastcoast. I mean, one can only hope we see more of that as the match goes on, or as the day goes on, rather. And one can only hope, too, that we see a little bit more out of Soniqs, too. Each of these teams only playing one game yesterday. So this today was just their second one. A lot more to look forward to with either of those teams. But let's move on to our next match that we're going to talk about right now. It's going to be M80 versus Parabellum. And this is a really exciting one after the way that yesterday ended, right? Parabellum getting that kind of upset victory over Oxygen at the end of the day. M80 looking strong, but then dropping that overtime match to DarkZero, I believe it was. Yeah. And so both these teams with a bit to work on, but Parabellum, perhaps, Jesse, a little bit more of a threat than people expected coming into this.
It's Mirage, though.
It is. Did I?
M80 Mirage.
Oh, my God.
It's all right. It's all right.
You just
it's
broke
early.
this entire man's confidence,
I'm
Jesse.
sorry. I'm sorry.
You should say it after, because now, look, he doesn't know what to do. Look.
I'm sorry.
Now we don't have a host.
Well, it's your time.
So, I think, Jesse, you know, you go into this M80 versus Mirage, and go on, it's okay, do it.
I'm just
It's
fixing
okay,
my notes
don't
here.
worry.
1 second.
It's fine. It's fine. I still love you. Jesse, maybe not so much.
No, I mean, it's everybody's
No.
okay.
M80 yesterday, I think, should have walked away with a win against Easy. I think
Right.
on paper, you probably would have said they were the stronger team, Jesse, but of
course, yeah.
I don't think any of us expected how good Easy's actually got since Invite.
No, I mean, absolutely not. DarkZero dominated yesterday. Two big wins, and I think they're really starting to understand the meta. They're really starting to play with the new ops, with the new playstyle that you kind of need right now. Achieved was looking great on that team.
Yep.
And so for M80 coming back into this day, I don't think that they're worried yet, right? I think they're still in a very strong position.
I mean, they had the first win, which is always good.
They absolutely did, right? And I think you can take a look at some of these the players in this team, right? Like Spoit, who maybe didn't have the pop-off game, the explosion of a game. He did fine. Not a bad game. I think there were moments where he was too individual, too solo, not connected with his team. But that's going to happen. You're brand new on the roster.
Yep, that's right.
You okay? Are you sure?
You know,
continue.
Doa started off
right?
kind of weak in day 2, but there's a lot of matches left, so hopefully he can bounce back. Here's our results for the teams from our second day so far. We just saw the 7-5 victory over Soniqs from Beastcoast. Now we will see M80 versus Mirage.
There you go.
Parabellum will be in our next match against Soniqs. Them trying to bounce back as well. It's just all about the bounce back for me and Soniqs for the rest of the day. Hopefully they'll be able to do it. But for now, yeah, again, Mirage, talking about this team, where they were kind of surprising was, again, their close match against Space Station yesterday. There is a lot of talent on this team. You know, Drip has a plan. We just got to believe in Drip.
Got a recipe.
That's right. He's got a recipe. Hashtag built by Drip.
Yes, sir. I mean, he's assembled some players that I think really do have a lot of promise, right? We talked about Rampy a lot yesterday. I thought he was kind of the focal point of that team, often making the big plays, often a little bit solo, just like how Spoit maybe was for M80 in some instances. The one guy that I think we didn't get to see enough of was probably Surf. Surf was the star of Beastcoast last year, right? And Beastcoast wasn't a great roster, but Surf was far and away the best player on that team. You look at how Mirage played yesterday. He was the lowest rated on that squad. 10 and 18 yesterday. Playing as the hard support, I expected us to see DP fire in hard support and then, Surf to be made more of a flex support, somewhere around there. You're not going to change your roles after one day, but I'd like to see that maybe. I'd like to see Surf getting some more opportunities, I guess is how I want to see that.
I mean, I think Mirage always had a mixed bag of a day. First game was they'll immediately forget about that game and push on. I think after what happened to them against DZ, and I think they were actually quite hard done by not to actually win against Space Station. Probably should have won that game. It was down to a 1v2 that they tossed away. And we've seen what then, SSG, bit of momentum behind them, what they can produce. But I think it was a lot better for Mirage. I think a lot more back to basics, which is a lot better than what they were trying to do in Skyscraper, a little bit too advanced, I think, at some point. So I want to see them again go into this game back to basics, though, because that's why I think they were doing actually quite well.
Well, we're going to find out. I believe we have the map ready to go as far as the vetoes, as far as where we are going for our second game of the day. We'll find that out shortly, I believe. There we go. And we're going to Border. Okay, once more, heading to Border.
I mean, Border is a map where the basics are pretty set in stone, right? I mean, this is a map that we saw a lot yesterday, I think, because we did have a lot of new teams. For M80, they got a surprise win at the Six Invitational over W7M in the upper bracket with a good showing. But other than that one game, it has been rocky for them through Stage 3 and the rest of SI. They lost it, or they played it 3 times, only winning it against Team Secret. So, yeah, this could be good for Mirage. I kind of like it. No?
I just
Too
think
optimistic?
I think M80 are going to be a lot more adaptable for Border. I think if you can run a numerous amount of different attacking strategies, that helps your team out a lot. I think Border can sometimes be seen a bit of a one trick, where if you're only doing the one thing, it's very easy to stop that. I think bans, we always have to look and see, what gets taken away off the board. Is it going to be the Ing Bangs, the Azami bans, these really strong operators for these newer teams that they can abuse? We've seen what happened in Border whenever Beastcoast tried to do it. You remove the Ying, you remove the Izami, these strong operators, and the team doesn't really know what the plan B is.
Yeah, that's true. We're only moments away from getting into this one. Still waiting for some of the players to jump the lobby, so we got another couple minutes to talk about here. So in that particular case, who specifically on Mirage needs to bring a little bit more compared to what we saw yesterday?
Yeti, for me. Yeti, it's very easy to see. They put him on first entry. Okay, that was clear to me on Skyscraper, the way he was positioning himself, the operators he was playing. Yeti doesn't scream first entry to me. He doesn't. I feel as though Rampy in that roster would probably be more suited for that role. And if Yeti is playing that first entry, why is he going 1 and 9 on Skyscraper?
He did have a stronger game too, at least.
He did.
Today, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, he did. I mean, I think the roles in general in Mirage are just a little bit questionable from what we would expect them to go on. Like, you've got DP Fire running the grenades. You got Rampy and Kansan on this team, 2 great vertical players.
They seem like more flex supports at the moment, the operators they've been playing. I'm seeing Lions from Rampy and different things like that.
That didn't fit yesterday, in my opinion.
Time to find out if they're able to sort of smooth things out and maybe get that win where it slipped through their fingers yesterday, or if M80 will bounce back themselves and take another victory here in the league. Time to send it over to Blue and Lynx to call the action.
Thank you very much, Doa. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for map number 2. Border is up on the docket once again. Has been a very popular pick during the past 2 days, between this one and Oregon. So we're into it once more, as we'll see how these next 2 teams will duke it out. Both teams still looking for the rebound as well. M80 and Mirage now going to make a bit more of a definitive statement after their games yesterday.
You and I didn't cast much Border yesterday. We did a bank and 2 Oregons, but it was still a very popular map. It's not one that you and I casted personally. But this is a map where, I'd like to see more from Mirage. I'd like to see this roster do some success, as after they were frankly robbed of a victory yesterday by 2 players. The old organized chaos duo, Fultz and Merc, both clutching a 1v2, and those 1v2s, one in regulation, one in OT, stopped Mirage from winning the game. Here, I would like to see them come back, but all of that is to say, I think this map, Border, being aggressive map, being a map where you have to take fights, and M80 who have such mechanically gifted and aggressive players, I think this is one that they seem the most likely to win to me.
All right, well, let's find out. As we get ourselves into the ban phase, Mirage has the first and final ban, of course, they're on the orange team. M80 is going to be the two center ones there. Last attacker, first defender. So the choices are going to go towards. So far, the bans have not gone too awry on any of the picks that we've seen, really for any of the games, if I'm being honest about this one. But an interesting one shows up for Mirage. They're going to knock out Ace, one of the hard breachers, as the first ban.
Of course, Ace often just be used really on this map. If you want to go for maybe an East take, open up Archives, could be an easy candidate there to open up that Archives wall. Maybe even open up some individual walls like 90 to maybe pressure it a little bit. But Ace is not a map where you, or Border is not a map where you really associate Ace quite a bit with it, but is one of the most flexible hard breachers in the game. So for a team like M80, if they were to bring a hard breacher, Ace would likely be one that'd be their top candidate as opposed to, say, Thermite. Nomad also going off the board, a ban we used to see quite a bit about a couple years ago on maps like Coastline and like Border, but one that has really fallen off out of favor and favor some other bans.
Considering the kind of wild playstyle we've been getting often from time to time for both of these teams, however, that is a good ban in my opinion, just considering the fact that it unlocks quite a bit more play capability, more so for the defenders more than anything else here. It's definitely going to be a double-edged sword ban for M80, as they're obviously going to have to deal with it a bit inside of these first few rounds. But I'm assuming that their operator picks that they're going to be trying to rock with this attacking side just does not incorporate Nomad, so it's not a big issue for them as they have a way to establish flank watch. Otherwise, Warden going to end up getting picked off here as the final defensive ban as well. Warden has been a very popular choice to be kind of that insight anchor for a lot of these more chaotic executes. That is going to remove that choice now, obviously.
Yeah, I like that ban from Mirage, especially for when M80 switched to their defenses. But of course, we have a little bit of a balancing act that Mirage have to run right now because they've banned that Warden, but they've not banned the Ying, which is an operator that M80 would likely be very happy to run. That was banned against them yesterday in their games because of how aggressive and how fast-paced this team can be if they want to. They sometimes tend to go for that more structured play style, but with the fragging power they have and with what we saw yesterday, they like some of those a little bit more quicker executes, even if it involves a Monty dropping down elevator hatch. But Ying is something they could very well make use of, and without that Warden, could see some problems.
Well, into the prep phase now for Mirage. No surprise in the site choices. They just hold on to the second floor site, which is pretty much the go-to for most teams. Occasionally, we'll see events pick for the first one, but for the most part, I've been seeing teams pick into this site for quite a while, even going back to pre-rework on this one. Doc is in play for Surfs. He's going to try to give himself a little bit more of an aggressive boost from that POV, so expect him to be out and about, either on that front-end balcony or deeper, of course, into areas like the CCTV area, which, of course, the attackers are going to want to immediately try and steal control to establish their own initial map control. Aside from that, though, no huge surprises, although once again, the fact that we are going to have the Rook as well might be surprising some folks at home there with Yeti being picked up. Keep in mind, of course, aside from that, the rest of the team is not going to be bringing anything else that'll throw off the M80 attack.
Now, really, we should see a lot of focus from this, or taking this East Stairs position just because, or this East Stairs position, this CCTV position, though you can pressure East Stairs, and that is very much part of Mirage's idea for this site. With that Azami and CCTV, it's just such a powerful force. It can often be daunting to deal with and daunting to play against. With those 4 grenades they have on the board, and Iconic on that Nook, an operator he has loved throughout the 2 series that M80 played yesterday. He's got that second set, and he might not be using them in the early round. He instead could creep off East Stairs and try to put pressure onto these players inside of CCTV and break. He'll go for the first one, but DP Fire only taking a little bit of damage. So almost half of that nade were just a little bit closer, but without being taken out of that position, he'll continue layering up those Kivas and stopping the entry into CC.
See here now why Azami is so often banned out from maps like this one, just because of the annoying kind of barricades that are being created against the break room clear right now. Mirage still claims the first pick and second one now from DP Fire's POV as that challenge comes in from the south main doorway. Not only going to see Kino lost, but Spoit also here. 2 big proponents of M80's attack now gone inside of the first half of the round. Some damage being dealt to the players that picked up those kills, of course. Rampy down to sub-half HP, and DP Fire nearly dead. Blinking red there. Second from the bottom, but still Mirage in charge of the situation. Even better, this is where the Doc insurance pays out hugely as both those players get boosted right back up to full now.
A lot going the defense's way, but not a lot going the attacks. Diaz has a gunfight thrown his way, but he's not able to secure the kill. And this is what M80 are going to have to rely on. So much damage has been done to their drone economy. Only 4 active drones, and those 4 are the only ones left, and only 2 of them can be moved, as Gomez has one and Iconic has one as well. This could very well come down to individual plays, but they've not drone behind the CC desk. Neither knows about the other's position. So Iconic does creep on in and cut down the Rook inside of CCTV. That's only one kill. We'll need one more to even it up, and if they can get one into the site, perhaps they might even find a way back into this round.
Diaz continuing to look for a new option to get himself onto the inside of the site. Eastman just not playing out in the way he would like it to here. Kansas does not want to be distracted by that one, just shoots it away. So unfortunately, the throw does not go where he needs it to. All quiet on the front here right now for M80, though, as they've taken up new positions to entry and mainly towards the archive side here. Quite a bit of pressure going to be working its way in from actually really all angles into this site. Beepers pressure from Gomez. West main play coming out from another member of the team. And then as well, Diaz also trying to put the situation from archives. A few trades here and there, but for the most part, the hold is strong for the defense. And with that, they claim the first round.
Border always comes down to those opening engagements, and especially if you can get an opening pick untraded or even a lead of 2 players over the other, a 5v3, it's very difficult for either side, the attack or the defense, to come back for that. Just because with Border, you basically have to defend the whole map in order to defend it at all. And for the attack, you have to take a lot of that map control if you want to, well, attack the site by the end. And because Mirage, we're holding on to CCTV, we're holding on to Office, and M80 lost 2 players in rapid succession. All you have to rely on, especially because of the damage to your drone economy, is going to be players like Iconic managing to creep in, managing to make a play, and only 1 kill actually went their way via that strategy.
So M80 not able to hit the ground running here in round number 1. Will force, of course, the site change for Mirage into their second round now as they head downstairs over towards Tellers, though, over on the kind of alternate side of the map. We'll still see a bit of defense put into the upstairs portion of Office and a few other key areas as well to waste out M80's time on this clear. M80 are finally going to incorporate... never mind. Okay, I was about to remark on the Ying that you had brought up just on the last round, but yeah, they get swapped away. They need the extra hard breach instead, apparently, as they'll go over towards the Hibana for Kino.
Ying is also one of those operators that you might be hesitant to bring it out early because it can be used to get 1 or 2 quick cheese rounds just to try and tip the scales in your favor, and you might not want to play that so early because Mirage will get used to it. They'll start to understand on this map in this specific game how you're using that Ying. So if you get it to get rounds 2 and 3, well, let's say you are on round number 12, down 5-6, maybe you like that Ying, and maybe you like Mirage to be a bit more surprised by it when you bring it out. So that might be why M80 are closing it off for the time being, despite that Warden ban. But they still have plenty of useful utility. They have those EMPs, don't have the Ace, of course, to open up that wall, but does have the Hibana to accomplish a very similar range breach function to likely try and attack that east side of the map and acquire that Office control. And this time, they do acquire that opening pick, but not on east. Over in CCTV is where Spoit takes the first bit of control.
It's going to knock it out yet either with that control now being claimed. M80 will be clear to move forward even further past that point. DP Fire wants to get a trade onto this one, though, as he spots out the angles deeper into it. Oh, nearly is given the free pick on a Spoit, but he turns it around instead, and Iconic claims another kill on top of that one, too. Spoit trying to go for another pickup here for M80. Already the defense has been shut down for the most part. Surf at least gets the down on to Spoit. The impact not pokeballing him just yet, but still has him locked down here and is trying to use that position to leverage even more kills, but it goes the other way instead. Kino to claim the frag on Surf, leaving it all on Kanza now for the defensive setup inside of what is still a 1v5 as Spoit now brought back from a down state.
Very worried about that east stairs position. Knows someone might be on the balcony, but is now giving away his spot down below by shooting that drone. Not working off any intel at the moment, just firing shots left, right, and center. The player on that balcony has now dropped below, does see one, but Iconic with the rotation station headshots him from underneath. Gives M80 that first round, but for both teams, it's now 1-1. These teams have a good understanding of what they need to do on Border. You can't just let that map control slip by into the attacking hands, and the attack cannot just let the defense hold on to it. You need to contest and be aggressive and be successful in that early round. Both teams get that.
Expect this one to definitely go a decent distance if this is going to be the indication of the rest of the rounds as well. The seesaw back and forth, quick adjustments from M80 after they had a rocky start to things on the upstairs hold. They find quick corrections to that now and take control on the second round to equalize things. And we'll see if that will carry forward into the next round here. More importantly, if we get that same site selection coming out as well. A retry. Nope, not going to happen over towards Tellers. Mirage going for vents instead on this one.
As with every site, again, you'll need to extend beyond the site. The likely candidate here will be Armory. Maybe they'll go with that CCTV hold again. DP Fire has been sticking with the Azami pretty religiously so far, especially in rounds 1 and 3. Liking to hold on to that position with those Kiba barriers that can always be so difficult for the attack. And CCTV is such a natural entry point for the attack. When you think of Border, usually think of entering into that part of the map, and Azami makes that extremely difficult. But Mirage have had a very solid entry game so far, even though it's only 1-1, even though Spoit got one, so M80 gets one, and then then Mirage gets one as well. They have been very aggressive and successful so far in these 2 rounds on this roam. And if they're able to keep up that pressure, but just outgun M80 a little bit, it could work out. But we finally have something, John. Kino has stuck the Ying.
Indeed, Kino has decided to go for it this time around here. Capability as well to insert that Ying, I do believe, into this site, considering the access points that she will have access to here. The best case scenario for M80, so we'll see if this potentially gives them that second round to really push them forward into a leading position now, or if Mirage are ready for it. They're able to fend that one off. Keep in mind, of course, no Warden allowed for this one, so they do not have that potential hard counter towards it. As a result, we'll have to respect the Ying dumps once M80 is ready to deploy towards it. Not even a whole lot in terms of mitigation coming out here either, aside from just the laser gates that Kansan has brought.
Ooh, Iconic. What do you have planned? He's got East Stairs in mind. He's taking this position, which you always would like to take control of on the attack, but good decision. Leave the default cam up. Don't reveal your position with a Hell Scanner run out. Bad timing for him, unfortunately. Not his fault, but now he's punished for it from downtown by DP Fire. Iconic had someone on those stairs with him. He's got Gomez to hold the position, but great read by Mirage. Excellent usage of that default camera, because now the defense knows where the attack wants to play from.
He's going to spot out Rampy as he dashes his way back into what he believes is a safe corner of the office here. Kino able to excel for M80, though, find a decent trade and eliminate DP Fire, getting revenge for the earlier death of Iconic. Even then, once more, down to a 4v4 now as M80 try to proceed forward from East Main alongside of some control. They're more than likely going to get towards CCTV once the Yannick completes her own drone. Aside from that, Ying now dumping her first Candela into the depths of office here, but no follow-up just as of yet. Trying to see if they can force a reaction on anybody else from Mirage, but it's not going to end up transpiring. One of the members of the team does end up rotating down. The other 2 upstairs holds are more than likely to give away over the next few seconds too. They just do not have the manpower or even the utility power to stem the tide here.
No, the back off, which is good, especially with M80 starting to use those Candelas on the roam clear. A second kill goes their way as well. So the rotation well timed by Mirage. Rampy falls. The last bastion of that roam inside of Armory. Another player put low on HP on Mirage. Kansan below half health. The T95 for Kino ringing out, suppressed but still very loud, ringing in the ears of the defenders. Kino has 3 Candelas remaining as well, and with full vertical control for the attack, once they go in for this execute, Kino should very well be able to toss those Candelas into the site, and as the attack waits and hides around the corner to hide their own vision, they can press on in once those 3 Candelas detonate and clean up this round.
Kansan dancing around death right now as he knows that top-down pressure is incredibly strong against him, knows he cannot directly peek it, but at the same time, he needs to be able to maintain some resistance to the push that's going to be bleeding in a second here for the members of Mirage. As we see that Yeti opening up an angle is not going to be able to spot the planter, so Kino gets it down cleanly onto the ground. Watching for crosses, gets some damage out, but no kills claimed against Kino or his other teammate that have been staring nearby. Surf also looking to work his way deeper back into this retake as well, as he had been forced into the back end of the site alongside Kansan here. Kansan not long for this world apparently, but Surf is there for the trade. However, still down a player. They only go 1 for 1 in that scenario. Diffuser has been spotted back out. They're going to be able to retake considerable control in the area around the Diffuser, and a big pickup from Surf, but once again, the top downs are alive and well, and that's the big issue that unfortunately can't be dealt with by the defense, giving M80 a second round now.
After losing those 2 roamers and realizing that the Ying was on the board and what M80 might have in mind, I think Mirage made the right call. Play for the retake, don't try to contest on the site, and you'll end up getting blinded by those Candelas, and it won't be a fight at all for M80 to win that round. So move off of the site, try to deny the plant, but unfortunately, that stock position, if maybe he'd even gotten a little aggressive, maybe hopped out that window, might have gotten an angle on Kino planting in that position, but just unfortunately, nobody decided to go for the retake on the vertical, or once they did, the bomb was already down, M80 were already cemented in their positions, so I think the aggression from Mirage maybe was just a little too slow, even though the call to play for the retake once they entered that 3v4 was the right one.
Limited manpower to play that retake with as well, so I don't even realistically think they could have afforded to have one of their players rotate all the way around through what would have had to have been an East main play to counter out those upstairs positions, and you could bet more than likely that M80 probably had a player keeping an eye on that as well, since that was their only realistic option. Just not a lot of ways for Mirage to come out on top of that retake there, as it's played so cleanly by M80. Speaking of which, full repick now for the team going into this next round here. Few of them are change-ups in terms of who is taking which operator. As we can see, that's going to be the case for 3 out of the 5 here, if I'm reading it correctly, but the Ying is being repicked into this one, as well as the Garhook for Gomez.
Oh boy, Kino's on his favorite op, John. This man is famous for his love of Cali, and this is screaming one thing in my mind. Though Kino is now running over to the armory side of things, so maybe it will change. My initial thought process was that we'd see Gomez fly into sandwich window, Kino go all the way in Narnia on the east side to cover a plant maybe inside of Archives, but Kino's only getting Claymores over here so far. Maybe he has a different idea, could also go on that CC repel, hold a very long angle into break to catch any rotations. Based on many of the positions in the attack, it's looking like maybe at least some East Stairs pressure early on. But either way, I'm excited for whatever this lineup has in store, because the Gar hook has not gone off yet, and that means whenever that execute comes, you can expect Gomez to go in sync with the Candelas and for some explosions from M80.
Absolutely going to be the case, especially when you consider, for those who spotted it, good spot as well. It is going to be Gomez running with the shotgun this time on the Gar hook also.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, we only saw it for a split second, but she does have the shotgun currently in the inventory, and you can see that on the left side now. Already firing out some shots, actually, as Gomez works his way into the lower floor right now. I think just taking over some vents control and using that shotgun to open up a few rotates.
Oh, Lord. He's gone up the hatch.
He's always going up the hatch.
Oh, this is the play
Ready
right
for
here.
it. Let's see. He needs to try and win out the fight. Yeti's claimed the first resistance kill, though, and it's against Kino, so this may actually kill it outright. We'll have to see. Trying to line himself up for it. Up he goes. Is there a challenger waiting around the corner? No, it's from his backside instead. All of his teammates falling down beside him. It's an interesting strat to be sure from M80, but it just does not work out as Mirage shut it down outright in a flawless round.
Oh, I'm gutted, John. I'm absolutely gutted by that.
Gomez just couldn't find anyone when he went up top there. They just rotated completely away from him.
I try not to be biased for a team, but I can't even lie to you. I wanted M80 to win that round so badly, man. I've not seen somebody just send it up that hatch. I thought maybe we'd see Gomez going through that sandwich window and cause chaos, but as you pointed out, the Supernova, that makes the close quarters engagement inside of small office a lot more favorable for that Amaru, but again, as you pointed out, nobody was biting. Not a single person from Mirage were caught out of position or getting aggressive. They were all waiting, and the moment M80 just sent it on in, even if some of the players were blinded, there were plenty that could still watch the angles they were entering from and cut short that very exciting and interesting setup.
Kino going down first pretty much kills it as well when you consider the fact that he was more than likely meant to be Overwatch for the Amaru play going into that one. So unfortunate as it just does not pan out. Like I said, it's an interesting strat, and I'd love to see it attempted again in the future. Probably not in this match, but maybe in a future one for this team, but just does not work out this time around. I think it has prompted possible tack pause coming in here too, as we got that considerable delay between the last round and this one.
We'll say if it is a tack timeout, I was a little bit surprised. I mean, haven't seen anything I feel too worrying from M80 or Mirage just yet.
Been back and forth. Might have just been a quick tech or something like that.
Well, either way, even if it was a tack timeout, maybe there was something going wrong in the comms, but I do believe, I understand, might have been a tack timeout for Mirage. Yeah. Still a timeout taken by Mirage nonetheless. Hopefully we'll see M80, of course, taking some time of their own during that, get a different idea for the Ying play. Well, I mean, Kino does have about 17 seconds to still switch off that operator, but they have decided that they want to make this an element of their roam clear, and I think that's definitely a good idea to take advantage of the benefits that Ying has to offer, as well as the Warden ban, because the opening engagements, because the entry phase of the round, those first 45 seconds to a minute and a half is so important. Use those Candelas, throw the defenders off guard, but Mirage have brought some good tools of their own. They've brought the castle to sort of block off some entry points and angles for the attack, and also brought that Valkyrie to bring the intel, and brought the Mozzie and the Mute to deny that intel as well. So a little bit of a game in cat and mouse potentially between these two teams.
Mirage as well here, very importantly, once again, not bringing a whole lot of mitigation, pretty much none going into this round at all. Even when they had brought the Ying previously, they were mostly just dealing with the laser gates in forms of utility that could end up eating that one out. Now they've got absolutely nothing, so the Candelas are gonna go off every single time unless they're like a misthrown or something like that, which isn't really gonna happen. So it's a safe bet that that utility will find good impact for the M80 side. So they're gonna continue to run it more than likely for these final 2 rounds here, unless we see Mirage as well change up their own operator picks. Spoit already with some control upstairs here, but quite a bit more to work towards, as of course we are going to be going against the Vents defense for Mirage downstairs, so they have a bit more of a stalwart hold on the inside of the office archives as well as armory area yet again.
M80 able to acquire that CC control basically for free, but Spoit does take some damage as he rotates through 90, but still the ability to hold this part of the map, and M80 mount pressure from East Stairs into Office as well. They can begin to encircle this part of the map, even though most of Mirage, at least the Mirage players off site, are stationed up there. One prox alarm will signal Iconic's position. He joins Spoit inside. It looks like they might try to flood him through Armory instead, take the fight with the cap can, and then progress on forward. Playing these trades with these two aggressive players could work out, but 2 members, 3 total from M80 have taken damage. That does not stop Kino from opening things up with a quick kill onto Yeti.
Dropped out from Rampy as well. But that player is lost, not wanting to risk anything else at this early phase of the round still. With just under half of it to go, they need to make sure that the actual defensive matrix is not going to fall to pieces. Good impact coming out here, actually deals some decent damage to Iconic as well. And now the peek into it, DP Fire ready for the challenge, nearly gets a second. Had the headshot lined up there. We're going to see Spoit pick up the exchange for it. Diaz with another one for the assaulting force as well. Rampy now falls to Diaz. Leaving only Kansan and Surf in it for the defense. Good thing we saw the fallback from before, but now it's going to be a bit of a moot point here when both players are going to have to knock out 2 each to stand a chance against the Flood, which is only blowing up here in just a moment.
Good shot by Surf, denying the ability to open up that hatch. They do have some Rotero drones to open it up as well, so still possible for M80 to open up that hatch. Not a lot of time, though. They have 38 seconds, but maybe still about 10 seconds away from an execute, and all on reduced HP. No C4 from Kansan, but if they can play the retake, dodge these Candelas, and just pepper some more shots into these attackers, this could still be a winnable round.
Diaz with the pickup, though, makes those chances slim to none at this point. Surf left alone, gets an impressive kill there. Grabbing at least 1, dropping down through the hatch, but aside from that, he is quickly dealt with. And once again, M80 is able to slay out here to claim 1 of the final 2 rounds of this first half.
Just good, efficient use of the Ying so far, but you really have to commend Mirage for holding on to that roam in the mid-round, but M80 were just a very good job at stacking up at those entryways, playing those trades, and of course, by the execute, using that utility and converting the advantage they acquired earlier into a very successful execute. Now they've secured themselves at least a 3-3 half, and if Mirage can answer back, I think both teams can confidently say that they played a very good half, because honestly, between these two teams, there are not quite a lot of obvious faults and missteps being made. Just really, especially in the early round in the execute, the middle round's often quiet, but in the first 45 seconds and the last 45 seconds has really been, these teams have just been outplaying each other if they win it.
Absolutely agree with that sentiment there, as we have been seeing very close contention in quite a few of these rounds. Well, yeah, some of them have been somewhat one-sided. It hasn't, as you mentioned, been due to any direct mistakes being made by the losing team from that round. It's more been due to the successes of the team that ends up taking it for themselves. So M80 looking to solidify that here with a 4th round for an overall 4-2 halftime scoreline. With Mirage able to seesaw this a little bit, they as well are keen on that 3-3 half. As they change things up just a little bit for their final site hold, still downstairs on the inside of Vents, it looks like, for this final defensive setup here. Pulse has been brought out for Kansan. The Malus is going to try to slow things down on the interior site take as well here, so those few changes hopefully giving them that greater capability to control the actual site fight, which it really didn't seem like they've had that control up until this point, in my opinion.
Also see DP Fire more actively holding CCTV in this round. I like that change. It stops M80 from acquiring that CCTV control so early, and as we saw, even though they flirted with east side pressure, as we entered into the mid-round, they quickly rotated over to Armory, dealt with DP Fire in that position. Or actually, it's Yeti on the Azami, excuse me. DP Fire is playing Azami quite a bit, but doesn't matter what gun he has. Dome Spoit, the very player who took early control of this part of the map in the last round. Now Mirage, in turn, will take a very early lead and can sit comfortably on this roam, even as well, aided by the Pulse. I mean, this is just a lot going for them in the first 45 seconds.
We're going to see this thermite barricade being used. Keep in mind, folks, it is going to open up this wall sitting to the left of it, so it's not a bad one. An immediate follow-up from Iconic to pick up a kill, too. Beautifully done, but keep in mind, they did lose another one of their own teammates in the process here, so it is just a trade. Mirage still down at this point here, or rather, M80 still down, I should say, by at least 1 player in this situation. So despite the successes from Iconic, nicely found by Kino in the meanwhile here, as he's busy clearing things out on the inside of Customs itself. He catches Surf mid-rotate, trying to work up those metal stairs, and now things have even backed down.
I mentioned at the beginning that it's been the first 45 seconds of the last 45 seconds that have really made these rounds for either Mirage or M80, but here it might actually be the mid-round for M80 that gets this back. Kino's able to find that kill on metal stairs, and as they've recovered and gained that 3v3 with still a minute and a half to go, they could still stack up on this defender inside of Armory. They have intel on his position, but both DP Fire and Yeti are now stacked up, playing off each other. Diaz will creep on in. The Banshee reveals his spot. He's flashbanged by his own team as well, so the push in halted for the time being. DP Fire still low, can maybe be traded out by Yeti, and indeed he is. Excellent overwatch by the Azami. Now Rampy tag teaming with him on that top floor. They'll pull back because they know even with a minute left, because they've done that damage, they might still be able to win it. But oh my god, John, Kino's in the site. He somehow acquired this level of control, and as the Candelas go out, they can still go for the plant.
Diaz as well trying to maintain a long-range overwatch for anyone that would drop down inside of the lobby and attempt to retake from their default plant positions so they can go all the way outside and just hold angles to win this one out. Is going to put a lot of pressure, at least initially, on the player holding the door. Another Candela goes in, wastes out a good 5 seconds or so. Is just going to blind Yeti, hold him back from his immediate retake angle. Rampy as well with nothing to find from this top down. So not going to be the best retake position for him to use. Dropping down this hatch could very well lead to his own death, and another Candela goes out, blinding him. Great utility usage here, just to waste the time more than anything. Constantly just annoy these defenders, and now aggression to push back in, pull off their own retake of their own plants, and win out the round that way. Beautifully done from M80 to claim one final round at the tail end of the half.
I gotta give credit to Kino for that round. I mean, of course, he got that kill onto Surf, who was rotating up metal stairs, which secured passport control really fully for the attack, and then making the read in the mid round, likely aided by the information provided by his team. Of course, Diaz Lucas pushing that top floor, alongside, I believe, Gomez as well. Once they realized there were 2 roamers on that top floor that needed to rotate back, Kino took the control he acquired earlier, took a snapshot of the site right there.
What was that for?
I don't know. I mean, he's been doing a lot of stuff with the camera, which I appreciate, by the way.
Taking a picture of the moment or something?
Yeah,
like,
I guess. I mean,
does he not know you just hit like F12 to take a screenshot?
It's funny this way, though. It's funny this way.
It's a good meme. Yeah.
But no, seriously, like, you really got to give it to
He
Kino.
needs to send a few of those to us so we can hang them up here.
Ooh, that'd be good. Dude, I bet Jesse could craft a lot of good bits with some Kino photos.
Make a scrapbook.
Yeah.
All right, well, we've got M80 on the defensive end. Now trying to lock in victory on this matchup. Just 3 rounds to go. Mirage, of course, looking for the comeback now after having a relatively decent start to things, going back and forth, neck and neck with M80, but falling off big time towards the tail end of the half. Now looking to make up for this on the attacking side. We'll see if they're able to exercise as much control as M80 found on those final 2 rounds.
Kansas bringing the Ying immediately. You know, because M80 were like,
We'll just like slowly wean it in here.
maybe we don't need it, maybe we don't. Okay, we do need it. Let's play it now. And it worked very well. So Mirage are like, well, they probably had something going with that. They probably knew what they were doing. So let's bring the Ying as well. This isn't to say they're copying M80. They probably just thought of the idea themselves, but still provides a good parallel for what they can do. I imagine, like M80 as well, Mirage will look to acquire some early East Stairs control when attacking this armory attack, or this armory site. Sometimes they move into CCTV as well, M80 did, but Mirage are very much looking on acquiring East Stairs pressure, then leverage it for further angles onto break and CC dash. This is often, I would say, probably the most common spot where armory attacks tend to collide with the defense, and sure enough, it seemed to be the first 45 seconds where both teams are coalescing to form and create these first opening entry engagements.
DP Fire trying to drone from the roof skylight here. Figures out the position of just one player. I think it's Kino down below. It's found out. Going to try to bank the nade in onto him as well. Has to be expecting this considering the drone he just took out here a few seconds prior. And indeed he is. Backs up into a corner. He's not going to be knocked out by either one of those nades. Wasted out that utility, unfortunately, for the attackers. And even with the breach being made, I mean, he can even afford to get a little bit aggressive now. Knows that that resistance is not going to be coming into any form. But you still have 2 more nades being built up by another player, but the impact just goes right into the face by their Surf or Rampy right there. Rampy is going to get brought back, but now Yeti's down too. Everyone from Mirage fallen by the wayside. Don't even being finished off just yet. It's going to start to change here now as Gomez gets the finisher onto Yeti, takes him down outright. Surf as well, still in a down state. Potentially retrievable though when you look at the situation a bit more clearly here. DP Fire as well, nicely done to take out the player that had thrown him down onto the ground. So Mirage getting a bit better control over this situation after initially it looked like things were just going to fall to pieces a few seconds ago.
How have they brought that one back? I mean, that looked like a pretty quick round, and suddenly 3 people being downed only turned into a man advantage? I'm not really sure how that's just happened. I mean, Surf and Rampy are both low health, to be fair, and Gomez retains control of CCTV with less than a minute left for Mirage's attack. So this is a very powerful angle. He might even be able to see this player moving into East Stairs. They have intel on the other one as well. So Gomez has a very long angle, but you cannot teach that. DP Fire on a tear to game, or this game. and is able to read out Gomez's very position. Of course, he can get stimmed back up. Mirage are not going to roll over quietly.
With their own quick revival, M80 go back to full strength as of a few seconds ago. Now ready to fend off the execute coming into the site. Iconic takes down the first challenger. Second one goes to him as well. 2 more moving into Archives, going for the plant with Kansan being the defender, sitting directly behind him. They get themselves off the plant though. Don't have confidence in this one. Diaz moves in, takes out the planter and the second follow-up as well. A great retake here from M80. Always having control over the round, but had a little bit of trouble knocking out a few of those players, giving Mirage that opportunity to rebound. Unfortunately, does not pan out though, as they choose the wrong path into the site, and M80 is more than ready to shut down that challenge.
I think Surf might have actually been able to stick that plant. I think it was a very safe decision to fall off. I understand why he did it, but unfortunately for him, the dramatic irony of the situation, might have been able to stick it if he could have. But again, totally understand why. But again, you have to give it to both teams. I mean, that basically shifted hands about 5 different times in 5 seconds during that opening round of engagements. And ultimately, M80 still kept the upper hand through it. Even when they lost the man advantage, the positions they still held and the time they had wasted, they still had CC control that caused some uncertainty for Mirage, and they controlled the bulk of the resources inside of Office and Archives, which is where Mirage decided to execute from. That was the deciding factor, because Mirage kept with that execute, and M80 read into it perfectly.
Good discipline overall, too. They more than likely are aware of quite a few of those 3 players at one point that were downed, and no one overextends necessarily to try and find those picks. There is one player that's just continues to hold their angle on the inside of Break that gets taken down by a member of Mirage ultimately, but aside from that, they don't really lose anyone trying to chase those kills down. They're still able to keep solid control over the overall situation, despite the fact that Mirage got all 3, or at least 2 out of 3 of those players back up from the grave.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
Definitely a make or break round for Mirage right now, because they've looked very good, but that if they end up losing this game, this will be 2 out of 3 games that they would have looked very good in one particular game where they would have been extremely close, but close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. And unfortunately, in a very quick best or one round robin, losing out on some points when there's not that many matchups, you gotta be careful. You gotta get these rounds when you need them, and M80 are 1 round away from securing at least 1 point in this matchup. They've also brought the Mira to maybe shake up Mirage a little bit, because as both teams have done, they've used this Ying, and while, you know, the Ying can't stop you from being blind or stop the Ying from throwing those Candelas, it allows the defense to hold on to these positions a little more stalwartly, duck down from behind that Black Mirror, and if it's not been cleared or dealt with by the attack, they still have an angle alive.
We have M80 once again trying to poke out with bits of aggression all over the map. Iconic nearly setting himself up for an early elimination, tries to fire back against DP Fire, who throws out most of those shots. But DP Fire's angle is much safer, as you can see, with this hard wall supporting his peak, only really revealing his head and shoulders over to his opponent, so he takes 0 damage in response to the damage he himself dishes out against Iconic there. Iconic, I believe, potentially having to give up the position in CCTV as well if he had to rotate for it, but upon further look, it looks like he is still maintaining a presence on the inside, just with a bit more teammate support, and he is specifically playing behind that mirror window now.
Just holding complete dominion over the 90 hallway, looking towards east stairs. And this has certainly tripped up Mirage in the early round. They've made their way onto that stairwell, but over half the round now gone. They haven't even entered break, haven't even started entering into CCTV, and they are very fixated on this position. Candela goes on in, and most of them are shot. So as the in goes on in, oh no, Gomez! To go! He disappears, and he leaves Iconic to his fate. A brutal misplay for M80. Oh no. If they end up losing this round, they'll still have a lead, but oh boy, they'll be kicking themselves for this one.
Gomez, he's a deserter, drops back down, leaves his teammate for dead here. Another kill now picked up by the attack as well. Kino is going to end up getting dropped a few seconds after Iconic. Not a good situation here now for M80, as they were in a good position to completely shut down that take and keep Iconic alive. Now it's no longer the case, and it just keeps getting worse. Spoit gets tripped up with a flash going into his face, can't find the head of Rampy, and he takes him down instead. Diaz and Gomez are all that remains. Thankfully, this is a lower floor hold. There is still going to be a little mini reset here for Mirage, but they don't even really have the firepower at this point to fend it off. It's a 2v5 now, and there's been virtually 0 damage on anyone from Mirage.
And Diaz taking even more damage as the time dwindles low. One player does fall, and Kansan drops to low HP. So perhaps M80 might just have a win cooked up in their pocket. Bomb going down, and now Gomez in a 1v5. This would be be the ultimate redemption from his misplay earlier. He's only got one, make that 2 kills. Finishes off Surf. Kansan on 1 HP. Bomb now down, so not infinite time for Gomez to clutch this one. He'll look up the stairs, but dedicate himself to the first floor and domed, cementing a victory for Mirage. And yet, of course, Gomez didn't mean to drop down that hatch, but this is one of those cases where that one misplay was the first domino to fall.
Very much the case, and it just, like we said, kept getting worse and worse from that point forward. Players on M80 trying to make up the difference, trying to get hyper-aggressive to swing, counter out the expectations of their opponents, but it just continued to give over more and more control to the attackers, ultimately allowing for them to walk into the site, get a free plant down, and a fairly simplistic post plan as well. Yep, a little bit of damage being traded back and forth. And Gomez, a valiant attempt to clutch it in the 1vx, but nowhere close to control over the situation. So it is dropped, and now we see Mirage close the gap yet again here, as the scoreline overall drops to a 5-3. Still in favor of M80 at this point, though.
I do like them running this Mira setup back. Likely going to actually be very similar to their vent setup as well. Maybe not in the exact same position, but maybe some early control on that top floor. We'll focus on CCTV, then maybe fall back to Armory once Mirage starts to put a little bit of that pressure on. We do have a switch up from Mirage, at least for the time being, dropping the Ying, which almost every single attacking team has run since about round number 3 or 4. And at least for the moment, gonna extend out my words because he's now just switched back to the Ying. I was gonna talk about the Brava John, but then he just switched back. I guess
It's happened like 3 times this game, though, where they try to talk about a repick and then they just like, nah, never mind.
Well, as a caster, at least in Rainbow Six, I'm always like, oh, wow, that's a really exciting repick. Oh crap! I started talking about it. There's 25 seconds left. This is gonna be really awkward.
That is the one thing. That is the one thing I miss about 6 picks. Is like at least we knew they were happening, you know.
This is better than 6
yeah, you know, I agree 100% with you. But
well, either way, again, with the defense, they're still running that same setup, and I imagine Mirage are likely going to run something fairly similarly as before. The Dokkaebi and the Candelas have been very pivotal for them in the early round, and we have that same mirror window watching 90 hallway, but a very good drone by Yeti on this exact position. That intel is going to be so useful for them because they know exactly when or when not that player is on the mirror. They can counter it as a result, because many of those Candelas were shot before, so if they have intel on the player playing there, those Candelas might actually be more effective.
Gonna keep moving that drone forward. It does get spotted out by Iconic, though, so it does not get past the breach going into 90 itself. First kill is claimed by M80 on this round also. Rampy gonna get found out this time in comparison to the last one where he was able to get one of the opening entries over towards East Main. Now he goes down instead, trying to make an impact over here. Still on that east side, of course, but finding himself dead instead of with a kill. Overall, M80 still in control of the situation. Yeti with some forward control, of course, now having moved in through Passport to try and throw a nade forward. Oh, Diaz has a lucky star watching out for him, apparently, as he just barely stays alive from that nade. 5 HP or less currently for him, as he tries now to survive out the rest of the round, probably within the depths of showers, not wanting to fall victim to a secondary nade.
Yeah, that's a case of the 3 armor diff right there, and that one C4 he's got in his pocket survives. One Candela goes out as well from Kansan. Not sure where it is. Nothing capitalized off it just yet. The attack does know about the one player lurking inside event. Very default position to hold tellers, as you often just hold off the site and play for the retake or play to stop the very execute that you know the attack will do. Almost all of M80 except for DS Lucas on that western side of the map. He'll send out the C4, but Kansan can easily dodge that one. So Mirage have quite a bit going for them. They've got that vertical control. They're really set up for this execute once they start moving in through courtyard. The only problem is everyone from M80 is watching this position.
M80 immediately shutting down 2 of the players trying to move in. It takes some control towards vents. There's a third right there. Very straightforward shutdown coming in from our defenders right now. And it's going to tee us up for our penultimate round, or rather for potentially our ultimate round. Yeti at least gets the finisher off onto Diaz. That was that nade damage that we had happen prior, as he was just barely able to survive that. So he does eventually fall victim to that on a second nade. But overall, the round still very much under the control of M80 as they push it to map and match point.
And Mirage beginning to stall out at the very end there. They had that vertical control. They had that office control. Of course, there were still defenders on that top floor, but they were all inside of Armory on that western side of the map. And so as Mirage had east, they had a way into sight. You had Yeti in courtyard. They always were hesitant to take that final step, as they were down a man, and M80 would just be able to trade them out and start retaking those positions. So it was a difficult game to play, but they tried to force and execute. Unfortunately, just time and time kept getting burned and burned and burned. 3 rounds now. We'll have to see Mirage fight back. But yesterday, there were 2 different 6-3 comebacks to overtime, John. So given the trend from day 1, this is certainly not done for Mirage.
Mirage has already showed us the capability to kind of come back from the depths in these situations as well here. and already shown their capability to challenge M80, but we really have not seen that, unfortunately, ever since the halftime flip. M80 very much, save for one round, has been in control of this scenario, so it is going to take that rebound energy from Mirage. They need to find themselves for 3 more pickups here, trigger that OT, and still keep a point on the board for themselves out of this matchup versus just the full 3 spread that M80 would get if they close this down with 1 more at some point in the next 3.
It also goes to show how confident M80 are in their play, because if I am correct, I believe Armory might have opened up, and they decided not to go with it.
I think you're right.
Yeah, it was the first round M80 won on their attack, but they've gone back to Vents, which some of you might be thinking if they lost, why to go back to it? I mean, they lost it because Gomez accidentally fell down a hatch.
Yeah.
And that was basically the beginning of the end.
Not wrong.
Because before Gomez dropped down that hatch, he had shot not 1 but 2 Candelas that Kansan had thrown into CCTV.
They also had no idea he was in that position.
Oh,
as well.
no, yeah, Kansan was literally looking to his right to clear the mirror window and had no idea he was there. They might know now because Kansan saw him drop down the hatch, but this was still a very rock-solid setup from M80 that could have worked out, save for 1 very small individual mistake, but Mirage have chained things up completely as well, but Kansan looking to maybe just send it into Sandwich.
One of those Candelas is whipped, but shouldn't really detract from the overall situation too much, just with how many were flooded in. Mirage picked up a quick kill, but the responses start to flood in as well. Spoit goes 1 for 1 with his opponents here, quickly knocking out the drone presence as well, while having to dodge nades. Nicely played by Spoit, keeps his composure, comes out with another kill, and still survives the nade damage. Also, wants to go for 3 now, but has to be careful. This is a hard prepared angle on the rappel outside. Rampy taking a lot of heat as he tries to move forward, but he'll be found out also and taken down here now by Gomez on the other side outside of Beepers.
No Candelas left for Kansan. Surf's got those skeleton keys to take some close quarters engagements. Oh, Kino gives one away to the Ying. He'll take that advantage with a smile. Makes it a little bit more manageable, especially because Spoit is on low HP, and both of those C4s remaining for the defense are gone, and Mirage still have 1.5 minutes left. Both players have at least 1 drone in pocket. Kansan will move on in as well as Surface holding the armor. Oh no! You can't, you gotta watch your feet, my boy.
Always the random spot on the floor as well.
Well, I don't know if I'd call random, it's a vent window.
Oh, it's the window spot. I didn't realize, I thought it was like directly to the right of the doorway. I didn't realize he'd gone that far.
No, but I mean, you wouldn't expect to step in that frost mat walking in the doorway, but that might be, I mean, he's got time to revive him, but now that Kansan's on low HP, that unfortunately might just be the nail in the coffin for Mirage if M80 play passive and just hit the remaining shots.
It's the HP disadvantage that's really going to hurt their capability here now. No Ying Candelas to throw in, as you mentioned a few seconds ago as well here. Surf actually getting the angle against Diaz, although I'm not sure if he realizes it yet. Diaz as well with some play potential against this, considering it is the 3v2. If he wants to get a little bit aggressive, he could try to peek in against that bottom to top angle, but choosing the safe option instead, goes in behind the hard wall, now trying to avoid these additional utility deaths. Actually noticing the EDDs this time, prevents disaster and what could have been the elimination of Surf had he not checked for it before going through the doorway there. And now sets him up for the drop. He'll head in. Drops down towards server. Spoit already with a counter to the rotate if he tries to go back over towards main door, but instead just going to throw that case down onto the ground. Kansan is also descended to join him. Nicely done from Surf. Gets himself off the plant, stops it, but the retake now coming forward for Gomez. Drops the case down to the ground, leaves Kansan on his lonesome, and Diaz to seal the deal with 1 final kill as this map and this match goes over to M80.
I think Mirage really had some good defenses in the first half. Even though it was a 4-2, I think it was deceptively maybe favoring towards M80. I think either could have ended up winning that half, but really the attacks from Mirage, they didn't look bad by any means. They were fine. The main problem was especially once M80 started bringing out that Mira, Mirage really struggled to clear those power positions, clear the spots that M80 were holding solidly, and that was what ended up getting M80, just those defenses that were a little bit better than Mirage's attacks.
So M80 happy with that victory. They're putting themselves on a much more solid foundation, especially finding that victory on the inside of regulation before their opponent's going to have to do some bigger work here in the future in order to find another victory for themselves, as it's rebound time for them. That does it for our second map, ladies and gentlemen. Do stick with us. We're going to go a quick break. When we come back, we'll have your analysis desk ready to break things down.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. Doa, Jesse, and Demo here with you. And standing by, we have none other than M80's own Spoit to chat with us a little bit after that last match. Thanks for joining us, Spoit. You know, the first thing I got to ask you is, after you kind of became the star at the Berlin Major last year, did you ever think that in less than 12 months you'd be playing for an NA team in the NAL?
No, I actually had no idea. So this whole thing is like, it's crazy, you know? I don't know what to say.
It's working out so far.
Yeah, so far so good. So you just gotta keep going, you know, improving day by day. We've only been a team for like 2 weeks now, so you know, things take time, but so far so good, I guess.
Yeah.
Hello, William. It's good to see you.
Hello there.
Again.
Good to see you.
Talk to me about the structure of M80, because for me yesterday watching it, it felt very, you know, coy, rogue-esque, where you kind of have yourself moving in, getting the entries, iconic, kind of fill in the role of what you would be used to as being Cryan in that scenario, where he's kind of off doing his own thing, making the plays. Was that the kind of go-to vision that M80 came to you and said, hey, we want to kind of, you know, keep it similar to what you're already used to, or was it, you know, more of a collective thought that maybe you said, hey, I'd like to do this?
Yeah, see, like with me joining the team and Dave, so we bring a lot of things that we had in the previous team. So I had a lot of like 3-to-1 pushes in Koi, a lot of like good clear comms, you know, very, you know, making sure everyone is on the same page and stuff. So that's what I'm trying to bring to this team. But just overall, like I think we have the best from every world, basically, like from me, from Koi, and what I bring from like kind of that side of things. And then we have Dave, iconic. From Astralis, and their kind of hyper-aggressive play style. And then we have M80, which is really like, they play a lot on their strats and stuff like that. So just, if we can balance out everything, comms and everything, strats, that would be a perfect team. But it takes time, like I said.
Good to hear, Spoit. I wanted to dive in a little bit towards the attacks that you guys were running here on Border. You were really dialed in on making those Ying execute works, and it came after your opponents bans the Warden against you. Was that a plan that you already had? You were already going to run the Ying on this bomb site, or was that something where you saw the ban, you said, hey, we can do this with a lot of these pushes, we can make this work?
That was just something we came up with a fly, to be honest. I mean, we were kind of shocked with the Warden ban. We recently scrimmed those guys, and they didn't ban any of those 2 ops that they banned today. So we just had to like kind of figure out and see what they had in the prep phase and try and like style out something from that, I guess.
Fair enough. All right, one more question before we let you go. I'm curious, if M80 manages to win stage 1, would you consider getting a haircut like the gentleman behind you?
Yeah, Seb's haircut. Yeah.
Swap it up.
Yeah.
I think you can pull it off.
Maybe I can rock the man bun. Who knows? Who knows?
There you go. All right. Well, something to think
sure.
about.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for
Yeah.
taking the time to chat with us.
All right.
Congrats again on the win today, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you guys. See you guys later. Take care.
All right, there you go. Spoit from M80, rather. Another successful outing here at the Rainbow North American League. And yeah, highlights from that match. It seemed like Mirage were in it, but in the end, you know, M80 just were the stronger team.
Yeah, they were first half. I think they put up a good fight. I think Mirage came in with a good mindset, good kind of play style, running the Azami, holding into security, you know, doing the basics right, which I said they're a team that can really do the basics well. I think it was that Ying, Jesse, in opening half that I think M80, they really got good value out of the operator.
Yeah, I mean, better value than the team that actually banned the Warden, right? You banned the Warden.
It's
It's
always
like,
fun to see.
your entire strategy is going to be, all right, we're going to play with the Ying. There is now no Ying
You've
counter.
buffed the enemy.
It did
are you
not go
doing?
well for them at all. Kino really thrived, I think, on those executes. I think in the earlier round.
So good. My favorite Brazilian, by the way.
Bold statement.
That's
Fair enough.
I don't care. No one's come close
He's
to
an
him.
entertaining player.
Kino,
Dynamic personality.
he's been fantastic. I think he really thrived in the late round. I think early round it was probably Spoit.
Oh, he's great.
Who was getting a lot of those opening picks, really was dueling with kind of, you know, DP Fire
yeah.
in the earlier rounds, dueling with the rest of the players. Yeti kind of had a lot of those moments as well where he wasn't really able to stand up to Spoit. And so they are really starting to work together a lot more. I think on the defense as well, the fact they were able to kind of maintain a lot of these advantages with the health, even that one round where they down everybody, right? They may not have numbers, but they're
Look at this.
still,
Look at
they're still
this.
able to battle back.
Shoots 2 Candelas, which I think, oh, that's brilliant. And then, what?
Why do we have to keep playing this?
What are you
clip for
doing?
him? We didn't got to do it to him. It's going to happen. Poor Gomez. They win this map anyways, but yeah, that's maybe the fail of the week, eh?
Yeah, I mean, it was almost going to be a great play, and then nope,
yeah.
he's tossed it away.
The week is young. You never know. It happens to the best of us. Well, there you go. In conclusion, do we feel like we got what we wanted out of M80 here in this game? I feel like this is kind of what we were hoping to see coming into it after that close loss yesterday. They seem to be kind of back on track.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, this is a squad M80 that you expect to be top 4, top 2 even.
Top 1.
You did pick them number 1, and they
Good
lost
imagine, yeah.
yesterday. But you know, they're on the path more or less. They could absolutely find that.
Fair enough. And I feel like it was, like I said before, it was a pretty decent outing for Mirage as well. Obviously not the result they wanted, but I feel like there was some definite signs of brilliance, a little
Yeah,
bit of improvement
yeah.
over yesterday.
Yeah, I think the second half, it just kind of, you know, the wheels came off the cart and they couldn't
happened.
really stop it. You know, it does happen, but it was a good first half. It's just they need to go back and see, okay, we're on border attacks. You know, if you can attack border well, which is something that I think this team can certainly train themselves up to do,
Right.
they could be a great team in that because I think they've got the defenses pretty on lock at the moment.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, great match for the second game of the day, but we still have a lot coming. 5 more, our third match coming up on the Rainbow Six North American League in just a few. Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. Your host, Joey, here along with Demo and Jesse. And Demo says something that piqued my interest just now during our little break. You said if Soniqs lose this game, they are dead to you completely. They are done for the stage, huh?
Not just for me, but I think their chances at challenging for the top 2 spots is
would be difficult.
gone at that stage.
You're not wrong.
For a team of the quality, you know, we look at the players individually, they're all brilliant and they've all came together to form this super team, pardon the pun. But I think certainly are the team that should be doing a lot better than what they currently are.
No, you're not wrong at all. I do think you look at the format, right? After this game, they're going to have a whole week to kind of look back. And if they can fix their issues, they can start playing together a little bit more. They've got 4 games in the round robin to go. They can probably sneak into top 6. They don't need to do so well in the group stage. Then they can play playoffs. Then they can think about the major. It's not. I don't think their stage is over if they lose today. but they need to improve after this.
The road becomes much more difficult at that
Certainly.
point, at least.
The issue
Yeah.
is their run of fixtures next week.
Who do they play?
They have all the big teams, so they have to go up against M80. They have to go up against DZ. They have to go up against Oxygen.
That is a tough week.
You know, the teams that they have played are the teams that they should be beating. You know, I said this. If anyone, you know, Soniqs yesterday, you know, losing the SSG, that's an upset. The loss today is an upset. If they lose the Parabellum, again, it's an upset for me.
It is, yep.
Yeah. Interesting you mentioned Parabellum, because Parabellum just coming off of a win over Oxygen yesterday for our last game of the day. So I think it remains to be seen if that would be an upset for Parabellum to take Soniqs. Like maybe, depending on what happens in this next one, maybe Parabellum is just better than we expected.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was always that question mark, right? Because PB do have a bit of a core returning, right? They've got the synergy between Laxing and Skies coming back in. They've also got that synergy, right, with Spiker and Spiff, who played on Aerial Rise Academy back in the underage leagues. So there is some of that foundation that maybe starting off this stage, they're not going to be at the massive disadvantage that a lot of the other new teams are, brand new teams are.
Yeah.
And so we'll see. And I think we saw a little bit of that yesterday, some of that coordination coming through already. So, I mean, yeah Parabellum, they could be real forces at this stage.
Yeah, the thing is for Parabellum, I wouldn't say there's been a standout player so far. I'm still waiting to see, you know, when we look at some teams and think, oh, that's that player's team. Oh, we know that guy's really good for them all the time. I'm not seeing that with Parabellum, which can be a good and a bad thing, because a team where you don't really have a hero, which I think M80 for a long time probably were, and I think kind of Spoit Iconics came in there. I think, oh, Spoit Iconics in that team.
Yeah,
but
pick one.
You know, I think those kind of teams that are very consistent, where they've just got a multitude of players who can all step up in the day, is great to have, because it shows consistency. It shows good squad depth.
Well, we got the map ready to go. Let's find out where we're headed. It's going to be Clubhouse.
First of the season.
Our first Clubhouse, that's right, of the stage.
So Soniqs, a losing streak here in the NA League, also a losing streak on Clubhouse. 3 games in a row they've lost this map, despite it being a strong map for them back stage 3 in the NAL. They lost it to BDS in Yongshiping, and then they lost it to both M&M and DarkZero in Montreal. Obviously, that first map, the first map they had, slightly different roster. They had Kansan, but otherwise, it's the same team. I mean, that is a bit of a rough history.
I like it, though, from Soniqs, because I think if your maps aren't working, and obviously it has been working in the past games that we've seen them, you need to strip it all the way back to bare bone siege.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Clubhouse is that the way. It's a map where everyone who wants to get into this game competitively, this is the first map they go to.
That's right. Well, we'll see if Soniqs can get things back on track here, or if Parabellum can grab another much-needed win here in the stage. It's time to send it over to our casters. It's going to be, once again, Blue and Lynx.
Thank you very much, Doa. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, for map number 3 here. Let's get ourselves into it as we are on to another new map. You're finally expanding our lexicon a little bit as we go to Clubhouse for this one. The Soniqs, a must-win matchup for them, and Parabellum continuing to try and surprise the world as they look for another upset.
I mean, right now, the only thing in my head right now is what Demo talked about. This is the moment that Soniqs really need to test themselves and show that they can recover. With the opponents they have this week and the opponents they've just played, Parabellum has actually, I think, surprised us quite a bit. They've been a lot better than at least I expected. Spiker in particular getting acclimated to the league very quickly, which Jesse also pointed out earlier. I'm throwing so much credit to our analysts right now. But if Soniqs fall short this game at potentially even worse odds than they did Beastcoast, I'm quivering in my boots.
First defender ban coming up on the board as Hibana ends up being our second attacker knocked out alongside Ying. Valkyrie is going to be the first defender to be removed. Once again, it's that trio of commonly banned defending operators there that we've been seeing continuing to be incorporated here, and Valkyrie is one of those 3. More than likely going to end up with the second one of them, and indeed we do, as Solus is knocked out. That does, of course, mean that Azami is in play, so taking control of areas like Armory as well as those solo defendable positions all throughout the map are going to be a bit more of a pesky job. You'll need to bring some form of range soft breach to be able to deal with those if you're wanting to try and burn the Azami out of position. That's assuming, of course, either team is going to be making common use of her, and it seems like that's certainly going to be the case for the Soniqs, at least.
It also makes CCTV infinitely more viable than it would be without that Azami on the board, because before she was introduced, teams would often just hold that position with ADSs and magnets, but the ability to throw down those Kiva barriers and extend your cover and Raptors a little bit higher, it makes what is widely considered to be one of, if not the worst sites on Clubhouse, a lot better. Of course, as we've all seen, Gunner's not just waiting until CCTV and Cash to bring out the Azami. Gunner's bringing out the Azami right now. Seeing the reintroduction of Mozzie into the meta as well, Citizen will run that on this particular site, and with that presence of the Mozzie often indicates that we'll at least have a little bit of a loose roam early on. They might not try to solidly hold on to positions, you know, really contest that second floor, but it's likely he'll at least stay up here for the time being. Maybe the first minute shoot some drones before falling back.
Are still going to be able to take care of the hatchwork, of course. There was a lot of pieces of utility left in for the attackers to utilize. It's going to be a bit of a slower process in terms of distributing it among their own members, considering the fact that they are going to have to be reliant on both the Ace as well as the Thermite to get those open instead of the usual pick of Hibana. No secondary hard breach to speed that up here either, but thankfully the defense has no mitigation to stop those hatches from being open, to save for just the impact tricks that are more likely to be used over on the kitchen side. That is, however, going to be a bigger problem for Parabellum that they'll have to try and figure out. Speaking of which, Parabellum now starting to move in, take their first bits of map control, which so far, obviously, is going to be uncontested here by the Soniqs.
Fish moving in incredibly quickly on that top floor with a hot drone in front of him, moving all the way up to construction, but nobody to deal with. Nobody to find on those drones, just a formality by the attack to do their due diligence, drone out the top floor, drone out the middle floor before they get along with the vertical control, opening up of the soft floor, opening up of the hatches. Of course, a little bit more difficult with the Hibana banned off the board, but you just bring two hard breaches like the Ace and the Thermite, and you'll be on your way. Johnny on the spot. One, or something at least notified. I believe that's a Mozzie pest that they just located. They'll be able to shoot it, take down that intel denial, and you might be wondering, well, Carter, it seems like you're running out of things to talk about. Well, in the time that I've been talking, Parabellum have acquired the map control, and now this is where things might get interesting.
Patchwork going to be opened up now here for PB. Like I said, they do have to be a little careful with how they try to open these up, especially kitchen, but Moto as well as blue hatches are not a problem whatsoever. They'll have to make the choice in terms of which ones they want to prioritize here. There's still a minute and a half remaining. Fish, though, are just going to lurk towards the bottom of main stairs. This is oftentimes going to end up being a bit of a dangerous push, considering that without proper support, either from Moto or another angle, this player could very quickly find themselves locked into a box or just get randomly peeked from the soft wall to his left currently. That could lead to the elimination of that player. Fish realizes this, not really getting much out of that initial peek, so backs away from it. He's going to wait for his teammates to be in a better position to move forward as well.
Skies has very rapidly used every single bit of his skeleton key ammo. Maybe a little bit reckless, unfortunately. As you saw, he still wanted to open up that section of the hole, but realized he didn't have any skeleton key bullets left. But Grixer gets the first pick on a Spish. Skies the next to fall, both from the MPX on Grixer. A very excellent shot on the Skies, but also taking down that player on the bottom of main stairs. Fish was looking to run in through that ash wall breach that we saw Skies open up with the skeleton key, and now that Fish is gone, now that two bodies off of Parabellum, this kitchen hat drop and this blue control, a lot more uncertain.
Backs in with another pickup here for the defense. Loxing gets the first kill for PB, but is unable to carry it forward past that point. Citizen is available for an immediate response. Spiker wants to get rid of the Sazami barricade, so he has more sight lines into the actual depth of Armory, but Soniqs already rotated against this one, have fallen away from the angle. Spiker only being given a headshot angle to play things out against the Azami. Peek one more time, does take down Citizen, excuse me, that's going to be the Mozzie being played against there, but doesn't matter too much. He's immediately traded out by Geo on a direct peek against the kitchen hatch, with Soniqs locking in round number one.
One issue Soniqs had in their cafe game earlier, specifically kitchen, was not really controlling all the parts of the map you need to, not holding all the angles you need to if you want to bunker on a site, or if you want to maybe play retake for that site as well. That was not a problem Soniqs had at that round whatsoever. There was no roam presence from them. There were some Mozzie pests upstairs that slowed down the clear, but there was no actual physical presence from the Soniqs on that top floor. Instead, they waited for Parabellum to get to the execute stage, and nothing was left wanting for Soniqs on the defense. You had someone in blue, you specifically had Grixer on AK holding it down with the MPX, and also getting aggressive, getting an entry. That was something that Soniqs lacked on their defenses on Cafe earlier, and if they can keep up that momentum on Clubhouse defense, which is much harder than Cafe defense, they look like they might be able to recover.
Things looking good after the first round. They're going to continue to look good as they move upstairs. As Lynx already mentioned in the previous round, we have a zombie in play, and that increases their defensive capability on this site by a huge degree, specifically out in Garage, but you'll see that in the late round as well, with that potential capability to deny some of the access points if things get a bit drastic, and they don't have any other form of defensive utility or player positioning to fend off those pushes here. You can see the setup and how it's created a bit more of a difficult situation for Parabellum to work past, specifically in Garage, and as well, Rexon, no respect to the initial clears. He does try to go for a spawn peek. Unfortunately, stars are not going to align, so falls back to the usual position here now.
Parabellum do have quite a bit of tools to deal with this Azami setup in Garage. They have those Rotero drones from Spiff, and they also have the EMPs from Skies to deal with those ADSs and magnets. But if they want to use and save the EMPs for that position, they need to deal with this Bandit trick. With Thatcher on the board, Bandit is always, or well, not always, can't say 100% of the time, but most of the time brought, and should be brought, to deny this plat wall from being opened up, to put those Bandit batteries down and destroy those exothermics. So if Gunnar can waste time, he can waste those EMPs and keep those ADSs and magnets alive in the late round by expending all this utility. 2 EMPs now going out. Lexing will try to put it on the right panel, but Gunnar has completely prepped it. He's got it in time. Of course, one Selma will open up that left wall, but a Selma hole that you have to vault through versus an exothermic you can sprint through. The wall's still opened up, but that's definitely a win for the Soniqs.
Soniqs gonna be certainly a little bit happier about the situation with the wall being opened up in the way that it has been. Laxing, meanwhile, here, still with one more direct thermite charge in his pocket. It looks like they want to try and pop that open. EMP going down onto the ground as well, gives him the opportunity. And thankfully, Bandit nowhere nearby this time, so it's going to get popped. Even better than that, Grix are taking quite a bit of heat on the Azami due to some crossfire coming in. He'll be dropped to sub 50 HP now. We'll have to play things a bit more smartly in the final minute and a half here if he wants to keep himself alive and still have that impact.
But now because all those EMPs were used to open the wall, Parabellum have to clear out those ADSs and those magnets with the barn that they have, with maybe the 1 smoke grenade or the 3 flashbangs that Spiff has, or even maybe use some of those Rotero drones, but those can always be shot by Rexon as they go up the stairs, and you can usually do it from the comfort and safety of these balconies and these Kiba barriers. With only sub-minute left, 56 seconds. If Rex could maybe get a kill or hold on for 20 to 30 more seconds, this should be SQ's second defense.
Rexon continuing to play this out very, very patiently, but still going to fall victim to both of the flashes, fully blinded. Where's the push from the inside of Garage itself? Nades being chucked up from the top side here. Are they going to mark? It looks like no right now, but there we go. The second one strikes true, and a second kill is also found here against both Citizen and Rexon. Just to correct myself, Rexon actually caught on the rotate by the players, establishing Overwatch to the breach. That's how he'll end up falling. Grixer ready for the cross from Garage, though. Takes the first challenger here. Knows there's already going to be a second based on the kills that had transpired earlier. This is really the only clean path Parabellum have into the site. And unfortunately, no one else playing the window. So Grixer can maintain it. He doesn't know that, though. Doesn't want to take a risk and dashes back to the inside of Cash just to play it safely. A lot of damage being sustained by the remaining attackers, but the same can be said for the defense. Nitro's out, denies the plant, and that's likely the only attempt they'll get at it. However, Laxing finding some last-minute pickups. It's not going to be enough here as Grixer finds the counter, but the plant does get reattempted here. Gunnar out, doesn't get the down just yet, and Laxing saves it for Parabellum instead.
That was still a very winnable late run for Soniqs. Excellent C4 by Gunnar. The garage control for Parabellum as well also finally being established, but they had to rapidly gather. And the one other thing that I really like from Soniqs is what the Azami is capable of. You saw Grixer play on that rack to deny Laxing outside of the plat wall breach from taking down his position. That's what got them that first kill. But it was still just slightly enough for Parabellum to get it done. That man advantage, that 4v2, that is what did it for them, because the positions that Soniqs held and the utility that they had, it all landed and all worked extremely well. But Parabellum just had the advantage. They gathered that 5v3 when they cleared Garage, and that was enough to save them for what was still a very good late round for Soniqs.
Bit of a gold star to Laxing. I think he picks up some very important trades there in that late round gunfight. And is a large part of the reason why PB still ends up on top of that one, keeping his team in front of the situation, and more importantly, not falling victim to that great utility usage and positioning from the Soniqs as they attempted to hold back the tide. No reattempt on Cash and CCTV, despite how close it was. They're going to move over to Jip. This is, once again, just how Soniqs tends to play things. They'll very often commit themselves to the full rotation before going back and retrying sites later on.
No Bandit, interesting enough, for the gym bedroom. Of course, usually if you're going to go for the Bandit trick, you'll likely see a castle in response, where you'll castle that gym doorway to block everything from the gym window, but no Bandit and no hard reach denial whatsoever from Soniqs. That's often the strategy teams will take when the Thatcher is up. They'll either go for the Bandit trick or just accept that the wall's going to get opened eventually, and they might as well focus on things they could actually win. In this case, a Cash and CCTV extension, I believe, if I'm correct, someone is all the way over on red stairs, and if that is the case, that is a very deep extension for the Soniqs on the defense. But with Parabellum starting to rotate over to that part of the map, the resources they are placing in this position, mainly a deployable shield and the Kiba barriers that'll continuously generate over the course of the round, Parabellum will need a lot of utility to make this position work.
Once again, First opening going to be going over into CCTV and Cash to try and boil out some of that extended pressure towards construction. They immediately turn tail, though. No one's actually going to work their way in there at all. Everyone fully focuses on the west balcony instead to try and open things up on Jacuzzi's side and commit more pressure immediately into the site. Now, I imagine we're going to see at least one or two of those players work their way back over to Cash, try to find some positioning in the next 20 to 30 seconds, but we'll have to wait and see here. So they pretty much abandoned it entirely as soon as they got the opening.
You always open up those two angles when you're attacking this side on Clubhouse. Even if you don't actively play plat wall, as you said, you'll go back eventually in the late round, maybe hold that rappel to make sure nobody can play that CC window and peek your player on metal balcony. But with the presence of the buck as well, it's becoming clear and crystallizing what Parabellum's idea is. You can go down below and do exactly what Skies is doing, opening up with the skeleton key, and this can often be more effective than a nade from below. It'll more actively and chaotically drive these players out of positions, and it might not result in a kill, but especially if you can get the bomb down inside of Jim, you have a lot of positions to cover from if you enter that execute phase. PB still want to open up this bathroom wall, still get an angle on the player inside, but as now Lexing sends it on in, the kills start coming through. Two go, well, one kill goes each team's way, and if Parabellum can maybe get one more, this bomb will go down.
Lexing, unfortunate positioning there as he does become victim to the impact thrown his way. It takes out the soft wall and the breach along with him. More kills from Parabellum, and a beautiful pickup there from Spiff. Blind into CCTV as he takes out one of the rotators from the Soniqs. Gunner still with some fire back into this one as well, as he has Lexing down on the ground in this situation. So still locked in a potential 2v2. If we consider the Lexing may not get brought back up, they're going to go for it though, and it looks like it'll happen in an uncontested fashion. So Lexing, no, interrupted. As there's a push against him. Grixer trying to work his way out against this too, but now he's got a third member, as I believe the hop in towards Jim did happen. They definitely want to try and get Lexing back into the fold if at all possible, but it seems like maybe just too difficult of a task to work towards. Grixer now ready for the challenge as they try to force their way through Jim and the inside of bathroom. Gunner finally finishes off Lexing, but another impact leaves everything on to Spiff. Was a beautiful shot he gave us before, but he just does not have time to make this one work. Soniqs are going to win it on the null timer as they take the lead again at 2-1.
I mean, I at least have to dedicate 5 seconds to talking about that ridiculous flick by Spiff. I mean, they don't have anybody on plat wall watching Metal Balk, and Spiff kills a guy in sight and then flicks and kills the guy flanking him. That is absurd. That is ridiculous.
Spiff was just like sudden spider senses right there.
Literally insane. Literally insane. However, they did lose the round, so, I mean, that didn't lose them the round, obviously, but that was, unfortunately, the best spot for Parabellum, because they acquired a lot of good control. They opened up that jacuzzi wall and that plat wall early on. They also got the control downstairs, started opening up the floor from below, but really what has been key so far for Soniqs has been their late round positioning. We saw it in basement, albeit to not much fanfare because they basically sat in those positions the whole round. But even when they lost in CCTV, their rotations and utility were on point in here as well, specifically Gunner and Grixer. The latter able to get a hard ping on the player in bathroom and win that very key fight that could have made it a 2v1 favoring Parabellum. The intel, the team play, and the individual positioning for Soniqs is winning them, or at least making these late rounds close.
Well, first attempt at a rebound now for Parabellum coming in on round number 4 as they will get their first chance for revenge back down in the basement. This is one of the two sites the Soniqs were able to control in the previous run. So they're going to try and change up their fate for it. Quite a few repicks coming in to accommodate this one as well. Only going to see Ace brought into the fold this time. And again, still no secondary hard breach supporting it. So Ace is going to have to open up everything. Thankfully, this should work out okay when we consider that at least the Moto hatch has already been popped by the defenders themselves.
What's the game plan here from Parabellum? Only the ace. Buck has hard breach charges, and they didn't pick it. Spiff gets the first pick, though. Thorn now down. A lot of that utility likely already placed, but they'll take that advantage in stride. Blue hatch also soft from Soniqs. There we go. They droned it out. As you said and pointed out, they know they can't do it, but oh, what a shot by Gunner. Skies trades that kill? How does he do that one? Gunner falls off the board again. No active utility, but Parabellum have all these hatches soft and already opened up, so you don't need all that hard breach, and now with a 4v3, well, I mean, they basically won the first minute, uncontestably.
Soniqs with no choice but to completely fall back. Grixer actually having to take down a castle barricade in the process of this too, because he can no longer safely negotiate or rotate over towards the Moto hatch drop, which I think was already open in the prep phase there. Thankfully, with it being pulled away, naturally, it does give it back over to the castle. I think he can redeploy it one more time. So they don't actually lose it, but oh no! Grixer caught because they made quick work of the kitchen hatch as well here. We'll find one more kill for PB. Everything brought down to Rexen when it is said and done. And it's a very quick one when all things are considered here. A bit of a bold strategy from Soniqs to leave the hatchwork that exposed, and unfortunately, they have to pay the price for it very quickly.
Moto hatch being opened up, I imagine was on purpose. Blue hatch being soft, I imagine not entirely on purpose. Maybe they wanted to impact it later on, that's possible, but it definitely seemed like Parabellum caught Soniqs off guard very quickly in that early round, especially with that very quick kill from Spiff onto Citizen. Parabellum wasted time and mince, no words moving on in. Were able to acquire that control, and with Skies especially trading onto Gunnar, I mean, that didn't obviously lose Parabellum the round, but that secured their man advantage and what could have been a very good trade by Gunnar. And then at that point, so much of the control was already theirs, so many of the hatches were open for them, or ready to be open for them. They secure a round and on a site that Soniqs seemed to be indomitable on at the beginning of this match.
So, heading into round number 5. Now, the final 2 rounds of this first half. It's going to be an attempt to rebound things yet again for the Soniqs. They'll call that last round a fluke and go back down into the basement hold here. Hopefully having better capability to defend things once those reinforcements go down. We also are going to see the Cade Electric Claws. We did not have this in the first round. Once again, there is a pretty direct counter to this available for the attacks. These are going to have a limited effect as more likely try to trick these out. Everything is said and done. Spiff, though, on that Thatcher is going to be able to quickly make work of any actual direct resistance from those claws.
And not a lot of off-site presence from Soniqs either, so unless they do go for that Cade trick, or maybe they try to C4 from below or impact trick that kitchen hatch if they want to go for it, though they'd only have 2 impacts to make it work with Gunnar. Those hatches should be opened up fairly quickly, though it will require some of those EMP grenades, as you mentioned. But as opposed to, say, CCTV, where you can use the EMPs to disable those ADSs and magnets, there's not a lot you really need to use the EMP to disable here. Maybe, well, excluding the Electric Claws, maybe the ADSs in blue? Maybe. A lot of the time, teams take that via gunfights anyway, so I do appreciate the Cade pick. I mean, it's never a bad pick in this situation, but I do think maybe bringing something with more active utility could be good, but it's still a minute in. Parabellum haven't acquired that control. They're going with the full clear. A lot of time will be wasted by them anyway, just clearing the whole map.
Considering it's just the ADSs as well, Skies has the flash kit, so in a worst-case scenario, they can just have him chuck those towards it, assuming they have good intel on where the ADSs are positioned, generally speaking. Just get them in the general neighborhood, trigger them all, and then follow through with the nades and smokes to get you into the actual site itself. So away from that, though, Soniqs continue to remain very, very quiet and fully bunkered up downstairs in the basement. PB will be realizing this now as they've committed to their own full clear in the first half of the round. They can begin working on that hatch work to open up opportunities to execute.
Moto hatch free for the taking, as a Cade Claw has not been allocated to it. Moto and Kitchen, it would appear, so Laxing will take that control very quickly, and Skies was very quick with the skeleton key as well, though he wasn't able to open up everything that he wanted, but he certainly knows the positions that he needs to open up. Maybe Soniqs can take a fight through that angle and catch the buck off guard, but at the moment, Parabellum, even though it's taken 2 minutes, they have the control they're looking for, but this is where things might get a little worrisome for PB. They've taken 2 minutes of the round to get to that first floor, start establishing these angles, but Spiff lost this fight in blue last time, or Fish, excuse me, lost this fight in blue last time, and if he ends up losing it, that can often be the turning point for the attack, and the defense will likely be able to funnel and just focus on the full clear. So I'm looking at Fish right now to try and clear this position, as well as Spiker on main stairs. One of them has got to find a kill.
Zombie gonna try to rebunker things on the trip wall, but Spiker somehow able to just surf through those bullets right there and find a pickup instead. He will fall victim to Gunnar on a trade, but Laxing again, the key pickup here. Finding Gunnar himself. Another re-exchange to keep Parabellum in front of the situation by at least 1 player. Time is getting low, though. They need to force the issue, and this is where mistakes are most often made. Geo catches 1, catches 2 now as well as they attempt to recover the case. Rexon over on the other side of the site, ready to fend off the rest of this resistance, and Laxing doesn't get far against GOI. They're a triple on the round for him, with 3 separate 1v1s going his way, and the basement hold along with it.
What does Super call him? The most winningest player of all time?
Something like that.
Well, he won all 3 of those 1v1s, so I think the moniker is not ill-fitting for our good friend Geometrics. Excellent late-round play by him as well, and what you said actually is perfect in this case. The late round is often where those mistakes happen, and it seemed Parabellum started to let the plot get away from them, sprinting around, letting the chaos consume them, and that allowed Geo to win those 3 1v1s. Of course he's good, he can win those, but they have to be presented to him in the first place. Parabellum have to not be playing trades for Geo to even have a chance at getting those 3 kills in the first place. So Soniqs, again, another good case of making those late round movements, winning those late round fights, using that utility. All true. The Parabellum definitely starting to lose it a little bit as the time dwindled down.
Parabellum probably could have ended up in a much better position there had they just moved through their top and mid floor clear just a little bit more quickly. Like you said, they had all the utility to properly open up the hatchwork with virtually zero resistance able to come in from the Soniqs to stop it. So because of that, it's a bit puzzling as to why it took them the full 2 minutes to actually start the full execute and begin the process of opening up the triple wall in Church.
And that's when those Cades, even if they are going to be cleared by the EMPs eventually, actually can start to have a little bit of an impact, because if they're opening up those hatches at 2 minutes and 30 seconds, the time wasted by a Cade Claw is... It's
now you gotta wait for the Thatcher to work his way over to both hatches, get the EMP on top of it.
Exactly. It's not even a factor, but when you have only that minute left, yep, you gotta rotate over. That 20 seconds becomes a lot more impactful, because that's a third of the remaining time in that case because of how long Parabellum takes. But of course, that was Church. We're going back to Jim for the final round on SQ's defense and Parabellum's attack. We saw Parabellum open up this plat wall so quickly last time, and yet it still fell down to Spiff on Metal Balcony to cover that very position. So Parabellum not actively really using that control and that angle all that much. But Skies, he's now off the Buck. He switched to the Nook. Not at all the same kind of role we would expect him to take, given the previous Gym bedroom attack, but maybe he'll just try to send it up a stairwell and catch whether the extension or the anchors off guard.
Just Skies in a little bit when he gets that opportunity to excel. Fish as well might be going for something on his own over here towards Strip, as he does have the door open for himself right now. He's be wanting to throw some drone presence onto the inside of that, but some delay to build up to that point, it seems, as the rest of PB is figuring out what exactly they need to work themselves towards. Also moving the rest of the utility players over here towards the Jacuzzi side of things, where once again, no resistance on this wall for the Sonic. They're just going to let it get open, as it's pretty easy for the attackers to get open one way or another anyways. They're not going to waste the operator pick by bringing out Bandit utility. They'd rather have something else in their pocket.
Ooh, one player down below, a flanker to flank the attack zone flanker. Skies has a nade, he can clear the top of these stairs, but the question on everyone's mind, have they drone Gunner? No, they have not! A 2K for the Malusi, gone unread at the bottom of main stairs. He creeps up, SQ, well, Parabellum, I should say, they incur his wrath. Now, even though Gunners are on low HP, all Parabellum have is one little opening, and albeit a kill for Spiff.
As he found from Smith makes this at least a little bit more workable, but definitely still some makeup work needing to be done here. Aces Breach is going to be able to pop open the mirror window here, but unfortunately working their way in, or at least trying to establish an angle over top of these zombie barricades, going to prove a little bit difficult. Same thing can be said, of course, for the capability to actually open up hard breach on the inside, if that was going to be the Ace's intention. Obviously, if he wants to actually go in, he just stands on top of those and they break, but wants to certainly have a bit more overwatch against the Logi hold that Soniqs have committed quite heavily to. It looks like about 2 players maintaining positioning inside or nearby Logi at this point in the round.
All right, Parabellum, something's got to give for SQ. You got to win a fight. Grixer is just not at all playing any fools on that Logi hatch. He has sealed it up tight. One player on PB goes down. That means we're down to 2, but somebody drops it. Spiker catches Grixer completely off guard. He's taking control of Logi. Spiff taking control of construction, but SQ still have the site. Not if Spiker has anything to say about it. Gunner cut down, and we're back to equilibrium, but Geo, the man who cannot be stopped, him and Citizen close things out for this half, and SQ secures themselves a 4-2 half on Clubhouse defense.
Nicely done, of course, as we do end up seeing solid results come out for the Sonics. It's a little bit worrisome there in the final few seconds, especially with the Logi play not working out for our defenders, hoping that they would have gotten a much more obvious audio cue on the drop from the hatch. They would have been able to rotate and pick up that fight from. Does not end up happening. He misses it completely, goes down to it, and that starts a flood of other members from PB into the site. Thankfully, the 2 Insight players are more than ready for the challenge. They fend it off and lock in that 4th round. I believe, if you guys saw the chat, they're probably going to jump out of game for a quick second if we do end up needing that full rehost, but we will see in just a moment.
There's my boy. There's my boy Spiker. I love this guy. I've been casting Spiker for like 3 years now. I started casting when he was 15. Turned 18 in January. Couldn't play SI quals, and now he's here in Pro League. Sorry, I had to gush for a second. That's my boy right there.
Like I said, we got a lot of new players stepping up once again at the beginning of this season, as is often the case of the New Year Siege. It's good to give a highlight towards those guys that are stepping up into T1 for the first time here.
This guy's also cool, I guess. He's been around for a bit, I suppose. Got to give credit to the veterans, I guess. There's Spiff as well. I'm not going to gush all over them. Either way, I just... We
can tell you come from CL.
I mean, Spiff and Spiker didn't play CL, not to, I mean, only just jumped from the amateur scene straight into Pro League. Spiff's first event being Sorry, I blacked out for a second. I don't know what just happened. I sat up like the Manchurian Candidate, started gushing over my best good friends. Either way, side swap now. Tech pause done. Parabellum now going to the defense. It's a bit worrying that they had that much trouble on their attacks, as typically Clubhouse tends to lean a little attacker-sided. But let's see how this round pans out. It's always these 4-2 halves that I look at. It's like, oh, will Parabellum be able to close it, make it a very narrow 4-3? Or will Soniqs be able to win, make a 5-2? That seems a lot more daunting than that 4-3 is close.
Well, let's see here which way things end up rolling now as the Soniqs, just a few small repicks, the Dokkaebi being added in. They're not going to necessarily need the Maverick here. They are going to rely once again entirely on the Ace to do the majority of their hatch work. I'm curious if PB left anything soft here as well.
You know, you kidding me?
Moto is soft.
How about
Skies is right.
He's going to open it up.
Yeah.
He's going to open it up.
So that's a rotate path for him, more likely.
Yeah, he's probably going to...
He's got impacts, too, so...
I mean, I thought he'd actually open it up a little quicker, but he'll open it up, I guess, in the moment.
That's what I think, too.
Reserve it for a mid-round development, if you will. Dirt also left soft by Parabellum, so Citizen will open that up very quickly. Parabellum being a lot more aggressive on this defense than SQ were on theirs, but oh, look at this. SQ have taken this control that has so graciously been yielded to them by Parabellum.
Seeing those shots come through there, they're going to know that this has been spotted by the defense, and Spiff is still going to be able to claim the first kill when everything is said and done. Nicely placed on that second nade as it lands on top. Nicely played on the execute too, as they're going to follow this one through. Gunnar finding a second entry from Dirt alongside that nade kill that was found by their teammates a few seconds prior, but Resistance comes back in. A lot of damage taken by those two Dirt players, and they don't seem to have another angle to support this with anymore. Fish finding the first of those two players as well. Citizen goes down. We're back to a 3v3. Skies just randomly throws this Banshee down to the corner. Gio's pushed in though, but Skies ready for the challenge. He picks up the trade, keeps the numbers even. Suffering very minimal damage from that fight as well. And with Gunnar already down to half HP, the full HP player tries to push Moto, goes down, and Laxing as well gets the read and the pre-fire through the soft wall to shut down this round. That was a weird one.
That round was insane. What the hell was that? I mean, I don't.
They just full sent it after they got that Dirt control, I guess.
Dude, everything that happened was crazier than what preceded it. We see them start entering Dirt. It's like, okay, you know, fine. We'll take this quick. They've realized there's a bit of control. Oh, they've won the fight with a shotgun player in a tunnel that's about 2 feet wide. All right, didn't even take a little bit. Oh, they've now walked into an EDD, and 2 players have lost 50 HP. Gunnar somehow won the blue fight by himself. Never mind, now PB have retaken the site, and Laxing gets a 2-piece to end it off. I really can't explain to you exactly how all of that happened, but my life is infinitely better now that it did.
That was the Gunnars round right there. Not Gunnar, but Gunnars.
Not Gunnar R6, but instead the round of Gunnars. Though Gunnar did get a kill.
True, very true indeed.
Bomb located by attackers.
Very heavy on the frag presence for that round. Just very much full instinct, I think, rather than strategy being played out by both teams there. And PB, obviously not really having a choice, just having to play into it as much as possible. We go upstairs now, where PB's going to look to maintain a little bit more control over these scenarios. The Bandit being picked up by Laxing here, so will be direct resistance to the opening of the main wall. Aside from that, a zombie going to be placed once again as well for Skies to make things difficult for that garage push.
Wasting no time to open up that garage wall either. Immediately using a Selma. The 3 hard breachers, if you're ever going to see it, it would be on Clubhouse. And if you're ever going to see a map in general, it would be on Clubhouse. But still not something we see all too often. That will not stop Laxing from bandit tricking, though. This will be a very sad surprise once he hears that blowtorch activate. That's like, oh, crap. I can't really...
I could have picked something else.
I literally could have
He's not even, like, reinforcing it anymore. He's just like, just going to put this on the red rotates.
Dude, the sadness was palpable on that rotation already. He's like, man...
Like, I don't even think this is going to do anything,
he's like, Thatcher's up and they pick Mav? What are they doing? But you see they get the wall open that quickly, and you don't have to worry about a bandit trick. If anything, it's 500 IQ from Soniqs, because you could have bought the Thatcher, then Laxing would have had a job to do. Now this time you bring the Mav, and he's out of a job.
Bit more straightforward affair to be able to do it this way here. Now just going to have to pull Citizen over to pop over the remaining soft wall. There we go. No problem at all getting that one open. Soniqs have their first access point, but they need 1, if not 2 more to really have the full confidence to move forward. That's going to be garage or construction we'll be seeing over the next few moments here.
Of course, Parabellum do have that Azami. We've talked about it earlier. Makes garage a little more difficult, but of course, Azami's not playing there. It's Spiff on those garage raptors, but the ADS has no active utility to aid him on holding that. Zami is all the way over in bedroom as Spiker is inside of the site. Ooh, now that's a good pick. Toxic canisters off the board. That means for plant denial or execute denial, only one C4, and now it's just been blown, and now all of Parabellum are starting to fall. Fish down below has gotten 2 kills, one actively and one outskilling his opponent with the EDD, but it's cost him a lot of HP. Soniqs have secured that garage control. Skies needs gets aggressive and take down this fight, but no, Gunner picks up the remaining 2, and now SQ, they get their first attack.
Love the energy from Fish there, trying to counter out the nade kills that were coming. He's like, I've had enough of this. Drops down and just takes him down outright. But unfortunately, the damage had already been done. Nicely played on the utility front from the Soniqs to get both of those nade kills from below. And on top of that, just good entry power throughout the rest of the team as well. Looks like we're going to go into attack pause here as Soniqs are, unfortunately, for their opponents, starting to run away with things here.
And Parabellum have certainly not looked bad so far. They've certainly had a lot of very good moments, so it's not like, oh no, everything's going awry for Parabellum. But definitely right there, they got open that plat wall, and they started to not be entirely sure what to do. I liked the late round adjustments. Skies and Fish, who were over on that bedroom part of the map for a majority of the round, end up rotating down. The unfortunate thing is, until something actually happens, they're really not doing much over on that part of the map. They can go for the flank later on, but if the rest of the pieces fall on the site, they're going and trying to hit a flank for a team that's no longer alive, especially those 2 nade kills from Grix are at as well. It really just hollowed things out for the attack. And so I wouldn't say it was a round that Parabellum necessarily lost, but it's definitely a round that was clinical for SQ in clearing out those positions and using their utility.
Very good stuff from the Soniqs now as they take advantage of this situation to push forward by 2 points, restoring that +2 advantage they had at halftime, resetting the scenario 1-1 since the half has started. Now just 2 more to go for them overall to claim things inside of regulation. As we talked about at the beginning of the game, and as the Des mentioned as well, this is a must-win game for the Soniqs, given the unfortunate losses they've already sustained in the previous matchups, both earlier on today and yesterday as well. So need to get some points on the board now, or already they're going to have to worry about their placement at the end of this stage and if they'll be able to make it to the major.
And a team that's on paper this good, that's not a position they should even be remotely close to being in, but if they can salvage this, bring this back, and restore some of our confidence with this victory over PB, again, another team that I think has surprised a lot of people with just how seemingly on point they can be in not only some individual rounds, but in games as well. Of course, with the win over OXG yesterday, that should have been testament and proof enough that they can do it. Now, all of that is cool, but I really was just stalling time to make sure that Gunner stuck the fuse pick, because I saw that about 40 seconds, and I was like, well, let's just wait, hold out. But he has stuck the fuse, John. I don't know what he's got planned, but I'm excited to see what he's cooking.
A lot of potential spots where those fuses could be put down onto the ground. Some of them are going to be a bit risky, as it's areas like these barricades and whatnot, but Gunner already popping out a few of them. We'll see where specifically he's going to try to deploy this towards. Like I said, a lot of places. The hatch potentially going into Logi. Once they're able to get the first wall open over here towards Jacuzzi, they could put additional pressure into the bathroom from there. They could just go directly for this one too. And you see the silhouette on the other side. It's very likely going to make some impact. Spiker trying to actively play this as well. You better get the heck out of here, Spiker! And he does indeed put tail to the wind to try and retreat towards Logi. Great follow-through as well for the Soniqs. They use this as a great opportunity to just pop Jacuzzi right open for the taking, and now they have their first access point.
That is the most hardcore metal way I have ever seen someone deal with a bandit trick. Put 2 fuse charges on the wall to juke out the bandit and then open up the wall. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before, and I want desperately to see more of it, because that was awesome. He's still got 2 fuse charges left over as well, so if he does want to go to some of the positions that you and I mentioned, like that Logi hatch, to clear that player out of position when they go for a con, or even go for construction later on as well, he's still got those 2 to make work. SQ in the meantime as well has also opened up a lot of the angles you expect. They've opened up plat wall, they've opened up Jacuzzi wall, a nade goes on in, but Skies somehow survives, just barely 1 millimeter away from death, remains alive, but I'm still looking at those cluster charges to see if maybe they can finish off the job that Citizen tried to do with those grenades.
I think that shelf saves Skies right there, wrapped around the corner just barely, and I think that ate up a considerable amount of the damage
by
there.
IKEA.
So, quite a few gold bars on that IKEA shelf as well, so ended up giving him quite a bit of resistance to the explosion there, as we're going to see once again the fuse. Also a secondary heart breach here, so we can open up a path forward into catch as well, but still going to be using one of those fuse charges to clear out any resistance that there would have been on the breach. Fish, though, gets the first actual kill of this round. If you can believe, there haven't been any as of yet. Geo is going to be the first one to end up going down for the attacking side. That's a thermite out as well. Thankfully, most of the work for him has been done, so in terms of utility, 3. Nothing is really lost here, but it's still going to hurt their chances on entry. Spiker, yet to have been noticed here, finds the immediate counter on one, but he can't latch on to the second player and goes down on a trade instead here. Down to a 3v3. Neither team with an advantageous position just as of yet, but Laxing pushes his team into pole position now, as Gunnar and the rest of the Sonics do have control of the bedroom site, but not enough security to go for the plant. They'll try to mount that up inside of Jim instead, but Laxing already with a counter against Gunnar, and indeed, Grixer's just going to full commit to this one here. Is not able to go back into it. Laxing, of course, gets the pellets out to finish off Gunnar, and now leaves Grixer alone, holding on to the 90 angle as well, creeping ever so closer to Logi. There's one, 2 more to go. Another one picked up on a triple overall for the round. 1v1, and Laxing, of course, already heavily injured, so he'll play this back ever so passively. Force Laxing to play this out. Grixer beautifully played up to this point and beautifully played to the end as well, as he gets a massive clutch on the board for the Sonics.
I mean, I'm not going to shout out Grixer for a second. You know where I am going to shout out?
Who?
I'm going to shout out Gunnar. You want to know why?
What's that?
Because as he's trying to cover 3 different angles that the defense is peeking from, he flicks above a Kiba barrier in construction and puts Laxing to 1 HP. Now, to be fair, 2 of the remaining PB defenders were already low on health in that match. But because Gunnar flicked and put Laxing down to such low HP, that made that clutch and the ability to waste time and get those kills for Grixer so much more easier that he didn't have to worry about a full health mute shotgun swinging him at Mach 5 from around a corner. But of course, gotta give it to Grixer for actually clutching that round out in the first place. And there were some bright spots for PB, especially Spiker could have maybe gotten that second kill and nipped the attack in the bud. But unfortunately, such a huge play from Soniqs and now put them on match point.
Sticking it inside of the 1vx as well ends up being the correct decision there. A lot of paranoia had to be lurking in his mind. He's like, okay, they're going to swing me at 90. I'm going to be dead halfway through this plant. It's over. It's over. I got to get off. But no, held firm, kept himself on that plant, got it down to the ground, and reversed the scenario, put the pressure on the PB instead, and that put him in the game state to win it out and put his team up on a 6-3 lead now with just 1 more round to go.
Drone active.
Soniqs bringing this Maverick again, not for CCTV and cache this time, but for Basement. Also bringing the hard breach charges. Actually, for Basement, quite a lot of hard breaching being brought by SQ. The Maverick in particular with no Cade on the board, maybe just playing it safe. Of course, the Hibana is banned, but want to make sure they truly have everything to open up, and that means they can also use those Soma charges to open up if the dirt wall if it was reinforced, but mainly the church wall. That's at bottom main to make sure they get an angle to stop Geo from playing that position that he got that 3K on when Soniqs were on the defense. That spot can always be difficult to deal with, and with those Soma charges and using that Maverick and that Buck to open up the hatches, they can make that work. By the way, Romans have also gone back to site, so a lot of what we'll see will be how they use that Maverick, that Buck, and that Ace in the mid round.
All right, well, an opening going to be made here from Soniqs to be able to get themselves into blue with some access there. In the meanwhile as well, going to pop his way back around as he has more work to do in terms of the hatch work. Citizen has pretty much completed things on the upstairs clears. They'll know they won't have much resistance from there, and PB overall not going to be too keen on peeking themselves out inside of the early round. They play full bunker setup for this one, so it's all on the Soniqs and their pacing in terms of how they try to get into the site that will determine how successful they will be.
Minute 30 now gone. Couple impacts, specifically, well, only 2, so literally a couple impacts for Parabellum. Geo will wait, see if the impacts were there, but none appear, so instead he'll just use those 2 Selma charges to open up the hatch. That does mean he now only has 1 for that church wall if they do want to go for that execute and take down bottom main, but he can still open up a very powerful angle just with that 1 Selma. Also, shout out to Grixer going for a 2-floor deep vertical angle all the way from logistics. If they do end up getting that bomb down, that could watch a key rotation in through the site. Of course, that still maybe about 40, maybe even 50 seconds away if SQ are really slow with it. Still a 5v5, so the moment they walk down those stairs, unless they get a kill, they'll barrel straight into the defense. Well, with Gunnar on main stairs, he'll be the main one looking to create an man advantage for his team.
Flash is being dumped in. Soniqs want full control, and Geo wasting absolutely no time with the plant. Goes right in through the breach and slaps it down on the ground. Kills are rolling in as well, but they're starting to go the other way. However, the plant has been completed. They don't even notice Geo throwing that thing down. Sneaks it right in and gets a kill behind it. Grixer with 1 more. Down to 2 for the defense now, and Spiff already heavily injured. Fish yet to find himself a position in this fight. Spiff, however, finds success on his first refrag to try and take back some control. Fish, though, dead to rights. Everything down to Spiff now in the 1v3. Rexon already throwing out the GG as well here. About 10 seconds left for Spiff to even get onto that case and find the counter, but as you can see, top-down angles already established. The GG is not entirely inaccurate, as once again, the Sonics shut it down and take full control of the matchup.
For those of you that haven't been paying attention to SQ in a while, that's a strategy that they were the first team I saw. Just open up that part of the wall and immediately sprint on and plant on the pillar, and it executes like that with the coordination that they have, that when this team is performing on point, like against Parabellum, that they are a force to be feared.
A must-win game, and they give us exactly that, ladies and gentlemen. So another matchup done. Do stick with us, though, as in just a few moments, right after the break, we're going to have your analysis desk ready to break things down as the Sonics finally find solid footing in a match along with it.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. Doa, Jesse, Demo here with you. And standing by, we have none other than Gunnar from Soniqs to chat with us a little bit. Congrats on the win just now, Gunnar. I wanted to ask, let's dive into the mind of a pro player here a little bit, where you started out the day with a bit of a rough loss. You only have one game to sort of like get your heads back into it and all that. What is it that you think the team does well to be able to bounce back and get a win like this in your second match of the day?
I mean, I think it just came down to I think Joe, our analyst, and our coach, Lauren, like, really calmed us down. It was like, I think we're just too worried about, I think we're just too scared to lose. And, like, once we just did a reset, like, we talked out what we need to get out of here. We played Parabellum, and we were all locked in. We all know what we needed to do, and went a lot better.
Yeah, it definitely did.
Mm-hmm. Gunnar, you guys obviously didn't make any changes between the Six Invitational and now, but you guys still might have changed some things up in terms of your roles, your strats, you know, things going on behind the scenes. Can you talk to me about what changes might have gone on between then and now?
After Invite, kind of disappointed with our performance, so we want to see, like, what was the best, like, role for everyone, so everyone was comfortable. So I'm more back to like a second support flex instead of like the sledge soft breach all the time. And Ben took up our second entry. And Pablo's just soft reach kind of, but also flexes more. So kind of just like that.
Nice.
Gunnar, for me, I look at this team on paper. It's a world-class team. You think of the players that you've been able to bring into this roster. Is that maybe a reason why you guys have been a little bit nervous moving into this stage, because you know I suppose the standards that everyone thinks of you?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of expectations for us, and it definitely can, get to people. But I think after today, I think we're more comfortable now. Like, we just needed that win to just get us going, But, there's a lot of little mistakes that we make. It's not like we're making massive mistakes that are it's just little tiny kinks, and once they're gone out, like, we're going to be back in shape.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Taking a little bit longer than we'd like.
I'm sure. So, I mean, on that note, one more question before we let you go. Being that the first week is done for Soniqs here at the NAL, what are your takeaways from week number 1? What are you going to be thinking about going into the matches next week?
Definitely just slowing down, listening to Geo, I think, like, a problem we've had is, like, everyone's talking all the time. Everyone's talking, and it gets people's heads, like, going, like, no one can understand what's going on. I think we've dialed that down a bit. We're listening. We have one clear comm, and going forward, especially with our defenses, just playing our spots, not being too aggro, not being too passive. And I think we're going to improve a lot.
All right. Well, hey, I mean, so far so good in that second match today. Definitely looking a little bit more in line with what you were hoping, I think. But yeah, good luck next week. Thanks for taking the time to chat with us.
Thank you. You have a good one.
You too. All right, Gunnar from the Soniqs organization, and looking a lot better in our second match. But in just a moment, we're going to dive deep into exactly what helped that happen. Don't go anywhere. The Telestration with demo up in just a few seconds.
Welcome back, everyone. Ready to break down with Soniqs versus Parabellum. This is going to be a round taken from actually a Parabellum round win, and it's one that really caught my eye in just the actual fundamentals of attacking Clubhouse, a map which I'm sure everyone has played at home. I'm sure yourself, your mother, your grandmother, everyone knows how to play Clubhouse, but not everyone can attack in the same way as what I've been able to pick out from Parabellum. I'm going to break it down into 3 different stages. This is whenever we're looking at attacking into that top floor, that cache room bomb site that we don't see all too often, but the way that Parabellum did it is probably the way that I would like to see it be done. This is very by the book, step-by-step process. So step 1, this is your first point of contact. It is going to be, of course, get open that main wall. Get the main breach open. That is always going to be your first point whenever you're looking for the attack. What we can see, of course, from Parabellum is they're going to be up against a bandit trick, which we know can be a little bit scary at times. But they're going to be bringing along a few operators to try and help that out. You can see we've got the Thermite ready to go with his breach. We've got Spiker down here as well. You can spot him out on the Ace. He's got his Selma out. He's got the Thermite charged down. And also, of course, you can see right here, you've got this little boy. You've got the EMP grenade, which is obviously going to stop the initial bandit batteries go down. And the way it basically works is Laxine will put his Thermite charge on one side of the wall, which you will see that Bandit will actually take the bait and trick that, whereas then the Ace will come in and then do the other side off the wall. And as we know, Bandit, he can only trick one side. So if we let it roll, you will see now that he can only choose one or the other, and he will instead choose the Thermite charge. But the wall's open. That is it. That's all you need is just that little bit of an opening. It forces everyone away. So that's step 1 done. Step 2 now, it is going to be clearing out the man inside of Garry's, the top catwalk player. They're up against the Wamai. A lot of utility on the side of the defense that you have to burn through. You have, you look at the different things. You've got, the Kiba barriers. You've got the Wamai discs. You've got the ADSs. You have a lot of stuff that you have to burn through. But if you actually look at the attacking side, look at you've got the nades, you've got all the flashbangs, you've got the smokes, you've got all these different pieces of utility that's really going to help you burn through all of it. And you'll see that it's a very good clear out. They've opened up below in bottom garage. In comes the flashbang. Rexon he's in hell in a cell. He's got the pay-per-view match ready, live and waiting for him. In comes the nades. Fish skirts him out of position. It pushes him into another crossfire. He goes down. And at this stage, it's a 3v5. It's going really, really well now for Parabellum. But a couple of teething issues, you could say, for Parabellum. Still a very new roster, and it kind of goes a little bit sideways. Right now, you're looking at a kind of, again, one of these triangle formations in terms of Soniqs. They're trying to support one another, ready to swing off each other's contact. You also have, different things such as the Izami Kiba barrier still up, which is going to give Grixer a little bit of protection. So there's still a lot that I think Parabellum have to do, but realistically, it should just be, these guys being able to push up straight into the site. That should be the kind of, point of contact, just move in and go for the plant, which as we run it again, you'll see that they start to eye it up. In comes Grixer, has all that protection. So again, Soniqs on that end, we're really playing utility well. So that's probably the issue that I would have for Parabellum, is maybe they're running out of utility because they used all of it. Of course, we're clearing out garage, but still, in the end, as we know, they will successfully get the plant down. And it's not an easy thing to do whenever they're cutting it close, 10 seconds on the clock. It's a tricky one. I was kind of worried, surely not. Don't tell me this is going to ruin such a good attack. That C4 comes in. I'm in panic stations. I'm sure that probably Parabellum were in panic stations, but they still left themselves with just enough time. As long as you can get that diffuser down before the 0 second mark, you will get it down. So I think overall, you have to give credit to Parabellum. It was a very good fundamental attack. But again, Soniqs put a good fight too. But yeah, Parabellum, it's good to see it, and we'll hopefully see more of them, of course, in the coming games and how good they can be. So we'll go back to the desk and we'll look to our next matchup.
Well, there you go. Jesse, pretty good breakdown, huh?
It was a fantastic breakdown. Definitely think you did a great job. A very
well done.
You've never said anything nice to me before in my life.
All right, you're right. Bad breakdown. You missed everything, Demo.
I thought he said something nice to you earlier today, even.
Probably. I'm not a mean person like you.
He's Canadian. They're very complimentary in nature.
Not this one.
So true.
Not this one.
That's so true.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Parabellum did a lot, I think, of the basics correct in that game. They really did kind of focus things down on the attack, and that was really a great example of it. But I think sometimes that did mean that they were sort of lacking on the tricks, right? Like we saw that big flank come up through the main stairs on the Nook that the end of it was able to take down 2 players back in round number 6.
It was Gunner, wasn't it? Yeah.
It was Gunner flanking upstairs. There was no drone there to be able to catch something like that. It did feel like in the late round as well, when they were moving over towards more the defensive side, Soniqs were able to completely run rampant all over them. Grixer, undeniably in my mind, the MVP. He didn't have the best stats. I think Gunner slightly had better stats than him this game. But what he did...
Massive clutch.
Yeah, well, yeah, the massive clutch for sure. But even ignoring that round, he had so much impact. The round right before it, attacking onto CCTV Cash, 2 nade kills from below to open that site up. Very early in the round, or in the game as well. Really doing well inside the site, whether it was downstairs in the basement or as well playing up. There's the flank Gunner. No drone on that one. So it's just a fantastic game coming from a Grixer.
This needed to happen for Soniqs. This needed to happen.
Yeah.
They needed to win this game if they want to have a chance at actually doing well in this competition and being one of the big teams that we want to send off to the majors and actually compete for NA. It feels very weird me still saying that. I'm supporting for NA all of a sudden. But no, it's good to see them bounce back. They went back to basics. Clubhouse, it's the map that you need to learn first out of any other map. So it's good to see them kind of strip down the bare bones and just play very together. There wasn't this individual style of just they're out there by themselves, they're not really talking, which I mean Gunnar talked about that. He said they weren't communicating as well as what they should have. So it's good to see.
Exactly. First win's always the hardest, and that's finally off the board now.
Yep, that's right. Gunnar specifically, I feel like showed a much better performance than we've seen in the other 2 games. He came into this particular map with a negative kill-death ratio, exited with a positive one. So always good. And to do it against your old team, too, I suppose, might feel a little bit fun. It's been a while, obviously, since he moved over. But still, I'm sure he remembers some fun things from being on that org. But, yeah, there you go. Soniqs getting the win, but we've still got a lot more to go yet today here at the Rainbow Six North American League. When we come back, it's going to be M80 taking on Oxygen. That should be a pretty fire matchup. So do not go anywhere. We'll return in just a few. Back to the Rainbow Six North American League. Your host, Joey, here along with Jesse and Demo. And we're moving into a match that I'm very excited about. M80 versus Oxygen. M80 coming off of a convincing win against Mirage a little bit earlier. And Oxygen coming off of a perplexing loss versus Parabellum last night. And Oxygen, of course, the team that performed best out of the NA region at Invitational. Solid 3rd place there. Looked good in their first match yesterday. But that loss to Parabellum, was it just an aberration from the norm, or are you a little bit worried maybe, Demo?
Worried about Newers, I'll be honest.
I think that's fair.
100%.
We've gave him 2 games now. Sure, you can sell. First game, fair enough. But this is a guy who has been so consistent and consistently unbelievable. It's not just always a good player. He is an amazing player. He is NA's best player at this current time. That's not even a question for me. And we haven't seen that. And if we don't see it today, I'm severely worried about this guy because he's so... well, look what he did at Invite. He was incredible.
Yeah, and meanwhile, the good invite fraggers that are on M80, Spoit, Iconic being the big ones, they're here and they're having a great time. I thought Spoit, or just earlier today, had a fantastic entry game on Border. They really did have a big step-up match, and so if everybody's playing well on M80, they're starting to gel, we need to see that full gear. It feels like Newers, and even to a lesser extent, Sweater, has not really been there for Oxygen.
So, I mean, you gotta does that mean we come into this one saying M80 is a favorite?
I think after last night, yeah. I think Auction walk away with like a 7-2 victory with Newers dropping 12 kills. We'd be sitting here thinking, well, it's going to be a great game, but we didn't see that. And you have to give credit, I think, the Parabellum. They also played pretty well last night, but still, it's an upset. It's always going to be an upset because Oxygen are that team for me. They are so good.
I think it's going to be kind of a complex match looking into this one because you got two players, right? Former friends turned bitter enemies, Fox and Kino, who both been playing like a really interesting pool of ops and attack. Fox has been this like hardcore Brava main. He's really pushed this operator more than anybody else in the NAL. And then Kino, we've seen rock the Monty yesterday, had a fantastic Ying game long time today. So the operator bans this game really could determine kind of which player that's been doing well can have that pop-off moment, have that impact. It'll be interesting to see how that kind of works out.
Also, Yoga.
Yeah, of course.
His old team, of course, and it wasn't too long ago where he was in this side. So I suppose that's another storyline to add into, I suppose, the fire, just shoveling more of that.
You're absolutely right? Because these are players that have not only become very familiar over the years with playing against each other, a lot of them have played together on teams too. So it's a situation where when you have two teams clashing where everyone really knows each other's styles very intimately, you get some interesting stuff. You get some interesting mind game kind of things. And that's what I'm really looking forward to with this particular match. And I feel like if there's ever going to be a time to step up if you're a player like Newers and you've been in a little bit of a slump the first couple of games, this is it. If it doesn't happen here, then you're going to start to get a little bit worried. I'm willing to give them a couple maps. I am, I mean, sometimes it just takes a little bit of time to get rolling here, but if this one, in such an important match for the stage for Oxygen, if that doesn't happen, then the concern
You're a more faithful man than I am.
I'm an optimistic person. What can you say?
It's just tough in the North America League. We got how many games do you have? Not very many.
Not
a lot.
I'm not gonna, I do set really high expectations for players. If I've seen them play to a certain level, I want them to play like that for the rest of their lives, which I know probably isn't feasible.
For the rest of their lives, they're gonna be like 95. They're getting dropping 20
kills. This hasn't been years since Newers was at his best. It was only a couple of weeks ago. It was like a couple of weeks ago. How has there been that much of a drop off?
Yeah, I mean, Demo's gonna be showing up in the nursing home someday. We're like, Newers, what's your rank? That's kind of crazy. Yeah. Well, I think we're ready to find out what map we're going to right now. Let's see what it is.
That looks like a border.
It does indeed look like border.
That's a nice way to do map.
There you go.
Map view. Just show it.
I like it. Yeah, no ambiguity there. And I believe that means, too, that the players are all loaded in. And it's time for the casters to take the reins once more. So for a final time, I believe, today, we're going to throw it over to Lynx in blue. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Demo. Doa. I almost said Demo. Technically, thank you,
Never
Demo.
thanked
Let's get ourselves into this one. It's border again as we go into it for, I think, like the 6th or 7th time this week, something like that.
Actually, if we're running up the numbers, it is the 4th time border has been played, which now means
feels like way more than that.
It does feel like more, but it is the #1 most played map in the NAL now, as it was tied with Oregon, both at 3 before this map. Now border will be at 4.
That is 1/3 of the game so far if we include this one.
When you say it like that, it seems like a lot, actually.
So bans coming in makes sense so far. Ying, as we saw, Ying incredibly impactful in the last border match we had played, which actually involved M80. So once again, coming in for them. Okay, so this is going to be interesting. This isn't actually a no operator ban, as they just said in chat. That no operator ban, it means Brava. That's being done, I believe, due to a current bug in the game, just so we're trying to skirt around that. But Brava is banned out, is what that means right there.
I mean, really, I'd be angry if I was Foxy right now. I mean, you have made such a big single effort to bring Brava into the league, and M80 bans it against you? I mean, come on.
To be fair, pretty targeted ban, considering how much they used it.
The disrespect here is, they just banned Maestro?
Ooh, they did. Why, though?
I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, Evil Eyes could be good. Did they just target ban Dream?
I think so. Man, to be fair, he was popping off when they were on this map, and when he specifically was on that operator. So, yes.
When's the last time have you seen a Maestro ban in a competitive Rainbow Six Siege map?
I think I saw like one at a major at some time in the last year, but that's like the only time I've seen it in recent history.
I have not seen a Maestro ban in a little bit. Either way, it definitely is a target ban against Dream, who, if you guys saw yesterday, was actually, I believe, our MVP on border, as funny enough, on Ace, and if I can read this correctly, Maestro went 14-4. The 100% cost as well. So they will be target banning Dream's favorite defensive operator, and right now he will instead pick an op that I don't think any of us have seen Dream play in a long time. He's gone from Maestro to Alibi, about as large a gap as you can cross in the roles associated with those ops.
Massive role shift, and to be fair, a massive bit of confidence from the leadership on Oxygen now to let Dream go that route, considering the Maestro has been banned out. They have full confidence, it seems, that he's going to bring a similar performance to what he brought out yesterday, and why not with the way he played things on yesterday's map. Single-handedly dominated on multiple rounds, so let's let him loose on the road and see what he can bring out.
I'm ready. M80 have not known what they've done. Dream's about to drop 24 kills. It's going to break the kill record.
I was about to say, he's about to break the record in this one now. Now he's been unleashed.
Hold on your seats, folks. We're about to enter light speed. Dream's holding in Visa very aggressively, so he's not at all baiting us with this pick. He's not sitting inside his sight, but he is sitting inside of Visa and Passport, as I just mentioned. There are some players from M80 looking to enter from jail, but both the Alibi down below and the Oryx up above will try to hold down this western part of the map. One will start to enter. Dream's been droned. One peeks and takes the fight, but Dream only suffers a little bit of HP. He'll be able to fall off, but M80 not trying to waste much time before they secure this part of the map.
Dream quickly trying to rotate back around, not able to make impact over inside of Passport, but at the same time, still going to try to do it from the front door flank. Sweater as well has the right timing on opening these top downs, just unfortunately not able to find the angle when he goes for the full commitment onto the spray. Dream as well, a little bit more conserved now as he tries to make an aggressive bid and unfortunately loses a considerable amount of HP. Restrains himself a little bit more here. That's going to allow for M80 to move in and start to at least begin to take map control.
And they've acquired some of that first floor control, which is a very good angle to hold when attacking tellers. Often we'll see teams start on the east stairs and then go in for the execute and the plant through that single panel in tellers, and then that's held by an angle in Passport to make sure that the attack can't pull up. But now that M80 have that bit of control, that angle is not available to them, but two people fall at the exact same time. Both Dream and Newers getting on the board. Kino does fight back, but Spoit and Iconic, the two new pickups, and some of the best players that M80 has to offer, both cut down.
Rest of operators down with it. Thankfully, the majority of the utility stays alive. The Flores drones, the phone calls, of course, you just heard, as well as the hard breach, still in the cards for M80 if they need to use any one of them. Of course, the final phone call is now going out, so that is dead, but it's useful here for Kino to isolate out Sweater and take him down. Second kill on the round as he's found both of them so far for M80 here to re-equalize it yet again, down to a 3v3, but it goes all calm for a moment past that point here. Newers trying to justify a big swing from the east main stairs descent. He'll be able to group up with his teammates from this one as well. Get back over towards the site. Try to stem the tide for the rest of the execute. Both players peek into that one there. And unfortunately, both are going to end up whiffing, so they'll give respect to each other back away front. But Kino, a third kill now as he's single-handedly taking command of the site until finally Yaga puts a stop to it and downs him.
Newers and Yaga, one down below. One was up above previously, but now joined him in courtyard. They got 15 seconds, only 15 needed to hold down the fort. Gomez hops down, tries to Batista bomb the Frost, but Newers, he is wiser. He knows what's going on, but DS, the clutch minister, can he make 5 seconds work to get 2 quick kills? No, unfortunately. OXG still managed to close out the round despite the inhuman efforts of Kino to bring that back to equilibrium.
Kino trying so hard to make it work, just brute forcing his way through vents in order to try and make that play happen, and picks up a third kill even on his way into the actual site towards the back of Bathroom, but couldn't take it past that point. Had no support throughout the entirety of picking up those 3 kills, and finally that came back to bite him when a fourth duel was thrust upon him from Yaga. Things fell apart, unfortunately, pretty quickly after that as Oxygen continued to maintain full control, though manpower was kept very close between the two teams throughout the entirety of the round.
Teller's Bathroom done early as well. One that side, definitely not on the same level as, say, like going to kitchen and dining instead of dorms like we saw some teams do yesterday on Oregon, but still a site that now that you've done it away with, now you can go to Armory, which tends to be the site that goes the way of the defense more, but is also a site that the attack is very, very accustomed to attacking because of how popular its pick rate is. OXG aren't really switching things up too much, but of course with the Maestro and the Mira ban, that leaves Azami, Valkyrie, and Solus up. Those 3 most banned defending operators all in the hands of OXG. Now, they're not bringing the Solus, but they are bringing that Azami and the Valkyrie. The former will likely hold on to CCTV for as long as he can, but aided by some of those black eye cameras to catch anybody maybe pushing in from break. If that's what they're going for, and Yaga does move over to CCTV, that could be a difficult hold for M80 to pierce.
And maybe not making a huge number of change-ups to their own lineup as well, bringing exactly what you'd expect to find for this type of upstairs clear. Young as well, going all the way out for the barbed wire to throw that on the ground. Gives him the audio cue when players are going to start lurking around the corner. May give him a capability to try and go for an aggressive swing if he has the capability to go for it as well. But we'll see if he'll be that bold in a few moments here once we get M80 on position, ready to start clearing things out. Foxy as well with some good spot and early intel that'll come up from that can. That'll continue to bleed out throughout the rest of this round here. Going to see any early control being stolen away from MA. They are heavily emphasizing the drone presence here, as we can see at least 2 to 3 of them still buzzing around about 45 seconds into the round. It's Iconic looking to make the first big play, but never mind. It'll be Spoit from East Main that actually connects and finds Newers first off here to eliminate the Frost.
Very big pick for M80 early on. That was the player playing aggressively inside of Office, looking into East Stairs. So while they don't have the entire control of Office and Archives, they already have a player playing very aggressively cut off the front line. Foxy now cut down as well. It's actually CCTV still holding on for the defense, and Yaga and Sweater both not giving up the fight whatsoever. A two-man hold in CCTV. We've got Yaga with the Kibas, able to hold things down.
Iconic has this drone sitting in CCTV, so they actually have intel on both players that are inside of there right now, so he's going to try to use this from his nade. Let's see, is the intel still accurate? Yes, it is! 6-1 onto Yaga. The drone, like I said, is at a high point too, so it should be able to spot out Sweater also, and I think he realizes this now. He's going to start to back away, and it's a good thing that he did, as that transition over the wall just saved his life.
And now with that pocket reinforcement, the fountain position is safe. Dream tries to get aggressive, but he loses the fight to Gomez. The damage done to Sweater earlier on now becomes that much more impactful. He's got to clutch a 1v3. Last EE1D goes out, will freeze him in position, but now it's elapsed, and now he's got to win these fights. Gomez will be the easiest. They're both on low HP, but the other two, that's what it will be difficult. Iconic spotted them. Sweater will have to fall off. Moves back into Fountain, but nobody's there. He's chasing ghosts on the east side of the map and giving up the bomb site, maybe to play for retake. Still got 50 seconds left. There are two players covering Gomez. He puts down this bomb. Something's got to give. Sweater's got to win a fight. He'll activate the glasses, but there's nothing to blind him. Only a gunfight. He needs to win, but he smokes DS off the metal angle. That's one full HP player down. Surely Iconic will fall as well. All you have to do is click for the head, and it's wraps for M80. But he's moved out to the vent balcony position. Such a powerful angle on the window. Iconic can easily burn the time here, and he still has Gomez, who can play off his contact. This is a losing battle for Sweater. He'll fire some shots, but the time is dwindling down. He's got to go in for the defuse, try to bait something. Not even enough time to jump out the window. It'd have to be a miraculous flick to win out this one, but instead, Gomez, with a couple bullets, gets M80 their first attack.
M80, unfortunately, with far too much control instead of that 1v3 post plant. Trying to play it out so slowly for the retake allows those final two players to establish positioning on the outside of the building where it's nigh impossible to actually get that counter defuse at that point. So a nice win to respond to things on round number 1 coming in from M80. All starts with that early pick that we see from Spoit as well. Takes out Newers, and then Iconic's nice play accompanied by the very sneaky drone position working its way into the CCTV spot up on top, is able to take them down.
With Armory done and dusted, a win for the attack. Defense will opt not to go back to it, at least for the time being. And if my eyes do not deceive me, no, it'll be vents. So actually we'll try downstairs as well. No Azami this time, but they will keep the Valkyrie. Bring those black eye cameras alongside a BP in sight to make sure that they can't just walk into vents and take that control for free. But given this is border, and well, it is the most played map in the NAL so far, I think we all have an idea at this point what Oxygen are going to do. The pieces might be different, but a lot of the positions are the same. We'd expect Sweater to play off site, maybe even bring that deployable shield with him. He's already deployed it. Not entirely sure where it is, but either way, with that aid of the black eyes off site, the Scorpion ready to fight anybody that moves into our office, archives, armory. Oxygen will try to hold on to that top floor, and of course with these vertical angles, deny anybody from moving into the site.
We're going to get a little bit more practice in terms of correcting what went wrong on the previous hold here, specifically on the inside of the site positions, but it's obviously a secondary objective this time, more to waste time rather than to try and preserve their own lives and win condition on the round. Sweater quite obviously leaned out heavily and aggressively here, but not aligning with anything in the opening few seconds. Another drone sitting above him. I believe it does have vision onto him, but I think he also just heard it, so he's aware of the fact that it's up there now. Play things out a bit more carefully, and the drone itself just jumped down, gave itself away. We'll be able to take that one down, but of course they're aware of the fact that he has hard committed himself to the inside of this one, and he'll be keeping solid watch for another one in a few seconds.
Gotta make sure that OXG have somebody in Fountain, though, because Sweater playing this aggressively, he could easily be pinched by M80 from the printer window and from East Stairs. He's got Dream down below who can watch that hatch, but right now, a little bit far away, a little bit spread out between these OXG roamers, specifically Sweater, as the other two, Yaga and I believe the other one being Foxay on that top floor. They are playing fairly close together. EE1D goes out, the first of many. No, that's Yaga and Newers up above. Foxay instead all the way in jail, but one catches him completely off guard. Gomez creeping on in. Now they'll have the cameras to watch OXG's very own position. And if M80 want to clear out this top floor still, they've got plenty of time and a man advantage as well.
Yaga full commitment of his magazine there to try and fend off the pressure from the window side and still nearly loses his life on the fallback here. Sweater trying to duke it out against the Yana that's being played by Spoit currently over on M80. While at the same time, still maintaining an extended position, wasting out the time bank overall from the attacker. Spoit realized this, so he continues his crusade ever forward now, has the opening, and good response from Sweater immediately, gets in a dodge here. He's wasted plenty of time, doesn't need to stick around here anymore, and will finally give up that second floor positioning.
Foxy might have gone, but the Roman that top floor has played about as well as it could. Maybe they probably fell back a little bit too soon, but only because Foxy was gone. Their hand was forced. Now Spoit forces the issue, presses it, two bodies fall. Yaga picks up one, but right now it's all singing M80. Spoit might be gone, but M80 take the round. 2 in a row for the attack.
Just nowhere near enough presence, and of course success on the upstairs hold. Like you said, gave it up just a little bit too early. If they were able to waste out a few more seconds there and force the issue for M80 to go for the execute downstairs, it would have left the defense in a much better spot, but does not end up transpiring. And M80 are absolutely aces with the way that they're able to execute from those top-down angles as well. Never really need to fully commit themselves to the site as Auction give themselves away on those vertical angles and give M80 a very straightforward round to take the lead.
And I like their decision to go back to vents here. I do think if maybe we have Foxay or really anybody playing inside of Passport, play a little bit more back, don't hold on to that as long as they did. I think that's still a very solid defense because Sweater was able to hold on. Well, Sweater, Yaga, and Newers on that top floor were able to hold on for quite a long time and only had to rotate back in about 1:10 seconds because M80 were starting to push in and Foxay was down. They had to conserve the manpower they had remaining. But if we see that same hold, even with different operators, but we see maybe the Valkyrie play underneath inside of the site to go for the C4 and aid maybe Sweater playing in office or aid the people playing inside of Armory, I think this can still be a very solid setup.
Let's see now as Oxygen go for attempt number 2 on this site. More change-ups as well. Sweater most notably bringing the Legion into the fold for this one. And the Bandit potentially fending off some of that more direct action to come in from M80. No repicks though for the M80 side of things. They feel the rotation they brought in on the previous round is pretty much flawless. Pretty much was. So they'll do the same exact thing yet again. The repicks will be shown because of that one. OXG, just a few final set pieces to deploy towards here. Looking to rotate to go into CCTV. It looks like it's just going to be this one lone player, Yaga, committing himself into the depths of that one, but no, actually, just a cam setup, apparently. Turn tail and head back, and so far, setup working out well. Sweater with a dash up through East Main, gets 1 kill. Possibility for a second, but he was just droned out. That's going to make him panic a little bit, fall back. Will continue to be the case here as a second drone follows that first one up.
Well, he certainly made Iconic skittish. The Ash is chasing around with a drone, already put to 50 HP as well. Oh, just barely sees one, creeping around the 90 hallway. That was Newers, but now the Bandit is completely backed off. Unfortunately for M80, they will take the L in the early round. Not only losing Spoit, never mind, I should not have rooted against the Batman right there. Hops over the balcony, completely decimates Sweater. Not at all stalled out by that loss of their primary entry like I thought they might be.
Rest of M80 continuing to wait for another opportunity to frag things out. Now they hold an even turf against the OXG roster. Newers as well, lots of pressure being built up against him due to the office take, which has already transpired from the POV of M80. Away from that though, no confidence to make things push themselves forward for our attackers just as of yet, but Newers scared enough to be forced back downstairs. Toxic Babe is going to take his place in form of delay here.
But this rotate's still very good. He can still apply pressure from this position. He's got the C4 from below, and Yaga is still doing work inside of CCTV. He's rotated over and cut down Iconic. Even though Oxygen have seemingly ceded physical presence inside of Armory, Yaga can rotate back, bolster it, and with these C4s, still deal damage to Oxygen if they can.
Nice rotate from Yaga, gets himself back onto the inside of Armory and picks up another frag against Kino. Diaz and Gomez are all that remains here now. Diaz still stuck in Archives. Gomez, though, walks right in. Thankfully, there's a trade angle from Dream. Just wasn't peaked at that opportunity, so it causes the death of another teammate. Diaz now left alone, though. Like we said, he'd already been trapped out. Forces the issue up towards Beepers. Nice pre-fire to finally knock out Yaga. So he's been constantly going back and forth between CCTV and the depths of Armory due to the fact that M80 could not afford to establish Overwatch there. Diaz still a long road to recover this situation. Thankfully, a decent amount of time to make it work. But Dream, as well as yours, now playing it together. The cross established, but as well, the pellets sung out. Oh, but the pre-fire again from Diaz gets kill number 2. It's down to a 1v1. He still has 30 seconds to make this play as well. But you'll note, as we take a look at him, no case in hand currently. He's playing this entirely for the frags right now. Knows Newers is playing it to the left position earlier, but has not been able to spot if he's rotated since then. Trying to move around, trying to force him out, but no, has the wrong read on it. So Newers shuts it down in the 1v1 instead.
Excellent play by Yaga in that round, not only holding down CCTV, but contesting pretty much every area outside of the map beyond the immediate vicinity of CCTV. And again, that hold from Oxygen, now that we don't have somebody losing their life early on, but also Sweater getting aggressive on East Stairs, the foundation was there, and even the structure on top of it was there, but with just a few individual adjustments and a very nice opening pick by Sweater. Oxygen take their second defense on border. They've now managed to win Vent, win Tellers as well, which I believe the ladder site will now be unlocked if they want to go for it. Could retry Armory again, though, and that is actually what they'll do. Even though OXG have not won this site yet, they'll try it a second time.
See if they can finally lock things in. This will be more than likely one of their last attempts up here. Just 2 rounds to go until the halftime switch. Still feeling all right about themselves. Very, very close to a clutch inside of that previous one. Just did not end up panning out as OXG holds the line inside for the 1v3 there. The final member, Newer, is able to pick up the clutch for them instead. Let's get minimal changes coming into the overall lineup for this next attempt to hold things out. Still relying on the Legion as well as the Oryx and a Zombie. Do most of the utility work here for them. Just the heavy lifting on the early roam as well.
The one thing I'd like to see from M80 to try and deal with this roaming setup, I'd like to see Iconic get a little bit more plays. 3 and 2 so far, so not at all costing or doing bad even. But definitely he's got the energy. We saw how he brought the man count back in that previous round by vaulting over East Stairs. But I want to see M80 not just try to clear this with utility, which is the traditional way. And if they do it, you know, hats off to them, good job. But I want to see them engage with the firepower and use the gunplay that we know that they have and completely dominate Oxygen in this early round to make this a decisive lead if they're able to win out this attack. Of course, it's the same CCTV setup we've seen before. One player playing around Break and Yogg on that Azami playing on the circle desk, but with Sweater on low HP and Iconic below, this could be what gets M80 their first pick.
Sweater continuing to wait this out now. Very low HP, however, so cannot I think as aggressively as he would like to. Has to rotate back out towards 90, get himself into safer harbors. That's exactly what he's going to be doing by positioning himself in the hallway. M80 continue to play things forward now as a result of clearing him out and forcing him back. No kill to claim just yet. They can follow that through very, very shortly here as they are attempting to work an opening onto the trip wall to work their way into office as well. No, nades a little bit too far out there. If it was an attempt to take out the mute jammers. There we go. Second one follows it through. And okay, M80. Not sure what went on there, but Spoik and Iconic more than likely with an unfortunately timed misalignment leads to the outright elimination of Iconic here, as they will lose the first player in this round.
To spin that as a positive, that sounded like a montage-worthy shot, but certainly a montage-worthy play from Yaga. They've got that barbed around the corner to make sure that no attacker creeps up on him. Well, Yaga, he doesn't like taking chances. He doesn't like letting things go up to chance. He'll take the fight himself, and so will Newers. 2 heads fall to the floor as Kino and Spoit are no longer members of this mortal plane. Foxe seals the deal for OXG and completely shut out M80 from this round.
M80, some solid results earlier on inside of the half, but now moving into the tail end of it, we're going to see them start to struggle a bit as OXG finally takes that lead away 3-2, but it's still solid potential for M80 to come back here, tie us up at 3-3, which would be an overall positive for them at the end of the half. Oxygen, at the same time, looking to lock in a solid 4-2, exactly the scoreline they would look to find on a map like this.
Also, to bring this up as we move into round number 6, something we have not talked about much up until this point. We saw M80 play Border earlier, and Warden was banned, and Ying was left up, and M80 used it to great success on their attacking half, landing themselves a 4-2. Now, OXG have banned Ying, and the attacks, they've not looked bad from M80, but they've certainly looked a lot less decisive, haven't they? They've had a lot of good ideas, including M80 using Iconic on that Nook, not to creep up stairways, but to creep into positions unnoticed and go for nades from below. A really good and really inventive way to use that Nook against OXG. But without that Ying so far, M80 have not really had something to point to, have not really had, whether it be an op or a player or something like that, that's really said that is what's winning them these rounds. They've looked good, but without that Ying, there's not one particular thing that is putting them over OXG, who are playing extremely well.
So M80 with quite a few repicks coming into this one. Let's see, 4 out of 5 of them end up changing their operator choices. Spoit is the only one that stays in place on the Yana. See if this yields results for the rest of the team. OXG continuing to wait things out now. M80 moving their way forward for the first bit of aggression to start pushing things in. Oh no, the opening being made there by Sweater, but it's a bit premature, unfortunately, as he goes for it. Still gives him the extra audio cue. If his opponent is going to try to toy with him on the outside of it, but he's actually ditched the catwalk entirely there, trying to fall back deeper into the depths of Office, just chucking away one of those goo mines in the process.
This is the key part of the map you have to hold anyway, so he'll rotate over, bolster the hold, already being, well, held by the Oryx Newers, who's certainly having a much better game so far than he has over the past, well, the past day, but the past couple maps as well that he played on day 1. Spoit with a hot drone in front of him, does find Newers. I spoke too soon, unfortunately, but the Oryx is still positive. Now 5-3 instead of 5-2, but Spoit tacks another entry duel victory into his cap over the past 2 days, something he has done quite well on so far inside of the NAL.
And the rest of Oxygen still trying to look for a way to battle back for this control. It's very realistic that they will find it as well. Keep in mind, this is just a partial extension for OXG at this point here. And M80 is fighting very, very hard to try and maintain a control for themselves.
One thing to note real quick, now 3 drones only for M80, and it is 1 minute and 40 seconds left in the round. They have that opening pick, and that can often compensate for some losses in the drone utility, but as you said, only 2 now. If M80 start to lose this man advantage, the ability and the intel at their disposal to claw it back will decrease and decrease. OXG have predominantly fallen back to the site. All 4 remaining players down there, and as Diaz gets a kill, that opportunity for OXG to even things up, it's slowly dripping away. M80 might not have drones, but if OXG is to lose these fights, it's not gonna matter.
Seems like the intel they found from those drones is still good to some degree as well. One of them rolling out now to try and see what the site looks like. Only gonna have a bit of a preview of this one as they open up a secondary hatch to work their way into vent down below and potentially make a push from that direction as well. 1 minute to make this play, but at the same time, M80 are moving on right along schedule here. A 3rd kill now localized by Kino to eliminate Foxe, and the defense pretty much in shambles for OXG, being reduced to only 2 players. M80, it's really just up to you in terms of when you want to strike and try to use out that 1 remaining drone to find the position of these final 2 players. There it goes. Darting past, has already located Dream as he gets spotted by it. Diaz immediately strikes as well. Kino already well on his way to the plant, but it's not even needed. Spoit just goes crazy. Let's see this one on replay real quick as he gets a nice little spin around here to pick up this kill. A 180 flick to find it. He shuts things down and puts M80 in good positioning here, the tail end of the half, locking up the tie at a 3-3 scoreline.
Just as I labeled M80's attacks good but not great, they completely mullered them the way I wanted them to earlier on in the game. A flawless round to end things off, and now a 3-3 half as well. And the ironic part about all that is they had 1 drone by the end of that execute, and that 1 drone is what spotted Dream holding the angle inside a passport that got that second to last kill for M80. So overall, extremely good play between both teams on the attack and the defenses. Not much really to complain about on the side of OXG or M80. Now this is where things get fun, because the Solus was left up, but OXG instead favored the Azami and the Valk combo. But for round number 7, it's Azami who's dropped, and Iconic on the Solus, who will join Gomez on the Valkyrie.
Just reminding you guys one more time, at halftime as well, I know that you are all seeing a no operator ban there at the top left. That is technically true and technically not true at the same time. While yes, in the actual ban phase it was a no operator ban, it represents a Brava ban in this situation because we do have a bug right now, so we're trying to avoid that.
10 seconds left.
I like avoiding bugs.
Yeah, same. So,
me personally.
That's the solution we have found for this matchup here. So just in case anybody was curious, that is a Brava ban.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Prep phase now done. Round number 7. Both teams even. What else, John, could we want for the last match we cast of the day? An even game between two extremely talented teams. How are they going to adapt it too? Honestly, yeah, pretty good one overall. But now, M80, they're running things how we'd expect. Somebody inside of CCTV, the Solus, with no Azami on the board in this round. He'll look to see whether people are droning him out to make sure the intel is not being found and that he can hold on to this position safely. Kino bolstering his position down below with that C4. There's a lot of flexibility for M80 right now with that rotate hole, that common rotate hole, admittedly inside of 90. Iconic is not just keeping himself around that circle desk. He'll move in and out of that spot to try to contest wherever Oxygen are attacking from, which at the moment, to note, is not really around CCTV, as on this part of the map, it seems quite quiet.
Gomez goes adventuring because of that one. A few bits of pre-fire, trying to see if he can get the players by passport on timing alone. A bit premature, unfortunately, as Oxygen seems to be favoring some pressure over here towards the main doorway. And of course, on the west main rappel instead. Already looking to try and throw some pressure, actually very early in through this doorway. We'll have to wait and see if they decide to fully go for this here. This would be incredibly bold, but I doubt it, especially with, once again, Kino firing out that first shot and knocking out Sweater here. That is going to put Oxygen already on the back foot at the start of this first round of the second half.
Got that skeleton key. The vert would be a little bit harder to get, but they brought some redundancy. Yager's got that sledgehammer and those nades as well, so the destruction might not be as quick, might not be as chaotic, but he's still got the ability to do it and the nades to make it easier, but it doesn't even matter. They found an opening. Guess what it is? No one's home. It's empty. All of M80 have vacated the site, and a C4 to create rotate will not stop the bomb from going down.
Nicely done from Oxygen, find an opening opportunity and taking full advantage upon it. Kino as well just goes walking outside. Yaga and another member of Oxygen more than ready to shut that one down. So once again, OXG now in control of this situation with the two trades they've found since putting the plant down onto the ground. And look at this, pure post-plant angles are just not looking good at the moment for M80. They're gonna have to hop out no matter what they do, and that's a losing equation no matter which way you try to swing it. Diaz trying to force players out, but it's just not gonna work as OXG, save for that one pickup from Gomez, have a flawless round once they get the plant down.
Seems like for a lot of the round that OXG aren't doing much, but it all was meant to gather intel, to find where every single player of M80 was, and once they realized that the only player even on the same floor of the bomb site was all the way in bathroom on the opposite side of the map from ventilation. And that's why you love teams at this level, because they didn't say, oh, there's a roam, we have to clear that. Oh, there's a player inside a passport, we have to clear that. We got to go for it. And they even tried to, and they died. But you know what they realized? If we can just walk in and plant, it doesn't really matter if they got 8,000 people on the top floor holding vertical angles. We just have to catch them off guard. And for 7 seconds, that's all we need. Just keep them at bay. We can get the bomb down and play our post plant. So OXG will start out their half with a win on the attack. And M80, who went to vents as their first site, will completely abandon it, at least for the short term. Hop up to Armory instead.
Not feeling the retry on it. So OXG find a direct counter to their upstairs hole. Just sneak the plant in. Go directly back outside to hold all of your post-plant angles from there, making the upstairs hold a bit of a non-issue for the most part. Once that plant had gone down. For M80, this will change up a bit. They'll head upstairs instead for this hold now. See if they can find better footing on the go-to site for most teams on defensive border.
Change up at the site and also change up the operators. They had the Valk Solus combo last round, but this time, maybe because CC is a little bit more important to hold on the Armory bomb site, Iconic will go to the Azami instead to use those Kiba barriers to hold down Circle Desk. He'll have some support from DS Lucas, likely going to play aggressive on Armory wall to contest that balcony. That would give access to Iconic's window looking into CCTV. Sport getting a little bit aggressive, waiting to see if anybody gets, well, aggressive on that very window he's looking at, but instead he'll back off for the time being. What is this? We have a 3-man hold around CCTV in break room. An exceptional amount of resources placed by M80 over on this part of the map, and if OXG play into it, their shots have got to land because M80 have a lot of bodies to play trades.
Well, M80 once again, more than ready for the fight, it seems. It's on Oxygen now to have the presence to push this forward in the face of M80. Kino getting spotted on his fallback more than likely by the drone that was sitting up on top of the skylight here. Gomez moves back into it though. Needs to be aware of that intel already being gained. Nice flank established here for Spoit though. Finishes things off against Sweater and puts the members of Oxygen down to start off the round. But that was how the last round also got started. Dream with the trade at a heavy cost to his own personal HP, but he makes it out alive, plays conservatively past that point. Unfortunately, does not get the full confirmation onto Spoit. He's in a very peculiar position, so more than likely still going to be fully dead in just a few seconds here.
M80 have also completely backed off. They have left Spoit to his fate, unfortunately.
He's trying to crawl to his teammates. He's want nothing to do with it.
Unfortunately, I don't know the exact, actually don't know the exact amount of time that the downtimer lasts, but I know it does not last long enough to get over to Iconic. Foxay will leave no loose ends and will make sure that Spoit is not picked up by his team. Overall, for the first almost 2/3 of the round now, at least in terms of HP, M80 are coming away the victors. We got Dream on low health, and both teams have suffered one loss of a player. But Gomez, even though he's low HP, M80 have retained control of CCTV and still have plenty of utility in Fountain. No matter which way OXG want to take this, there is still the full setup and the full utility from M80 staring them dead in the face.
M80's also been still winning things from a positional perspective as well. Oxygen has gained very little map control coming down to these final 45 seconds. No one has been able to push past the initial east main doorway. No one's been able to move into this breach and take office control. Fountain as well, and the rest of the site too. Not even a great setup at this point to try and work themselves over towards west main and again putting pressure in from the other side. Foxay moves on a balcony, but there's still additional presence on the inside of CCTV from at least one member of M80 also here. So just far too large of a checklist, it seems, for Oxygen to realistically take care of in the next 20 seconds, but they're still going to attempt to do it. Kino with a direct swing off of the rappel sound cue. Another one to be found from a direct push from Dream. 2 dead already. 2 more still to be found from OXG, but the case already down on the ground. A brutal shotgun down, although no kill just yet. Foxay at least trades onto that one, but Kino and Iconic now getting credit for those final 2 kills as it is locked in from M80 one more time, and so is the tie point.
Kino gets 2 kills peeking the armory wall, then rotates over to the opposite side of the armory bomb site, and then gets a 3rd by downing someone. I actually feel terrible for any person who has the misfortune of peeking Kino when he's in sight with smoke. Like, I genuinely do. I feel really bad because I'm like, you're just not winning this.
Remember so much confidence on the SMG.
Remember yesterday when we cast DZ M80 and 2 people tried to pinch him on server stairs and he killed one of them and almost killed the second, but Diaz only beat him to it? I mean, there's nothing you can do when that man is in sight half the time. He's going to shotgun you, and that is the beginning and end of it. We'll say good try from OXG trying to contest that early round as well, but M80 had just stocked up so many resources on the east side, and OXG remained fixated on it, that once Spoit was able to get that kill, and Dream almost lost his life taking down Spoit in turn, there was just too much time wasted for too little gain by the attack.
And so, the team's tied up yet again at 4-4 now. Once more, M80 moves their way downstairs for another attempt to hold on to vents. Oxygen, of course, breaking the rules in order to get the win on that previous site play, ignoring the upstairs clear and going directly for the plant over on the storage site instead. They'll take it for themselves right there in that pocket corner. Members of M80 were none the wiser, and Oxygen immediately left the building to establish post-plant positions outside of it, meaning that the upstairs hold did not contribute to any form of successful retake for M80. They were shut down, lost it, so we're going to see how they try to avoid that circumstance this time around.
Hopefully by putting someone closer to the site.
Yeah, that might help a bit.
That's where I would start personally, because I will say right now, very spread out from M80, which is making me a little bit nervous. Newer's low HP though, so if OXG are going to bite into this, and you're just going to stop the entries at the doorway, perhaps M80 might still find some success. But they are playing a little bit closer to the bomb site. DS Lucas, of course, has that long angle, but it is still a lot put on this roam by M80. But OXG, they are playing their game. They said, okay, we see what you're doing. Let's try to figure this out. Sweater's got that hot drone, but there are quite a bit of people stationed inside of Fountain. Hopefully he's got someone playing the trade or holding his printer window, which it does appear he does, with that alibi clone in his way. Taking control of office right now will require at least a little bit more time to destroy some of that utility and gather more intel.
Sweater still desperately hunting for that opening pick for OXG here. Just like the last round, really struggling to find any opener that'll let this team take serious map control, so they're still stuck, once again, just like round 8, on the outskirts of East Main, trying to fight for some form of control. Where they'll find it, we still have to ask ourselves that question here, as finally they get the confidence to start moving forward a little bit over towards Fountain and bleed out a bit of the presence from M80, but still, Foxay becomes the initial victim. A trade does show up this time, though, from Sweater to knock out Spoit. Keeps things even down to a 4v4 as Kino tries to start working himself into a more aggressive position to flank out prematurely the play that's coming up from Oxygen.
Got someone gambling with their life. Kino might fall. That is a C4 gone, but Iconic is just sitting inside of Armory right now, and OXG have no idea. Gomez vaulting in as well, completely distracts him, but he still can't get the kill. He's down to Dream, and now Dream being down has revealed Iconic's position. He's blocked off the metal valve door. That's made an isolated Yaga to a 1v1, and he'll make the smart play. He'll cut his losses, but now Diaz loses health down below. M80 are likely forced to play retake at this point because of the low HP of Diaz Lucas and the lack of control up above. They'll have to wait for OXG to push before M80 can make their move.
Oxygen still trying to work their way forward over towards the hatch drop, and the transition downstairs with 40 seconds left should be an adequate amount of time here. M80 though still with a somewhat aggressively lean position on the back end of showers here. Depending on where OXG attempt to put the plant down on the ground, still some capability that M80 could try and deny this outright, and will be in a great position for a very speedy retake. They want to have heavy emphasis on these top-down angles though, so once again, sledge work being given priority right now for OXG. First half of the remaining 40 seconds now used up. They're coming down to the wire here to try to make this plant work. Iconic, no longer having any patience, pushes back in from the shower spot, gives the kill over to Newers. This is what OXG wanted to see. The Nitro out, unfortunately a little bit short there to stop the actual plant from going down. Sweater will find it with 2 seconds in excess. Now leaves Diaz off on an island here. 1v3 set before him. Has potentially 2 different players peeking into this angle when he goes around the corner. The first one to his left, the next one there, deals with that one.
All right.
Has to deal with another player on the outside of the main doorway. Another one still up on top, above him as well. Newers ready for that challenge up on top, but no, the unscope from Diaz at just the wrong time gives Yaga the final 1v1, and OXG the round.
2 ventilation victories for Oxygen now. M80 likely going to have to find a new secondary bomb site after 2 unfortunate failures overall. And because this is the second half, there is not a lot of a buffer to start bringing this back. They'll have to try something new now. And of course, that will logically be Bathroom and Tellers, but again, not a site they've gone just yet. So if there is a mistake and maybe a hole in the defensive strategy that they have not attempted yet, that'll give OXG map point if they're able to secure it and exploit that opening. Of course, it does appear we might be. Oh no, I saw everybody talking. So like maybe we took a tactical timeout, but no, they're just being.
Iconic spitting a lot right there.
I literally thought I was like, damn, he's kind of going crazy right now, using that minute to effect. But no, he's just talking really fast.
Still a very close contended game, so M80 nor Oxygen necessarily feeling the need for attack pause at this point in the game. Could change soon though if M80 is going to try to use things at all. Maybe just want to keep things rolling here if they feel that it's a close enough game, and it certainly has been. But OXG now on the precipice of that point. Could very well be our penultimate round coming up here on the 10th. Fury pick showing up for them mainly just to change up to the soft breach. Clearing both the sledge as well as the buck. Make sure they can work things appropriately over on top of the site and fend off any pesky players from M80 down below as well here. Aside from that though, no real surprises from either team.
Now you got the castle on Bathroom Tellers, got Iconic probably holding down the roam. Spoit on Oryx. Real shocker right there. He's got the Bailiff rotations and a T5 1.5. I'd kind of question M80 if they didn't put that man on Oryx. He's always such a powerful fragger on this operator and on this position on the roam. Notorious on Koi and now on M80, but it's Kino looking like he might have the first bit of action in this round. Not only 2 players outside of jail, but 1 inside of Visa. The Buck just poking, well, all right. Maybe misspeak because he died immediately. That's unfortunate. Sweater immediately dead. No more Buck for the rest of the round, and Kino can now comfortably play inside of Visa.
They still do have the sledge being picked up by Yaga here, but at least in terms of a horizontal play, it's going to be incredibly safe. And Yaga not even worried about second floor play right now as well, so indeed, Kino very secure over on jail side of the map here. Yaga trying to push himself forward. There we go. Motion detector spots him out. Yaga tries to play out this 1v1, but it's going to be dangerous with the rotates coming in. Yaga, though, just gets a free one, apparently. Iconic, not aware of the fact that he was going to be sitting below him. Dream with another pickup against Kano as he peeks back out from, I believe, his position inside of jail. Gomez takes another fight and wins it, and M80 just fully slaying out now to find some responses. This one, it's a bit of a chaotic round now. Neither team really having control over anything at this point. Let's keep in mind, Auction still need to rotate themselves to the actual site over here by Tellers.
And Yaga made a little bit of a misstep. I think pushed in ahead of Dream and was stuck inside a passport, but by getting that kill on the Azami, moving to the rotate in the hatch, he survives for a little bit longer. That allows Dream to get into position, then they get those kills. And yet somehow M80 still got 2. And what could have been OXG recovering is now M80 still in the lead nonetheless. Dream is now moved up metal stairs. There's one tucked on the radio window. Do they know that Gomez is here? Iconic almost hit a flank last round, but this time it's Gomez waiting with open arms. Spoit's taking away the attention. Gomez going for the peak, creeping ever so slowly. Down goes Dream. Match point no longer a possibility. Well, it is one, but it'll require at least one more round to go.
And 80 bounce back yet again and keep this matchup as close as it can be here as we head into the 11th round. Neither team are rocking with an advantage at this point here as we are locked in that dead heat tie yet again, 5-all. There's 2 more rounds to go here. You need a definitive 2-0 streak at this point if you're wanting to close this out in regulation to gain the majority of points from that. Otherwise, overtime certainly in the cards for either one of these teams.
He's got to go OT, doesn't it? It's got to.
I would think so.
Got a back and forth game.
Attackers need to
Got one
locate
site.
and defuse
That would make
bombs.
sense.
One site that M80 can't win, but one site that M80 have won, being Armory. So, given historical precedent, if M80 are able to win this one, but then they have to go to Vents next, a site that they have struggled to defend so far, it's looking like a ripe situation for overtime between M80 and Oxygen. So if Oxygen want to at least be a little bit more confident that they can close this out in regulation, this is a much-win round. Both, of course, in that they would need to win 2 rounds in a row, but also because the side after this is one that M80 have struggled to defend.
Let's see if they can find solid footing. I'm sure Oxygen is aware of these play contentions as well, so they're going to put extra effort into this round to attempt to steal away the second floor hold. Oxygen, though, struggling to take really any form of map control the last time they had to attack into this site. They'll have to look to quickly correct upon that issue, find some way to boom in to areas like CCTV and burn out these extensions from M80 so Oxygen have a foothold. Find success later on in the round and not force themselves into the site when they lose time.
Diaz taking his normal position on this armory wall, aiding Iconic inside of CCTV. And Oxygen looking for a way to counter this one as well. M80 know that likely the way they're going to win this war of attrition we've seen between M80 and Oxygen will be by gunfights. Newers might take the first advantage, knows someone is tucked inside this triple wall position. If they can get a kill early in this spot, whether it be on the window where Spoit is or on the wall where Kino is, this would still give them a very solid opening and allow them to maybe even pivot early to an East Stairs take. But those opportunities both vanish, and OXG are very much focusing on clearing Iconic out of CCTV.
Diaz and the rest of M80 continue to wait out the first bit of real aggression to come in from Oxygen. Now, some of their presence forced back a bit. Diaz has a angle now. And an aid goes on top of Diaz, tries to dash away from it, but it goes too deep. Can't escape it. With that, Oxygen going to claim the opening kill of the round now. Opens up quite a bit of real estate for them to push into as well. And that's going to send at least the one remaining member from M80 playing towards break into the corner. But oh no, some shots come in up on top of the shelving inside of the office side there. Gomez shuts down Newers because of that one and re-equalizes us back down to the 4v4.
Really great individual play right there by M80, bringing that man count back because, of course, with Diaz being taken down on the armory wall, Iconic has to pull back, but now by rotating all the way over to break in East Stairs, he's been cut down as well. And OXG have that advantage back. Kino walks straight into 90, not even aware that CCTV was now in the control of OXG. And if the attack can just win this one and go on to Vents, the 7-5 dream for Oxygen might just still be alive.
Gomez shots out from him, but it's not going to be him that finds the next kill. It's Dream instead, as Oxygen continues to excel here and potentially will set themselves up, and indeed they will, for map and match point. Round number 11 goes to our attackers, and just one more needed now to find regulation victory, but only one chance to get it, as M80 will now have to look for the response, either on a retry of the same site or an adventure, one of the ones they have been unsuccessful so far at leveraging.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose they could go to customs if they wanted to. That is technically an option. If for full transparency, they could do that. Just not really the favorite site on Border. People prefer that Vent site. People prefer that Teller site. And, of course, the Armory one as well. We will finally have that tactical timeout on match point in this do-or-die moment. Of course, only one round that they're thinking of and talking about right now. What can we do to bolster and fix our Vents defense? The plants have been very easy for OXG to get, whether they're just able to walk on in for free or able to take control of the early round and still get a plant on the floor after some finicky adjustments. I think maybe the trick for M80 might just be what they did, what we saw a little bit in the early round there. Just get in their face, maybe stop them from getting set up. OXG love their plants. What best way to stop it? stop them from getting in the map in the first place.
Make them nervous, make them spend additional time droning things out and second-guessing themselves. That's been a successful strategy already for M80. And I definitely agree in the fact that that could be the path forward here to try and tie things up again at that 6-6 scoreline and force us into the OT situation where M80 once again is going to be primed and loaded to try and lock in for victory themselves and get still at least 2 points out from this matchup. Right now, they're unable to win this round. Coming up here, it's going to be, unfortunately, a donut for this matchup, and Oxygen's going to be taking all 3. But if they can lock in this one, get at least 1 point, assuming they were unable to follow it through and win out 8-6.
Some interesting role adjustments. Iconic, who's been on that Azami pretty much the entire defensive half, is now giving it over to Spoit, who's been more on a loose role, either playing over on the east side of the map, running around inside a fountain or office. He's now the one that might be playing in that CCTV position instead of Iconic. Of course, Dias Lucas was also very rapidly dealt with on that armory wall last time with a very well-placed frag grenade by Yaru. By the way, 14 and 6 so far. Definitely a very good pickup that OXG picked back up after his original tenure all the way back in 2021. As OXG spawned almost entirely on this CCTV side of the map, we know exactly where they want to push from and what spot they want to take over from M80. And look at how they've adjusted. Instead of playing over by that circle desk, they've all pulled back to break in 90, letting OXG walk in, but hopefully being able to retake it later.
Emphasizing keeping their players alive. A little bit of a retake going on there into the inside of the square part of CCTV, but that, once again, double take into the situation still ends up leading to Oxygen taking full control of CCTV itself. Newer is getting a very advanced position all the way at the top of metal stairs here. Did work a lot from this position, but he can't be so bold as to just directly swing through beepers into the site. We'll back away from it, it would seem. Trying to rotate around the rest of the first floor, see if anything is lurking here before committing himself further. Another minute or so once his teammates are in a much more palatable position to work this metal stairs push.
Committee have made the risky play to play more of a retake for CCTV, but now they've gone even riskier. They've given it up entirely. A minute 15 seconds in, OXG are now firmly confident they control this position. Newers also can watch down below, but one's dropped down the hatch, completely unaware that Newers was over by this metal bout position. The patience pays off. Sure, Newers didn't get everything on that stairwell, but by not shooting or by not even throwing a grenade, Gomez drops down to maybe play for that vertical later, and now he's dealt with. OXG with the CCTV control and downstairs pressure, and now Iconic down on the floor or in a prime position to close this out in regulation.
Newers doing great work from below here, getting not just 1, not just 2, but 3 players. Spoit dashing up East Main, trying to make up the difference, and Dias to do the same, but he can only go for 1. Foxy's already traded him out. It's all fallen to Spoit. This EU pickup, but so far making big impact. 2 already on the round. The 1v4 clutch from him if he's able to get it. Well, right past Beepers, gives himself away dead to rights, and unfortunately, it's been quite some time since that plan has gone down on the ground. So once more, Oxygen has already been able to establish incredibly strong post plants. It will be very difficult to counter back out now. Spoit forcing the issue, getting himself onto it to force his opponents into the open, but unfortunately, not even gonna flinch there. Sticks it hard, and with that, it's going to give it directly over to the OXG roster as they claim another matchup at the tail end of regulation. 7-5 to OXG.
And a heartbreaker for M80 as well. Both teams playing exceptionally well in that match, but the fact that M80 don't even get 1 point for that performance because of that regulation loss, oh, brutal to stomach and go home with. But of course, it's still M80. They'll likely recover. And OXG also recovering after their loss to PB today. They might have lost in regulation to PB, but getting a victory over M80, who's looking to be one of the top contenders in the NAL, that's something that will still help them in the long run.
Yep, definitely not a terrible game in any sense by
not
M80.
at all.
In fact, they get 0 points. Very
Quite
unfortunate, but rules are rules. Would have had to make it just a tad bit closer, bring out a little bit more of that clutch factor to at least bargain for a point or 2 in this game. Just not able to find it for this one. Overall, still a great week, of course, from Oxygen as they take quite a few victories for themselves. And that's going to leave them in a very top-ended position of the group here so far. That'll do it for the 2 of us for this week, ladies and gentlemen. Stick with us, though, as we've got plenty more games and plenty more action coming up. A quick break, and we'll have your analysis ready to break this one down.
North American League, everybody. Doa, Jesse, and Demo here with you, and standing by, ready to talk with us about that last match is none other than Yaga from Oxygen. Originally Yaga of Oxygen, then of Xset/M80, and now back with Oxygen again. So you're back with that team. You face M80. How was it facing off against some of your former teammates, playing along with some of your former teammates?
Yeah, no, it felt great to get that win. You know, I wouldn't say it was personal, but it was sure. Definitely it definitely felt good to win that one. I'm gonna be real.
It's a little bit fun.
Yeah,
fun for sure.
Yaga, for me, obviously you're coming back to Oxygen. Obviously last year you were with Oxygen. And how does it feel to actually be back? Has things changed since you were on that team last? Or is it just right back at home? You know, what's it like?
No, it's definitely right back at home. You know, we're in the same house actually physically, so it definitely feels nostalgic. But it's great to be back, and I love all the new teammates. All the new guys are great. Obviously,
there's one of them.
Love Fox too. Oh yeah, there he is.
Did they give you your old room back? I gotta ask.
I did get my own room
okay.
back.
All right. Just want to make sure. Yeah.
Obviously, the team's changed a little bit since you were last on the squad, but how have you changed? Are you any different of a player than you were when you first left Oxygen? Are you rejoining the team with any new skills that you didn't previously have?
Yeah, for sure. I think I'm a much more experienced player now. When I first joined the team, I obviously didn't have a lot of experience in Pro League, and you know, throughout the past year, I think I've developed a lot as a player.
How do you deal with distractions from teammates from time to time? Say, emerging behind you in interviews, like how do you get through things like that?
Yeah, no, Sweater and New are like the resident doofuses on the team, so yeah.
Good to know. All right, cool. So looking ahead to the next game then, now Oxygen had that little bit perplexing loss versus Parabellum yesterday. Obviously big win versus M80 right now. So going forward, you know, where do you think the team is at? Do you feel like you were able to build on what you learned from yesterday? Are things running? Do you feel like at capacity now, or is there still a little bit more you can add?
Yeah, after the match today, I think we're definitely back at our full capacity. I think our game yesterday, we were feeling a little off. We weren't playing like ourselves. So I'm excited to play DZ next. I think it should be a good game.
Yeah, it should be awesome. I'm definitely looking forward to it. I know the rest of us are too. Thanks for taking the time to chat with us, and good luck in that one.
Thank you.
Stop the little like three-finger wave as well. You always do that.
Well, they're leaving. I want to wish them well.
So why not a full? Why only just?
You got to really impress Jesse
like
to get the entire hand for a wave. You know,
it's cool. Apparently, instead of that,
it's cool.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I'm used to the thing. I lived in Korea so long. I wave like this half the time now.
Yeah, but you're also like 55, so there's always that too.
I thought I told you not to tell people that. Well,
tough.
Lucky, you just can't work with this guy. Anyway, we've got a Telestration segment coming up. It should be pretty sick, so we're going to dive right into that in just a moment.
How's it going, Twitch chat? Welcome back to the Telestration station, and today we're going to be diving into M80 versus Oxygen Esports, and we're going to focus in on the importance of drone work in a match. And certainly in this scenario, we're taking a look at where OXG are trying to hold on to CCTV on border, and we're going to see M80 try to take them down. Now let's start with the attacker positions, all right? You've got one guy here on upside down rappel, not going to be the most important player in the world. Gomez way way up here, you've got the Lion, I believe, of Diaz, who's also not going to be super important to this take. And then you've got 3 players who are quite important. Down in the bottom, you've got Kino, outside a break room, ready to take in onto a gunfight with, who just actually took down Fox A, but is now looking in towards security. You've got Iconic down below site, of course, with those 2 grenades that he's rocking on the Nook. And then it's hard to see, but way over on the right, you can just see like his foot. He's behind the HUD. It's going to be Spoit over by East Stairs, playing a really long angle, again, focusing in on security. Now, the defense, they've got some good positions here. They've got some really good angles. They've got one shot, the Warden down in on Takino, that they can take a gunfight. And then as well as that, we've got the Azami, of course, coming through from Yaga, who's going to have a really long angle down towards the East Stairs, who will be able to take down Spoit. But the key difference here, the key thing that will eventually put the advantage back in the way of M80, of course, the drone. You see it there hiding on top of the server stack, and they ran this drone night and day. All 6 rounds, they had a drone getting into this position as long as it was important for the take. It's this drone of Spoit. It was not spotted until round number 6. But let's clear the screen. Let's watch this all go down. We're going to see the 2 kills immediately go in the favor of Oxygen. There's one Sweater. There's the second onto East Stairs. But with this intel, Iconic down below. He's watching the drone himself, puts it onto his teammate. Spoit's on the drone, Kino's on the drone. He can ready the nade, get ready to take down the Azami to start things off. Gets down below, preps it here, and beautifully executed with the intel, finds that pick. And the last player as well, Lion Charge used to keep Sweater inside the room here. He just gets out with the Lion Charge. You see the nade right there, the indicator popping up, barely escapes, but still, that's ground taken all because of a drone. That was the main one. I wanted to show you one more little drone moment here. This round at the moment, you can see there's only 1 drone left. They have lost all 9 drones. They're already in a winning spot, but you get to see every little drone counts. Let's resume this clip, and we see the drone actually was just before that. Came through, spotted out that player as he was going for the swing into waiting room. So, you know, still really getting every last drop of value out of these drones on the side of M80. It was an intel-based game, and M80 certainly had a fantastic half with their drones economy going forward there against Auction Esports. We've got another game to break down, a little bit more post-match for M80 versus Auction again. So let's throw it back to the desk and continue on with the show.
Thank you very much, Jesse. So demo, that one was close. That was one of the closest ones that did not go to overtime, and it really felt round by round that it was the small things, right, that ended up giving the team that eventually won that particular round the advantage. What were some of the small things that you noticed Oxygen was able to do to consistently pull out slightly ahead?
I mean, I look at the team play. I think they were a lot more collective today. Newers, who I had to mention. You say minor things. I suppose that's kind of a major thing, is Newers has actually stepped up today. But I think just seeing him, you can see he's the difference. He has a good game. Again, still not outstanding, which, again, I expect him to be.
It was pretty
He had his rounds. He had really good rounds.
Just below Yoga.
It's so difficult for me to not just expect this guy to get 16 kills every game. It's really, really difficult, because that's all he was doing at Invitational. So it's really difficult for me to shake that. But no, I thought he was good today. Came in. You can see the difference in that performance for Oxygen. I think M80. No pictures from Kino today. You can see that was a different personality. You have to be said.
A little bit.
You know what? I think M80 were feeling the pressure. You see the vibe. Player cameras tell us a lot.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is M80 versus Auction's always going to be a bit of a grudge match as long as these 2 teams are in the league with similar rosters they have now. I do like that we got to see a bit of a different different border, because both these teams had played it. We really did see the operator bans coming through and changing the dynamic. Just previously, earlier today, we saw Kino destroying on the Ying, banned out by Auction. We saw the Brava constantly being brought out by Fox on this map yesterday, banned out by M80. And that forced these 2 teams to adapt, to change things up. Again, I think we ended up seeing a really intel-focused first half.
Even the Maestro ban as well for Dream, who was great on this and Border.
Absolutely, focusing down Dream with that one as well. It felt like the first half became super intel-focused, the Valk cams versus the drones, and then on that secondary half, there's never really an alternative to Ying. Right? It's never really going to be something where you can pull out a difference. But we did see Fox on the floor, as we did see that alternative to Brava coming through. Still got a lot of value out of that other droning operator.
It was a close game. There was never a moment where someone was running away with the game. It was always, 2 rounds would probably be the maximum that we've seen somebody lead, but it was so back and forth, which I think it just showcases that both these teams are very, very good. And both of them did play a good border. It's just that, I suppose, Auction had a better one.
That they did. I mean, very, very close. 3-3 split at the first half, and then round number 12 all the way to the second half. Again, I do think it just comes down to OXG being slightly better in their attack, right? When their tools are taken away from them, they have a little bit better of alternatives, and sometimes that's just the edge that you need.
That's right. That's all the edge Oxygen needed to get the win over M80 today, at least. And that means it's time to move on to our next series. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to see Space Station Gaming, the kings of overtime, take on Beastcoast, coming off their hot win over Soniqs. We'll see if they can keep the momentum going when NAL returns in just a few. And we're back here at the Rainbow Six North American League. Your host, Doe, here along with Demo and Jesse. And we're about to move into Space Station Gaming taking on Beastcoast. This one suddenly got a lot more interesting. And apparently the map veto is already ready to go. So let's check that out. And as we do, let's talk about this a little bit. We're going to go to Bank. And so my big question is, my big wondering is, are we going to see Beastcoast continue that momentum that they started today with that win over Soniqs?
I hope so, because I think it'll make the league a heck of a lot more interesting.
It will.
But I was very impressed with SSG yesterday. I thought they came out, hit the ground running really, really hard. Obviously beating Soniqs, big upset, and then obviously that comeback from Mirage was great. It shows the mental fortitude of that team where they never say die, which is a great element. A team where anyone can clutch, it feels like.
Yeah.
That's a scary thing to have.
Yeah, Beastcoast in that map ban phase as well. Coming out banning Oregon Border, the two maps Space Station have already won so far.
Yep.
Very nice that lines up as well with Border, which they have already lost on the side of Beastcoast. So yeah, nice little map ban phase. Beastcoast probably not disappointed at all with them ending up here on Bank for the first time in their history.
I would say so. I'm excited to get into this one. I know everybody is, and I know our casters are completely ready to dive into our next game. So for the first time today, we'll send it over to Pengu and Intero.
Hello. Thank you so very much. Greatly appreciated. Welcome, everybody, to our second day here in the North America League. You had Blue and Lynx drive you through those first 4 games. We're here for the evening shift.
We're technically here to put you to bed, but only after the games have been played.
That's correct. Then we're going to, I believe, is the correct way of going about it. And maybe one of these teams will get put to sleep themselves. Because if there's anybody who knows something about good nighting, it's Merc.
That would be accurate.
That is true.
I'll just say, Bank, a bit of a surprise in this matchup. I mean, we always talk about this, new rosters, what can you do? It's only day 2, and they haven't had the most time to practice. Bank as a map, very large, requires a lot of coordination throughout the entirety of the map. And SG and Beastcoast both making significant changes to the rosters. I'm curious to see how that's going to play out. But first, before we get there, the operator bans, of course, have to be go underway, and Beastcoast will start things off banning the first attacker, which will be the good old Ying, the stable ban here in the NAL.
Banned out by Beastcoast against a team that loves to bring her out. That's none other than Space Station Gaming. They adore that operator. I mean, this is a very different team now.
Yes.
Under a different leadership, under different guidance. No more Lycan as the coach, whose birthday, by the way, was yesterday. Happy belated birthday.
Happy belated birthday.
Happy belated birthday, Lycan. Flores, the other attacker, taken out. A Valkyrie ban coming in for the first defender, very solid on a large map like Bank. You get a lot of value out of those black eye cams, no matter where they're thrown about. Only question is this a zombie? Is this a soulless? A zombie ban here would make an awful lot of sense, especially with no Flores. Flores is excellent at taking out those Kiba barriers.
Soulless. Same argument can be made there. It's a very large map, very lot of verticality across the bomb side. So of course you want to deny that the possibility of a plant deny from below with the impact grenades. SSG, my eyes are going to be on them, especially when they are on the attacking side, because they played Border yesterday, and it was such a quick pace, fast, aggressive entry. It was Merc leading the charge. It was Forest on that last round of Border playing Blitz. That was like following the pattern of, if I don't know what I'm doing, then the opponent will not know what I'm doing either. Forest looked absolutely lost, but also still like he had a goal in mind, and he made it work. On this opening round, a couple of operators you can talk about on the attacking side. Now, of course, attacker repick is in the game. This could change, but Monty being hovered in the opening round of Bank to kind of set the pace and the tone for the match to come. For Beastcoast, they got a mixture of things, both supporting the roam on Capcan and the Vigil, but also got that side presence, the K-Claws for the hatches, the Goyo canisters for the bomb site and bomb site deny, as well as Mr. B on the smoke to lock down any plant attempt.
It's been fascinating watching this Beast Coast roster take shape. SSG as well have been just a wild team so far, needing all 50 rounds in their 2 matches yesterday, as people might recall. Doesn't really surprise me. When you've got new teams and new rosters coming in, there's going to be growing pains. There's going to be changes to the way that teams play things out. Oh, hold on a second here. Vertical getting very aggressive, as did Hat. And just like that, 2 players from Space Station are gone. Oh, goodness.
That's like just way too easy. I mean, Hat inside of ATM's got an early pick on the Repellent, but inside of CEO. Forest, the only member pushing Dirt Tunnel alone on the Monty, maybe playing a distraction game, but it clearly did not work. JNRO is above on this sledge, but most members in Beastcoast, they've fallen back. They're playing safe together because they don't gotta risk it. They got a 5 versus 3 on their hands. There you see them there, locked on bomb site.
I mean, you had Forest solo Dirt Tunnel.
Yep.
Yeah, unsupported.
A little bit puzzling.
Not great.
I mean, the only thing that I could imagine is that, you know, if the defender sees Monty in dirt, they're thinking the whole cavalry is going to be behind him. We got to fight this guy. That's not what happened. The roamers instead went aggressive, and they found 2 picks of their own, and now SSG just walk into the building without any drone support, just looking for free kills, but there are none. Every single member from Beast Coast understanding they got the advantage, and they will go inside, and the Captain shot to do the work for them. Unfortunate.
Very much so. So you want to open up some of these hatches. Might have to tussle with the Electric Claw. It's been thrown up by Doc. Forest will attempt this same play towards server. Different location, though. Toxic Canister goes out. That means that both J90 and the Monty of Forest need to get out of there. Nade will go down towards the bottom of the stairs and actually connect onto Mr. B. No more smokes.
Okay, that's a nade and a half. No, it's a great opening for them. And I mean, with Monty alive, anything is possible, but with limited hard breach from just hot and cold on the Hibana, the big choice we made here. How many hatches versus server walls are you going to open up? They got the A hatch opened. That's a big priority. Unless there is a kite. Well, actually, I'm not sure if they got open or not. They got the corner hatch, I know. Goyo canisters next in line, and Force will try and get it. Risky move here. Get it safe now from that breach wall instead.
Just a small bit opened up, but now with 40 seconds left, they'll have to wait 20 seconds as the fire from that Goyo canister Nick will continue to rage across the open doorway.
The A hatch is closed, by the way. It is kite tricked, so, or kite clawed rather, so no verticality is going to be a problem for the attacking team, but also they don't have control over the A bomb set themselves either.
There's another Goyo canister that just went, by the way. Forrest will inch his way in as the diffuser goes down behind Hot and Cold. A very linear take for Space Station. They've boxed Beast Coast in, but Beast Coast need to get into action. There goes a Nitro Cell. Hat taking some damage. He's pinned off, finished off by Hot and Cold. Space Station's guns doing quite well in that ensuing fray, but the lives from SSG, not ideal. All quite low. A bullet or 2 will take them out of action. Dog taking damage. It sounds like the pistol of the Montaigne. Hot and Cold is the cross from above. There goes Vertical. And that Doc is finished off as well. Oh my goodness. Hyper the only one left from above, getting a single pick. We'll have to head back to the bomb site through these blue stairs, and he's in trouble. He's blocked out. It is remarkable that Space Station was able to pull that round out of a hat. Pardon the pun. they take round 1.
Yeah, and that's again with the power that Monty can bring, but also Beastcoast playing actually a little bit too passive on the late stage of that round. One big crucial moment was, of course, a grenade from DNO that killed Mr. B on the smoke earlier on server stairs. That meant no toxic babes in the last 20 seconds of the round. That could have stopped the plant, but that's no excuse, because Beastcoast, they had 2 individual C4s, one in the pocket of Goyo, one in the pocket of Kaid, and they were both spent at the same time, but after the bomb already had gone down. That's not going to be good enough. Once you get into a post plant with that server control with the Monty, it is so difficult for the defending team to retake that at all. Or the A hatch being closed, flanking above didn't even matter. That means Beastcoast, they had a round victory basically granted to them for free with that early aggression, but they could not pull through, didn't have, well, you can almost argue that too much discipline, playing too passive on the side itself.
10 seconds to go.
When rounds like those, they kind of happen. It's very important as a team that you don't let it affect you too much, because it's the opening round. It's round number 1.
SSG completely blew up their lineup.
They did. They blew up every
completely and
single
entirely
thing.
blew up their lineup.
I mean, the thing is, you scout with a drone phase, you say, okay, what do we need? And then you can also discuss, well, what was working for us last round? I mean, how much value Forest found on the Monty? It makes perfect sense to bring it once again. There's no smoke, there's no echo, there's no maestro. In fact, there's no C4s. There's 2 impact grenades in the pocket of Hyper on the Wamai as the only tool that can somewhat disrupt this Monty from finding success. It makes perfect sense to re-peek around it with that information being granted to them. Beastcoast keeping up that same aggression, swinging the windows and that Kanto wall at 91s at a top CEO.
If you're going up against a team like SSG, you want to be in the Ying because it's obviously a very powerful operator for them, but more importantly, what do you do with the other tools and tricks that they have at their disposal? A Monty is going to be quite a common theme, I imagine, for most of these attacks, unless it does not work out in painful fashion, and then you drop it, try for something else. With the way that Forrest played over the last 2 matches yesterday, it does not really surprise me that he might feel more comfortable on a non-fragging role. An immediate trade to start things off. Hyper out dueling hot and cold, but Fultz is there for backup. Space Station surrender that first pick, immediately trade it back. Nothing is gained by either of these teams. As Forest's advance up red stairs is well known. Akiba Barrier goes out to maybe impede him ever so slightly. SSG attacking from both the main lobby as well as back of this map.
But it's mostly distractions because Forest is all alone, so the attackers coming elsewhere, but you know, Beastcoast, they read it. Hat finds Volt, shuts him down, and Forest all alone on top red stairs. He's got some backup. Nurk is there, jumped in the window, repelled. Of course, their frags just keep on coming in from Space Station in a 3 versus 1. Mr. B, he cannot get it done. The IGL cannot get the kills that matters the most. And SSG, they're in the driver's seat. The Ying ban might be something that you can say, okay, against SSG, we do it. But if Forest can pull out another operator to be a thorn in the opponent's side of Monty, you got a problem. Ban one, meet the other, there's no real victory. That's the kind of flexibility that top teams in Rainbow Six Siege need to pull out to have the most amount of value in the operator bit phase as possible. Tactical timeout being called.
Very early on.
Yeah.
2 rounds, they don't like it one bit. Oh, no.
Oh, never mind. Oh, it looked like it, sorry.
It sure did. It sure looked like a timeout. Lingered on those player cams for a little while. We're not going to comment on it just yet because there's tomfoolery that has happened while operator picks are going, but Space Station look already quite keen to again blow up their initial composition.
Yeah.
We might see our first look of Space Station without a shield present in the lineup.
To be fair, for open area bomb site, it's probably the least likely bomb site to bring a Monty. It's all about the roam clear top floor, the verticality, and of course the breach. And looking at Space Station's lineup, they want a lot of things. They want information, deny, and gain. That's the Brava. They want soft breach destruction. That's going to be the Ash and the Ace and the Thatcher, all bringing that secondary soft breach on the floor with those breaching charges. And of course, still bringing the hot breacher in Hibana herself as well for those bottom skylight walls. So it's going to be a full room clear most likely, but that's also where Beastcoast, they set up for it. They're playing CO, they're playing basement and server, they got full map cover to start this round off.
Mr. B already taking some very early damage, 30 seconds in.
So the Echo, but there's no Munty. The mind games have begun.
Yes, that's correct.
Even the Oryx and Vert, actually.
It's the same angle that Hat challenged on through stock. Electrical, if you want to call it that. Space Station very close to the bomb site already. Vertical losing his duel against Merc. Merc had some difficulties on some rounds yesterday with his entry, but mighty fine on there. Good lord. Space Station are just blowing up Beastcoast. Every single step that BC makes to try to get back to the bomb site, they are shut down. Hyper and Doc in a 2v5 with 2 minutes left. Not great. Doc knows there's one over towards Stock, takes him down. But then he's immediately traded out by Folt. This is the problem that Beast Coast are going to find themselves in. The moment that a kill happens for Beast Coast, their position will be given away, and Space Station, with no shortage of people, are very capable of pinching them and acting upon that information. It's J9O to get the very last pick. This is a relatively fast round for SSG, pulling this off in the first 90 seconds.
Fast and clean, I have to say. And one thing I can instantaneously tell from yesterday's game on Border 4 Space is that Merc's discipline, different story. Yesterday, he would get an aggressive early kill and then just kind of throw himself at a second opponent and die. But now Merc, waiting for the drone support, get the verified information, gets that initial kill, and relaxes. Kind of sits back, lets his teammates make the moves happen, cut off their rotations, pick up more kills, build that advantage even bigger, and then just play that 5 versus 2 advantage. It's very well done from Space Station, and the only answer Beastcoast is bringing right now seems to be aggression, which is being punished so well. They have to change up their approach, they have to change up their performance and their playstyle preferences, and this tactical timeout could be the start to that after being down 0-3.
So now you called the timeout. In the previous round, it's correct this time. I'm a little bummed that we don't have a hot and cold cam because I wanted to see that dog on the bed yet again.
The dog from Undertale? Was that the
one? It
one?
looked like the dog from Undertale, okay? I don't know why you're cooking me. There were people on Twitter who agreed.
Yeah, so they vouched for you. They verified it.
Yes.
I am mistaken, I am wrong.
I love how animated Mr. B is. I know we talked about it yesterday, but I appreciate it so much.
Did you see the video of him earlier? I guess when they won a round or something, he was like up in his chair, popping off, like fist bump in the air and everything else. It was beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mr. B is a great mind for Siege, and there are people who are much smarter than me at this game who would agree with that.
No, he does.
It's not even that I think it, it's the fact that other people do as well. I trust their expertise more than my own. But I mean, you've come into a Tier 1 league. It's his first time competing at this level. It's Hat's first time competing at this level. Vertical has pretty much only ever known 2 systems. Hyper has played a fair bit, but again, has played most of his time at the top level with that DZ squad, which has a very specific system.
Yeah.
And Doc is still relatively new as well. He just made his debut last year playing for Parabellum. So this whole team is going to have some growing pains, just as we see with Mirage, just as we see with Parabellum. Space Station's going to have that too. They bring in a new coach, they bring in new support staff, they bring in some new players. The identity of SSG is completely changed, but I think it's significantly harder for Beast Coast to be able to find their footing. And I mean, as smart as Mr. B might be, it's still very early. We have, played for, 36 hours, something like that. That's the most of this first stage. You got to cut them some slack.
Yeah, and also SSG, they're picking up all experienced players, and I mean, Astralis, they know what success looks like, right? They had a great last year in terms of performance throughout the entirety of the year. TSM, Merc, I mean, they won the 6 Invitationals previously, so there's a lot of experience here to be had, a lot of success as well, and Space Station, the one thing that's very impressive, that despite only having a couple of weeks to practice, they have multiple styles of Rainbow Six Siege. The fast, aggressive one. Now, American Heartbreach slowing things down, waiting for Beastcoast to make the first move. It feels like SSG is reading for that tactical timeout saying, oh, wait, what? It's not clear.
They had not droned out the main lobby. That is a bit of a challenge. Hyper in this position finds 2, has not been moved off of this spot, but this is a position that SSG's been in before. They've lost 2 players the last time that they attacked this bomb site. They still ended up winning it. Obviously, key difference is that it's the players that have died. Now they lose Foltz as well. Beast Coast maybe said, you know what, during the timeout, let's take the fight directly to them.
Yeah. And it looked like Space Station had that figured out and played it slow themselves, but it seemed like they thought the roam was entirely clear with J9O sprinting out of the lobby, but Hyper was there on that solo roam, and now still looking for more. It's Merc and Forrest at 2 versus 5. It sure had its low on HP, but you gotta find the roam and clear the side. And It's just not gonna get any easier. Isolated members from Space Station goes punished. Maybe a heads drop and pray for some success here.
There's Forrest, the very first pick for Space Station. It's on to Hyper, whose rampage from above had been so good. Merc drops, it's a desperate attempt. Forrest with the pistol out can't accomplish much. Vertical finds the very final 2 kills. Timeout seemingly working its magic. Very different look of Beastcoast in that round. Far more aggressive. Mostly individual plays, playing off of their own abilities. And guess what? They win their very first round because of it.
Also a classic Hyper moment. He has those like just pop off rounds where he's in the middle of nowhere with no real support, finds 2 victories in individual gunfights, and that's enough to really carry you forward on a big map like Bank. Once you tear apart the initial entries from the attacking team, things really slow down. You gotta re-drone, retake the ground you've already secured one time already, and then try and find the roamer, hunt him down, and do so without getting flanked at the same time. You got all those staircases, main stairs and server stairs just from the basement itself, and you got a 3rd staircase from lobby going up to the top floor. It's so much to keep track of, and with how you want to play Bank for most teams, it's difficult to fit something like a Nomad in the lineup. You want soft breach, hard breach, information deny, and so it's always a big gamble and big deciding moment in the prep phase where, well, we need these 7 things, we only have 5 operators. And that's why you see SSG constantly using that attack or repick, changing 4 or 5 operators every single time, trying to min-max exactly what they want and what they need.
The same cycle right now on these defender bomb sites. Lockers, CCTV downstairs. Goes twice. Then you go to CDO upstairs yet again. That would mean that open will likely be this 6th bomb site when it does occur.
Give me tellers or give me death.
No. I don't want to go to tellers, and I also don't want you to die. So I would like to avoid both of those.
Okay.
Very spread out defense from Beastcoast, as we'd seen before. The first 3 rounds, well, maybe not the first round, but rounds 2 and 3 were largely defined by individual fights that were occurring all throughout the map where Beastcoast simply lost 1v1s. SSG get droned in, the entry of SSG simply better than the roamers of Beastcoast, and that's really what ends up shaking out. That last round looked like sloppy droning from Space Station, maybe, a bit of an unorthodox roam that maybe they were not prepared for.
It seemed that they just thought the map was clear, right? Sprinted on in, and
Hyper
all of a sudden,
in particular.
Yeah. And then Hyper's like, hello, actually, it's not clear. Knock before you enter, please.
Hyper was roaming upstairs and did drop lobby. Maybe they droned out upstairs, thought that was clear. Who knows? Fultz showing a lot of bravery with the way that he's playing this. And he doesn't know that there's someone in the closet. Beastcoast gets 2 very fast picks. They lose Hyper. Ultimately, they come out ahead in terms of trades, in terms of man count. It's Merc gone. Fultz gone.
It's a bit puzzling. I mean, it's CEO bombs that you think that somebody's always inside of generators, but Fultz doesn't even check it.
Jane, I know now, very apprehensive about that angle. Another body from SSG goes into the ground before Hat is traded back, and just like that, the round is over. All right, well, a fast one. The tempo of this game, breakneck so far. Only the first round went deep into the moments between these 2 teams. Everything else has been quite brisk. And Beastcoast taking 2 rounds after the timeout, seemingly finding something that they didn't have before. That's a good sign.
I think both teams could be happy with their 3-3 side, given that it's Bank. Again, it's early with these rosters, but looking at statistically, attackers typically want to go in a 4-2 split. And given the current operator bands of Flores, Valkyrie, Ying, and Solis, I wouldn't say this sways on one side over the other. I would still expect a 4-2 round score favor for the attacking side, especially with how convincing Space Station looked in the first 3 rounds, almost going flawless in 2 of them, and having that 3 vs 5 clutch in the very opening round itself. It's their 2nd attempt at this open area attack. Last time they were victorious, but since that attack took time after round number 3, Beastcoast have been finding success. And their operator lineup also changed drastically. They're kind of preparing themselves for other options, not just gunfights, right? Now they got Hyper on the Mirror, that's going to be utility. But they still bring the aggression like Lesion, Oryx, and the Capcan, both in terms of gadgetry for information, the traps from Lesion and Capcan, but also just the freedom to move around the map. slap down the passive utility, take the fights, hold the ground, and play versatile on the map itself, not leaving any area of the map really untouched. You also see the spawn from vertical, just applying a lot of pressure here onto Space Station. If they sprint in the wrong direction, it's going to be an easy kill for Vert.
Are they going to drone out these roamers? Again, to open area, I was correct. I love being right.
You were correct.
I love being right. To open area, they will go. Patience, look at Vertical is neither moving in his camera nor in... Okay, well, he just broke it. Always funny to see. There's Merc's successful entry against Hat. I have been so impressed with Hat over the last 36 hours or so. Vertical had gone unseen, taking down Forest. No Monty to be found, as again, you don't need one for open area. But it was a Dokkaebi, a very irritating operator. Gone for the count, but it's the first player on Space Station. That is no more. A good game from Forest. Dare I say it, his best start so far of these games for SSG.
Yeah, as I say, trading 1-for-1 is typically worth it, but because Hat fell early in the opening duel, it's still for the defenders in a disadvantage. So the 1-for-1 trade on Dokkaebi for an Oryx, again, worth, but Beastcoast still in a 3 versus 4 position, does not favor this open area bomb site.
They're just going to die inside of the site unless they can go for some swings. Play outside, maybe play for a retake, I think, is really your best bet right now. Mr. B is inside the bomb site alone. Fultz hunting down one of those offside players as we talked about. Again, this is the same situation that Beastcoast found themselves in before.
Oh my,
what? No! What is going on? Merc just drops on top of Doc. It's calamity across the board. Hot and Cold is retrievable. Mr. B was inside of the site alone as no more Hyper has come in to pick up the pieces. But he is just watching everything fall apart around him. Fultz with the final pick, first half. 4-2 for Space Station.
It feels like we've only watched 2 or 3 rounds with how fast the rounds have gone, but that's the first half in the book. 6 rounds at that. And again, a chaotic one. The vault over, the knife attempt. Also, we are pro players are still adjusting to the change with the reload mechanic, where you now have like 1 bullet in the chamber if you go for that reload. And we've already seen in the first 2 playdays of the NAL a couple of times where a player will miss what is arguably an easy kill because of that mechanic. You go for a reload at the wrong time, somebody swings you, you stop the reload, go for a shot, but you only get 1 bullet in the chamber. Gotta whip out your secondary or finish off that reload entirely to have a chance to fight back in some of these gunfights. Space Station will start on the basement bomb site, but they have a very big distinguishment between their approach to that of Beastcoast. They're going for a full bomb site deny-oriented strat. The Echo, the Smoke, the Goyo, and the Pulse. Double C4s in play as well. This looks as close to a year 2/year 3 bang setup as you can remember, or if you can remember either. All about the bomb deny. Beastcoast, the only real adaptation, they change onto Nook, maybe for a late round garage flank, and of course Dog onto the Twitch, likely to deny some utility, get those Goyo canisters, maybe find the Yokai drone. And a big debate right now is, how good is Twitch's FAMAS? Well, Doc says not good enough. Goes to 417 instead, the DMR. Of course, hits like a truck, no up hatches, self-destruction. Has that long-range scope as well. Yeah, it is going to be that garage take, the classic Nook position. Early in the round, however, not a late flank at the moment. Only 30 seconds has passed so far. It's going to be a top floor clear for Beastcoast. Going down from top to first, the basement. The thing is, SSG, they're all near the bomb site because that's what they care about the most.
2 common ways that we see Nook used on this map. Number 1, rush through the garage, get an early pick somewhere towards lockers. Look at that. Almost gets it. Hat filling the walls with Fultz's blood, but not enough. The Echo will be able to get away. Or the other way for a Nook to show some real presence is to go through the main lobby and rush up the main stairs or clear out the main floor.
Starting shock drone.
A bomb has been located.
Big thing here is time. How fast can Beastcoast, or rather, how much time do they have left when they reach the bomb site? They would need at least, 50 seconds to work with. Toxic Babes, Goyo Fire, C4s to bait out that utility. The less time for them, the worse it gets. Right now, their priority is on the backside, lobby hatch, elevator hatch, so maybe not going for that conventional server take, recognizing that's what HSG wants them to do.
It's pretty much worst case scenario for the Nook of Hat as well, right? Doing damage to the Echo, not killing him, giving your position away, then the late reinforcement come in. Hat did not bother to follow up on it, either because he didn't want to or was concerned with somebody being there. I think ultimately it was the smart move. Hyper taken out by Hot and Cold. That's a nade that will glance off of his shoulder, but ultimately not be fatal. 2 players from Space Station, very low. Not the spot you want to find yourself in. A single bullet from all of the weapons on Beastcoast side of things will fell both of these players.
Yeah, and Hat, again, as you mentioned, with that roll being force, can't do much with the grass position. Has 2 nades, but again, can't really spend them anywhere. You got members of C inside of servers, they're practically useless in this situation, but they can hold down Hat and the most members of Beastcoast from that angle of A bomb site. And Beastcoast, they've made a rotation onto that A hatch, looking for a hatch drop passively, but no, another 3rd rotation back to the back take again.
Good Hat still posted up in this angle. Mr. B the drop. This was the position that Hot and Cold was in before he's vacated it. Hot not spotted, can control the vector, will run out of bullets very quickly, shows a little bit of his body. Hat with 1 pick. All of a sudden, the back of this bomb site is in Beastcoast's control. Doc will try for something inside of red. They boxed out Space Station, and it leaves Forest as the smoke to go on this marathon run. Mr. B with the diffuser getting it down. Forest will drop. Does anybody know his whereabouts? Is anybody watching? Well, he will make his presence known and takes out Mr. B. Another could be there, but he looks in the wrong direction. His eyes a little bit farther away. Closer combat needed to deal with the Nook. Excellent start to this first half by Beastcoast.
Space Station were all playing inside a server so far off the bomb site, and they made an initial rotation to go back into the A and B site itself, but then again, evacuate the bomb site. Almost, it looked like they thought they had the diffuser case in control somewhere on the map, but they clearly did not. Mr. B had it in open area, went for that elevator hatch instead, backside execute. Only 1 member, the Goyo, really in their way, and it was 1-for-1 trade. Favors the attack and seems to get bomb site control. Bomb goes down, that's it. The smoke playing server stairs. Forest not finding much value in the round, does get initial kill in that 1 versus 3 clutch attempt, but that doesn't matter whatsoever as the round goes to Beastcoast on their first attacking round on that basement bomb site. That's gonna change things up. From basement to open area, a more dynamic bomb site, if you will. You can play up top floor, get those castle barricades out, extend around the map, and make Beastcoast choose their approach. The Nuke not in play as of yet. No attacker repick has been gone onto it. In fact, Hat went from the Nuke onto Buck instead, favoring that verticality and maybe secondary hop breach to get open some of those hatches once they get top floor control. Yeah, so Hibana and 4 can openers, actually. That's a lot.
Yep, you'll be able to open up quite a bit here on this open area bomb site. I expect with all those can openers, by the way, you're going to put some inside of archives, but then you're also going to expect a heavy extension from Space Station up on the top floor. Maybe one of those or the Hibana will go onto the wall, that quadruple panel wall, into staff area. There is quite a heavy amount of reinforcements upstairs, but there's hatches that have been opened up, allowing for the defenders on Space Station to roam far freer. Both the hatch inside of the elevator, as is being shown on your screen, thank you very much, and the other hatch over in paper, where Fultz is sitting. Quite literally slapping the paper and showing
literally, yeah,
flying about.
Paper, huh? Okay.
What do you call it?
Janitors.
I've heard it called paper because there's paper in there.
That's yeah. Not wrong.
See, look at that. That's all paper for the printer. See all the printer paper?
No, the printer paper, yeah. Well, the printer is down.
The only people who print.
The thing is, the printer is downstairs. It's so far away. That seems like inefficient in terms of, like, you know, where you put it.
I believe there's also a printer inside. Yeah, there's printers there, and there's also a printer upstairs. Either way, either way, okay?
So many printers.
I need you, the viewer, to go count the amount of printers in bank.
Oh,
please report back. Beastcoast. Wait, what? Hold on a second here. Hyper kills Fultz, and then he dies to Mr. B. Bad Hyper.
Oh my God.
Bad. You should not have done that. Either way, that was an unforced error by Beastcoast. Space Station lose 2 of their players, Fultz and Forest. They still hold on to the periphery around the bomb site. Merc losing a lot of HP in that duel. You lose him, you've only got 2 players from Space Station. This round is all but lost at that point.
Yeah. I mean, they both take a bit of damage, but Vert coming out on top in that gunfight for sure. Has the better weapon as ARX and Ana as well. Vert, one of the few players who plays a reflex scope in this game, actually, in Professional Siege. A rarity, but a welcomed one. Most players run that holographic 1x. Beastcoast slowing things down, not making any aggressive plays and taking those risks. They don't have to, but with 30 seconds left, that go button has to be pressed soon because they don't have that much time left.
And there goes Merc. Beastcoast have not given up their hold on the lobby. They've not given up their hold on the peripheries as well, even though that's where Space Station wanted to exist. One Kiba barrier left. You got to place that one correctly, J9O. Diffuser going down. Oh, nice 2 kills. What? Hold on a second here. Doc will need to attempt the diffuser yet again, and he gets both of them. Doc has been awfully quiet for Beastcoast in all their matches, but he comes up big when is needed. That's a tie game.
I mean, the question has to be asked, SSG, how do you lose that? You have 2 members.
How does SSG almost win that? That's the first. That is the first question.
Yeah, there are 2 questions. Asked. How do you almost win that in a 4 versus 2 into a 2 versus 2? But secondly, how do you lose it once you get back in that stable position? J9O makes the hero play, finds 2 kills out of nowhere, but Doc in the 1v2, fighting member crouched and prone on the ground, gets to flick the spray transfer with just the 21 bullets on Hibana's primary weapon and finds the round clutch for Beastcoast. That ties things up, and all of a sudden, SSG looked mighty fine and in control on their attack and side, but on defense, not quite the same look. Gotta change things back to that initial first opening round to basement with the same lineup. Heavy bomb deny, either going for a different result than expectations, or maybe changing things up slightly. Open area hatch is soft and open. A soft roam can be established. One thing that a lot of teams kind of debate is whether the smoke should play on the server stairs or not. Last time Forest did attempt it. The issue with playing server stairs is that your toxic babes are not going to be used on the bomb side. And if the A bomb side hatch gets opened up, the smoke is stuck in server. Can't really deny any plants, can't do much with that. So if you choose to play server, you're stuck there. That was actually Beastcoast winning factor in the previous basement attack because Forest, well, couldn't help his team. No toxic babes, only come on 1 operator. That's the smoke.
Aggressive hold on top of blue stairs, not uncommon at all to see. J9O will give information to Forest Smoke.
It's the roaming pulse.
I know that he's relatively safe, but I don't like standing in front of the barricade. I do not like that.
It is scary looking and feeling.
Oh, gutsy reinforcement, and oh no!
That's the worst to die.
That's such a terrible feeling. It's like very, very much like when you're watching a castle do a late castle barricade on the window, and it's like, please don't die, please don't die, please don't die, please don't die, please don't die. Either way, Merc is down. Not the start that Space Station wanted whatsoever, as a reinforcement going onto the wall in open area costs him his life.
Yeah. It's also forcing J9O to fall back from open area roam because now he has no support to cover that off the corner hatch's stock drop on main stairs. So the domino effect really starting to take effect right now. One member dies, second guy falls back, hot and cold, aggressive on the main stairs, shots down Vert. It's a great comeback attempt for Space Station, but they need more than a single kill to get back in this round.
I mean, Vert is a great target.
Yeah, only set of nades.
Those nades are huge, actually. Because if you think about it, you can either use those nades if they don't feel like they have enough soft destruction. You can use those nades for barbed. You can use those nades for deployable shield. You can bank those nades into red or to gold as well, because you know that there's going to be someone playing in there.
This is the thing, we spoke about Forest down smoke, stuck on silver stairs. It's not a good look.
Oh, this is very, very bad. Completely blind, calling for the cavalry, but he might just take matters into his own hands. He's dropped one. And there's the smoke to do its job, force them to go for the hatch drop.
Getting a kill in that position is vital, and it's even forced B to change their approach now, going for A hatch instead. Forest coming out victorious in the 1 versus 4.
Now you'll see the Space Station defenders start to scatter away from the hatch as it opens up. Mr. B, holy smokes, he's just dropped into the middle of the bomb site. They know he's there, but he's got 1 HP. He's gonna fight against this smoke coming back. It's taken down after taking out 2 of those Goyo canisters. Beastcoast went for the hot drop. They wanted to take the gunfights. It wasn't a bad idea on paper. It does not work out. Every single one of them gets punished by Space Station, and it is a complete sweep of those 4 Beast Coast players. SSG takes their first round in 3. It's been an impressive run from Beast Coast. Beast Coast has won 4 of the last 5 rounds since taking that timeout, certainly looking more comfortable. They decide to go for that go for broke style strategy, drop, and it doesn't work out.
It doesn't work out. And I mean, I think Beast Coast as a team, to always talk about like Mr. Beast and IGL as a leader, when you're on the attacking side, that's when your IGL kind of gets to shine a bit more. You can micromanage your people, where to go, what to breach, how to get there. On defense, it's a lot more individual responsibility and decision making, and team cohesion and understanding the plan from a paper, like strat book perspective. So it's not a surprise to me that Beast Coast thrives more on the attack, where a single member can kind of take control and take the reins, and it's a good look so far. A small miscalculation in that previous round, going for a hatch drop onto side. It's not a bad idea by any means, but you could tell Mr. B constantly flicking towards that server door, afraid that Forest on the smoke will get back in there and apply that crossfire. There was no one, not even a drone, granting any information, and that pressure was too much to handle. C4 came out, injured Mr. B, diffuser down, and that pretty much solidified the round to be Space Stations. Until for the first time, change things up. They're gonna go to the cursed bomb side. Is this a Teller's defense? It is a Teller's defense. It's been done.
I don't like this.
This is one of those, why are you doing this? Is like playing bar on Clubhouse
Yeah, but
before
that's
the
okay.
rework.
Okay, that's
No, before the rework, right?
Oh, okay.
Like when it was like, what are you doing?
That's like when Favela used to be in ranked.
Yeah, I mean, and in pro play once upon a time.
Oh my, that Nitro Cell almost gets 2 for their trouble. Beast Coast just going for it. They want to breach into the bomb site as quickly as possible. Mr. B and Vertical are both removed from action, but Merc and Forest will fall shortly thereafter. I like the blitz play, I really do. I went crazy for the blitz that we saw from Forest yesterday. I want to see more of it. Not going to see much. That Nitro Cell took all but a sliver of Mr. B's health away.
Yeah. Tough time to be a blitz main these days. You're so vulnerable, spinning on the map. It was a great rush at 10, but now things have slowed down significantly. Keeping spaces and guessing as to where Beastcoast will be striking from, but also Beastcoast is having to establish more info before making the right decision. Fuse, of course, already on the side.
Oh, now Hat's taking a beating as well. These guns just back and forth and back and forth. Hyper waiting for the flank from Lobby. Is somebody going to give it to him? Yes, J90 is there. Hyper has the correct read. They might be able to put it on solely to the shoulders of Fultz. But J90 got spotted by the drone. That's giving him a bit of heartburn. 10 kills for Hat. What a debut it has been. I don't know if they had the correct information there, but Fultz just holds court. That's 2 picks. It puts Space Station on match point.
Very awkward 2 versus 2. Both teams very split on how they can approach it, right? Defenders, one in lobby, one inside a bomb side. The attackers will had 1 point of HP, and they were, you know, one main stairs elevator of Fultz and had inside the bomb side-ish door inside a vault, or that may not be desk rather. Could have pushed for bomb side, taking that in control, leave J90 inside a lobby, or try and find J90 inside lobby, take him out, then attack the side after. Hard choice to make, especially without any accurate information, but to go for the side play does not work out. And now we're back to what bomb side would be expected in that previous round of the CEO defense. As you see on match point, could end it right here.
And it's their very first time defending this bomb site, so
and it is.
What are we gonna see, Nick?
I mean, it looks pretty
Scenic.
Scenic.
It's a very scenic view, isn't it?
I'm not sure the CEO bomb site is a very scenic view. If it was a coastline with some water and a big boat, a yacht out there.
Villa can be
quite scenic, actually.
It was just, it was organic. I didn't think it ahead of time.
10 seconds.
You know, and I wasn't like, you know, I could drop this.
Just like
some
sprinkle it
magical
on
fairy
there.
dust. Just sprinkle it into the cast. But now that it's up there, gotta use it at another time.
Yeah.
Beastcoast running a lineup that we see fairly often, taking this upstairs very seriously. The Lion, the Monty will be the 2 main focal points for Beastcoast's aggression.
A lot of both teams to bring out the Monty. Of course, Mr. B, one-upping Forest, being able to blitz in one round, and then the next the Monty, so showing he can play both shield operators. But Monty is just a more safe pickup. The blitz is for rushes, the Monty is for those organized, structured attacks where you gain information. You're basically a big walking drone that is very hard for the defenders to kill. Mr. B, before being the drone himself, will actually use his drones for initial information gain on the roamer. Hat is out of follow-up on the entry. Hunter called on 1 HP.
Oh, Houghton now being hunted. He's managed to get out of there. He didn't know Hat was so close. That was a bit confusing between them, but not long for this Earth. He is. I feel like we just started casting 20 minutes ago, and we're already looking at this match potentially being over. The pace that these two teams have set on Bank is actually quite surprising. This is a big map. It usually takes a while to drone it out. It usually takes a while to find your footing, but they both just want to come to blows as quickly as possible. I respect that. I really do.
Yeah,
Sometimes you just want to fight, you know?
Yeah, make it messy and make it bloody, and right now Mr. B is gonna be taking the charge here for his team, but no one's gonna follow up because it's one big distraction game. 2 members going downstairs for a vertical play, but no, the hatch is reinforced inside the top floor elevator. Forest position again. Gonna be the spearhead for Space Station defense, but Merc falls. Numbers are dwindling here for Space Station.
Yeah, not ideal when you find yourself potential. Ooh. 12 rounds coming your way. Monty is still there. J9 could have possibly pulled off more than one. Fultz missing his opportunity to behead the Monty. A war cry comes out from Mr. B as Beastcoast have secured all 12 rounds. It doesn't guarantee overtime, doesn't guarantee a win.
No, it doesn't, but it is one step closer, and there's no bigger reward as a support player, IGL on the Monty, than when your team plays around you fully. Monty, Mr. B, just standing at the top red stairs from lobby, giving a bunch of information out to his team and saying, all right, Hat, you go for this kill. That's a hot and cold on that lesion early inside of Tellers. Easy kill, 5 versus 4. Okay, next step. Merc inside that 4-window room, plus Force inside the elevator. Gotta deal with them. Go downstairs. They say, okay, Mr. B, Hat's reinforced. Change it up. They do just that. They rotate back to Mr. B, use their utility and their nades, and they just follow up. And the moment they get aggressive, and the swing comes on through, well, Mr. B will actually unextend, go for the ADS play to make the 1 versus 1 plus the Monty information into a 2 versus 1 instead, favoring Beastcoast attack. That tactical timeout being taken by SSG. Both teams have now spent their timeouts, but when one team calls for it, the other can also talk to their coach and amongst themselves to figure out what they want to change up for this round to come. Remember, this is match point. SSG, they want to take it right here, 7-5, whereas Beastcoast, they're looking to go into overtime to get even closer and a chance to win this match.
Well, the one thing I will say is that both of the lockers sites that have occurred back all the way in the first round of the second half, and then in the third round of the second half, were exhilarating, frankly. So I imagine the same kind of theatrics from these two teams. Mr. B is hovering the blitz. I am
no.
anticipation. Bring it, bring it. 3 rounds in a row of shields. Come on, baby.
We saw the blitz and how fast he died, and we saw how well he played the Monty, and I'm like, you know, there's like a statistical difference.
I mean, if you are a Monty and you have your shield down, as the blitz always does, and a nitro cell lands on you, you're dead. And here we go. Nook, Dokkaebi, and a blitz.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Give us pain, give us fast gameplay. That's going to be the case here for both teams again, and again. Mr. B destroying the default camera from outside on that top square area. You can also keep the lobby cam from the same position to the metal beams on the side panel here next to where Vertical is playing. Just denying that initial information early in the round for defenders, keeping them guessing as to where you're going to be attacking from. Early call from Hat as well on the Dokkaebi. Going to expose Fultz position inside the garage. Just looking with his drone for the right opportunity to strike, and it's a bit of a cat and mouse fight with the drone and Fultz, but Fultz comes out victorious. Oh boy.
You ever notice that some drones are louder than others? You'll be spectating one drone and it'll be quiet, and you go to the other and it'll be like, "Brrr!" You're like, okay. All right.
Yeah. No, I've never thought about that before.
What a terrible day to have ears. They've got a nice lock on this Kaid playing inside a garage. That's Fultz. Fultz was on the Echo last time, if you remember, gave his position. Away. Uh-oh, Forrest.
He's just dead.
They just dive in. How do you deal with a smoke on blue? You bring a blitz. You just barrel on in.
Oh my god.
Fultz was still spotted as well. Beastcoast has got one pick. They've got intel on another. This is an excellent start. It also happens to be one of the slowest rounds that we've had, as only a single person has died 90 seconds in.
Yeah, 3 C4s from Space Station is gonna be their win condition from Red. Post general, give information, rotate those C4s, and try and deny the plan. But with smoke being gone and mid and 20 seconds left in the round, Asher striking that bomb site both doors and the hatch. This bodes very well for Beastcoast attack. They're in a great pace, and they got blitz with 9 lines of sight, and of course, cannot get shot in his back when he goes to that plant.
Beastcoast have been the significantly better team on the entry as well so far, getting the first picks on their attacks and then on defense. Drawing relatively even with Space Station. So they bought themselves a lot of breathing room. Mr. B got the first pick, now he's taking matters into his own hands. Oh my! Suddenly Space Station fires back. Mr. B's been dropped, Diffuser cannot go down, Hyper is dead. Beastcoast trailing in numbers. Hat, the next one, to take some serious damage. He's got the attention of the Kaid. Is it the Kaid inside a Garage? It's got the attention of somebody inside Garage. There goes Fultz, vertical watching as the Diffuser goes down. Mr. B gets out of there. Overtime all but assured unless Hot and Cold and J90 can do something. Anything at this point. But Beastcoast are so spread out around the bomb site, so spread out around the map, that what do you even do if you're SSG? Where do you start? The one panel not being opened up, it's gonna obviously hurt Hot and Cold. There's 2 there from Beastcoast from Added Measure. The last 2 players from Space Station aren't able to do a damn thing. Overtime between Beastcoast and the team you know loves overtime, Space Station.
And you gotta say, let's say theoretically that Beastcoast goes to lose this game, you know, 8-6, 8-7, whatever the score might be. This is a great look for a team that is coming in with less experience than most rosters, with someone, you know, your leader in Agile, in Mr. B, not having ever played Tier 1 professional Siege before, going the distance here, making a comeback happen, having great attacking rounds. It's a great look. I want to see Beastcoast make a major for a very simple reason, Parker. I want to listen to the tactical timeout comes from Mr. B if we are, of course, granted that beautiful piece of content in future major events, because we did have it for invitationals, and I'm just saying, please, please, please bring it back. I loved hearing some insight from these teams, the coaches and the players themselves. But a great attack from Beastcoast. There was one minor hiccup, Mr. B on the blitz threw a smoke grenade on the position that he was planting at, and it actually obscured his teammate from shooting the C4 that was tossed out by J90, who then injured Mr. B. It paused the plant and made things a little bit dicey for them, but they got the kills, they got that chaos effect working for them, and they got the plant down that second attempt. 3 C4s on Parker Space Station, only 1 really found their mark and did some damage, but not a single kill granted despite having 3 of them. Base and bomb site, we go again, but for a different team, as Beastcoast starts defense and SSG on the attack.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, I want to see this. You know, getting to watch that Space Station match yesterday and not cast it was quite entertaining. Getting to actually cast the one that we did was also thrilling. I will say this, all of these teams in NA look rejuvenated. We're not going to know how competitive the region is internationally until we get to the Copenhagen Major.
Yeah.
But at least they're competitive against each other, which is exciting.
It's a good place to start.
The problem for Space Station is you don't want to be winning all of your matches in overtime, because then that means you're giving up extra points to your opponents. No, no, no. You don't want that.
No, no, no.
No, no, no.
Well, it's just like, you know, make it look clean, make it look less messy, and fatigue, of course, the thing. You play 2 best of ones in a day, you play 2 days in a row.
You see that Space Station changed their name on Twitter to The Space Station? Drop the. Just Space Station.
Just Space Station.
It's cleaner.
Okay. I did not see that.
It's a very quiet round so far.
Yeah.
Hyper's taking some damage, that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, looks like a roam setup from Beastcoast, but they're actually all on the bomb site, basically, and hatches are reinforced, so the Oryx not going to get a lot of value unless, of course, you're to, I don't know, jump up a hatch late round, perhaps looking for a cheeky flank. We've seen that happen before, but there's no information, no polls, no yokais to work with, so if Hyper were to go for that, it's a complete blind guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple hatches, if they don't get reinforced, that we can see an Oryx go through. I mean, the main one that we tend to see, Elevator, you can also go through Square as well. But instead, he's just positioned inside of Garage. He knows that somebody is there. He's given his position away as well. The dough could be if Fultz is ready to confront this. Yet another player from Beastcoast losing some of their HP. Gumine goes off. Hyper almost dead. That's a single shot from the DMR in Garage. Fultz is in. He's in the middle of the site. Just walking in, marching in oh so confidently as both teams trade out. Fultz finishes off Hyper. Return. Mr. B successful taking down Merc. Forrest is still there, just eliminating Doc. J90 also has the cross, but Mr. B so good on those stairs, controlling the SMG-11, making some serious music happen. At far away. All the way down, he's gonna wait for Mr. B to get into position. No utility left from either of these players. No smokes, no fire, nothing. Mr. B will get yet another. There goes the coverage. J90 has to fall off. Mr. B will need to ace as he's the last remaining player upright. J90 will hunt for the kill. It's only his third game. He's not gonna get it at all. Beastcoast wins on time. You don't need an ace, but a 4K from Mr. B gets him out of his chair and gets the critical round for Beastcoast. I'm enjoying this. I gotta say, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. He's enjoying it. I hope you're enjoying it.
I certainly am. And I mean, in those scenarios, there are two ways to play that 1 versus 1. I mean, you got 4 kills, you're up for the ace. Either play what you can call smart, disciplined, strategically, ring around the rosy, burn down that clock, or go for that young gunner mentality, right? Go for the kill, get the ace with, dominance. Mr. B had the better position, had the shot on close quarter combat, but doesn't need to take the risk at all. Play the numbers. Ring on the rosy, you're almost guaranteed to win. Take the gunfight. It's a 50-50. You don't want to choke it out. You're in OT, you're on defense where you are a weaker team, because so far Beastcoast have found more success on their attacking side than their defensive side. And now they get the defensive win. First round OT, now they're on attack. Space Station, they can choose between all 4 bomb sites where they want to go in their possible last round in this matchup. They choose open area. No mirror on the board. They got the Kai, they got the Vigil, trying to play around both the information deny from Beastcoast drones and, of course, a bit of utility. Wall deny both mute and the K for the hatches means that they can solidify the bomb site, keep the roam alive, and Beastcoast not going for any real shenanigans this time. There's no shield in play. There's no Lion, there's no Jackal. It's a pretty stable lineup of verticality, soft destruction, and even getting Mr. B back on the gun. Now he's on 10 kills despite playing shields for 3 rounds in a row. It's impressive stuff so far.
Well, if I know Space Station at all, I know that they're going to win this round, and then we're going to go to number 15.
Okay. Just like that, yeah?
First 3 games that Lynx casted yesterday with Blue, all of them went to 15 rounds.
Yeah.
Or 2? First 2 games.
First 2 games, because we did the first, yeah.
First 2 games. We had 3 games in a row. You and I casted that last one. That was the Space Station match.
Yes. That is correct.
But I love something that somebody said on the online. They're like, how do you know how to counter Forrest when even he doesn't know?
Yep.
And I don't think that's giving proper credit to Forrest. We mean it entirely as a joke before these your pitchforks. There goes Hyper. So the prophecy is it's foretold. Space Station needing all 15 rounds for a win. Oh, it's happening. It's absolutely happening.
Some things never change, huh? This being one of them.
And war. War never changes.
War never changes. Hyper down for the count. Honestly, he is the weakest performer in terms of frags, so not the most vital member to lose, but he's playing that crucial sledge.
Your typical entries that we would talk about a lot, Hyper and Merc on each respective team, have had very poor games so far. Unsuccessful on entry, allowing other people to do the job. Like Hat in particular has been exceptional on the entry, exceptional on the roam, allowing Hyper to take that secondary entry job, but dying early, not being particularly helpful in a number of engagements is not where you want to be. Merc on entry, not super great either, but that's okay. You've got an all right supporting cast. Fultz has gotten better the more that this match has gone on. He's starting to pick up the pieces. It's been the 2 like hard, dedicated support players in J90 and Hot and Cold, but
it unironically has, yeah. No, that's the thing. But every member is so... Oh, it's an Ianaclon's gonna say. Could be dicey. Every member is so capable, though, to find these kills.
I think both these teams can be relatively proud of the roster moves they made. Mr. B was a hero in the previous round. He's not going to be able to have much influence this time. Now it's Hat walking in. They don't know that the Vigil's dropped, and, well, Space Station do it again. They kill all 4 of the remaining players of Beastcoast in the matter of seconds. And we need all 15 rounds.
Beautiful.
We're going all the way, Dez!
No, you had your shot in that video behind the scenes, the fresh release. We all said it. And you said it like last, I think.
I was like the last person, yeah. It was like the last day of groups.
Yeah.
But we are indeed going all the way, Dez, if you're listening, if you're watching. It is currently 11:15 in the Kingdom of the United.
Yeah. Unless he's in Paris. I'm not sure he's flying back or not.
He might, yeah, that's a good question.
He might be in Paris. Then it would
It's
be
12:15 in Paris.
Yeah. CEO, the final bomb site.
Time is a social construct.
Time is kind of weird. Why do we just have one? I don't know. That wouldn't work. I don't know. Sounds not simplified, but.
What if we all just were in one time zone?
Yeah, exactly. It's like sunny one place, dark another, just like it always is. But like,
I don't know.
I think that would work.
Death, taxes,
10 seconds remaining.
Space Station eating all 15 rounds. Though they do have a perfect record when they go to these 15 rounds. So
they're guaranteed to win. That's what you're saying.
That's,
I mean,
not what I'm saying.
Okay, Laura.
What I was going to say, Nick, was that they have a greater shot of winning.
Okay. They were cooking earlier. They're showing the glass and the Capital. Changed their minds. It was J9O on the glass on 15 kills, by the way. Goes an ace instead. That ranged Harpage combined with the Hibana. Deal with the castle barricades and those hard reinforced walls. Final moments here. Like the one from Mr. B, thinking that smokes might be a factor. It was last time around, but that was from the Munty. Not in play. Both teams just want guns to work with, rather than utility on the attacking side.
Curious to see where those fire arrows will go. Could be upstairs into paper / janitor. I have to say
Thank you.
I have to say janitor just for you.
I appreciate that. Nate's going out from below, but Mr. B reads it. Relocates the meeting room instead. Avoids the grid entirely. No yellow pings on side, so this guesswork from Fultz has one more left in pocket.
Weren't you and I watching a game on Bank yesterday where that's exactly where the Capitao arrows went? And
Oh yeah, above. We were watching it, yeah. Above again as well.
We were watching it. Merc taking a lot of damage. Again, Merc has not been as proficient today on entry as we have come to expect from him before. Fultz goes down. That is not ideal for SSG's chances whatsoever. Smokes expended, impact nades thrown out fruitlessly from the defenders. Explosions inside of trading. Hyper on the desk will be able to see any player who walks up, but Merc very adeptly crouched. You don't want to give them that line of sight whatsoever. Great trepidation as he has no idea if there's a player down by elevator, and there is. The split-second reaction of Merc's face tells the entire story. Walking in, undroned, not having the wherewithal. And that honestly has been a story of Space Station, as Hot and Cold has now army crawled his way into the bomb site and has the opportunity to go for a plant, but he needs the supporting cast to show up. He gets picked off by Hyper. Beastcoast have a flawless round within their grasp, and they can cut J9O off of Rappel. He's toiling by the double windows outside of the bomb site. Might as well be playing on a completely different map at this point with how far he is. And it's a desperate swing in, shut down by Hyper. A flawless end to all 15 rounds of Bank. And it's Beastcoast putting it into the win column.
Damn, took a bit of time for them to warm up because SSG, they came out swinging in, big control on these first 3 rounds, but then a technical timeout run of 3 at the tail end for Beastcoast changed things up dramatically, and a comeback, it was started and now finished.
What an incredibly entertaining match so far. One of the most entertaining that we've seen. We know when SSG's involved, it's always going to be good. Beastcoast comes out ahead today. They pick up the win. We have a break ready for you, and we'll come back with more matches.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. Doa, Jesse, and Demo here with you. And we have none other than Mr. B, all the way from the Beastcoast, well, wherever you play from. And hey, you won. How about this? I mean, the thing is, coming into the stage, I think people had some questions about the Beastcoast roster, like how well are they going to perform? You know, I mean, you let Oxygen beat you yesterday, apparently, but today, 2-0 on the day. Do you feel like you were able to prove what you wanted to prove this week coming into NAL?
Yeah, I would have loved to have gone undefeated, you know?
Of course, yeah.
But I'm perfectly happy just beating Soniqs and SSG. That's, you know, you can't complain.
Definitely can't.
Yeah, Mr. B, for me personally, looking at Beastcoast, I think it was a team that I probably didn't have the biggest expectations just because, you know, you're a new team. Obviously, you guys, some of you guys anyway, haven't had that experience inside of Tier 1. I mean, how has that experience been, you know, kind of getting settled into NAL?
Oh, it's lovely. But, you know, it's kind of the same. There's not much different. You know?
You're so British the way you started off with that, by the way. Just you've used lovely as a term, which these don't, but I know I do, obviously.
Oh, no. But, yeah, it's been great. I've loved it, the whole experience of everything. But competition, you know, I was expecting a little more. I was expecting to struggle. After day 1, I was going, oof, going, I'm going to sweat, dripping down, fighting for my life over here. But, hey, these guys are nothing. What's going on here?
Whoa.
All right. Well, okay, listen, you're feeling confident now, but it wasn't too long ago, a couple of weeks back, where I met you at La Scratch, and you weren't 100% sure what was going to be going on this season. Certainly, it didn't feel like the plan was the same then as it is right now. Can you walk me through kind of what happened in the offseason, how this roster ended up here?
Yeah, there's some crazy stuff that happened before Beastcoast, but then Beastcoast basically, we kind of built a roster to try and get some orgs interest. Beastcoast reached out. We were in talks with Beastcoast for a while. It was kind of back and forth. And then we had 3 different iterations of this roster, where each time something went drastically wrong before we played. Up until 3 days, okay, we were playing with Tristan 3 days before our first play day. And then due to some, you know, unforeseen circumstances, he was unable to play. We reach out to Vert, get Vert on in. He's an absolute beast, okay? And we still win 2 game days, because why not?
There you go. I mean, it seems like things have clicked pretty quickly. You've got 2 wins here on day number 2. Now, I don't know if you're aware of this, but one thing we've kind of noticed is that you tend to have rather large reactions to things. Is that intentional to try to like get your team hyped up, or is that just you? Like, tell me about that a bit.
That's just me. I love what I'm doing. Look, I'm so happy to be here, right? I get to play Siege, right? My favorite game in the world every single day, okay? And not just that, I get paid for it. Guys, I'm getting paid. It's been a long time coming, but I'm getting paid. This is incredible. So yeah, no, I'm just happy to be here.
That is awesome. All right. Well, a lovely attitude from a lovely man, a lovely interview. Thank you so much for spending a little bit of time with us and answering those questions.
I'll see you guys next week.
Yeah. Good luck then. All right. There you go. Well, Mr. B from Beastcoast. You're giving him crap for the wave again. Oh, come on. Anyway, that was a fun one. And I mean, yeah, it is great. I kind of feel that way still, even though I've been
not as great as Mr. B's energy. I can't have that claim, but my God. You can't not root for this team, right?
No, of course, it's hard not to, right? It's a very different Beastcoast in like kind of every way from what we saw last year, right? Just the team personality, everything like that, and winning too, I suppose. Sorry, that was kind of a low blow, but they're doing really well now. They're doing well.
Yeah, it's just made the league a lot more turbulent. I mean,
yeah.
Can I play Mr. Bad Guy? Can I?
All right.
Like,
you're the interloper here anyway.
The league is very inconsistent at the moment. I think that's one thing you have to highlight. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if then maybe Beastcoast wins their next game when they just lose. SSG wins their next game when they win. I just think that this is the kind of league that it's turned into. I hate to be that guy, but I think DZ has been the only team who has shown consistency throughout. Yeah. Obviously, we'll see in a bit how that's actually going to hold up. But at the moment, the league's in a tricky place. I don't think anyone has been perfect so far.
You just don't think we're beating EU, do you?
That's a different topic for another day.
Well, I'm sure we'll get there soon enough. But let's look at some highlights from this last one. You want to talk consistency, though. How about the consistency of Space Station Gaming taking every single series to overtime at this point?
True, very true. I mean, you were talking Doa. Maybe it just needs Fault's heater to heat up, and then he can actually start fragging. Maybe it's too cold in the room, whatever it is. It did feel like, though, today, SSG started off quite strong, right? They really were nailing a lot of those attacks. I thought Jane, I know, was fantastic. You see on a scoreboard there, 5-0 to start off this game. He really did crush it on this start of the match on attack. Love to play from him. And then we swapped sides, and again, it was a 4-2 attacking split for Beastcoast. They loved their shields. They loved running in with, you know, all the tools available to them. And, yeah, they crushed it.
Yeah, I think overall, if you look at SSG, I think they played a great game of Bank, but again, it's that consistency for me. I think for a team like SSG, they have had really good performances so far, but it's just the consistency of them.
Yeah.
We haven't seen them come in and have a confident win yet, which is one thing we want to see.
It seems like the tricky part with Space Station is closing it out, right? It seems like they're good enough to get themselves ahead in a lot of games, but it's just difficult for them to kind of like put the finishing touches on it, right?
I think so. And for Space Station Gaming, I mean, this is their first loss, right? It's not like they're in the danger zone.
Exactly.
But every time you go to overtime, you lose those points, right? I mean, 2 overtime wins, that's only going to be, what, 2 points apiece?
It's 4.
It's 4?
2 plus 2 is 4.
4 points.
Yeah.
Indeed. Plus 1 today, because they lost in overtime.
5.
Excellent.
There you go.
Why am I being questioned?
Glad to have you for the math here.
I don't know, you just started answering it.
He's the one who's studying. You're the one who's studying math.
Applied mathematics.
Oh, sorry. Oh,
I don't even know the difference between math and applied mathematics.
There's no difference. It's
just an esports
just
guy.
more money that he has to pay. That he's getting scammed.
Well, I'll tell you who does know the difference. Hat. Because I thought Hat also had a great game. He was putting up the numbers.
Why would Hat
by then?
Why would Hat know the difference?
Because you know
why do you transition as so Hat also?
That was smooth. That was so
kill
smooth.
numbers and death numbers. Right, he's putting the kill
Is that what you study for your course?
I have a huge exam on assist numbers tonight. I've been studying up.
All right. Well, on that note, there's still more Rainbow Six actually to check out here. We've got our 6th match of the day. That's the number I know. Coming up next, don't go anywhere. The NAL will be back in just a bit. And we're back here at the Rainbow Six North American League. Your host, Doe, here along with Jesse J. Chick and Demo, who've put their mathematical differences aside and they're ready to talk about our next series, which is going to be DarkZero taking on Oxygen. Now, this is one I'm extremely excited about. DarkZero is looking methodical, they're looking deadly, but they're looking more aggressive than we're used to, perhaps, from kind of the DarkZero we know. Things have been swapped out a little bit. And Oxygen, this is an interesting team, right? They got their win today. Yesterday they were 1-1, still looking like one of the best teams in the league, but I feel like, is it a consistency of individual performance is kind of what we're looking for now. Newers did step up in that last one, but we want to see a little bit more before we're kind of convinced they're back on top, right?
Oxygen do really well against the bigger teams, you know, teams who they can have a lot of information on, a team that you know what they're going to be coming up against. That's why they did well at Invitational. They're really good against the best teams in the world. And you will find that being a kind of general thing in these different regional leagues, because some of the bigger teams they're maybe not used to these new players coming in. They have to get adjusted to the play style. That may be what could have been the issue for Oxygen yesterday.
Yeah.
I think DarkZero today, I cannot wait to see them. I think they're going to come in again consistent. I said before, I think this league is pretty inconsistent at the moment. I think DZ is probably going to change that for me. I think today they'll come in, put a good effort, because Jesse, I think the progress from this team from Invitational has been second to none.
Yes, DarkZero have undeniably been the best team throughout this league so far. I mean, they are the only undefeated team still 2-0, and I think they've really been led by NJR. He stepped up, has been this fantastic player for them. An insane couple of matches yesterday, had that big 1v4 clutch, had a lot of really good smoke plays. He's always been this like quietly killer smoke support player. He's always been like really good at that, especially on the defense. And I think people are starting to catch on finally. Maybe the last couple of months they have. And it's good to see NJR getting a lot of the praise that he deserves on the subreddit and on Twitter, because this kid has been fantastic for DarkZero this stage.
Well, the vetoes are in. Let's find out what map we're going to here for our 6th match of the day. It's going to be Chalet. Ooh, our first Chalet of the year, I believe. Or at least of NAL anyway.
Yes, absolutely. Chalet for Oxygen, you know, most of the year it was not a great map for them, but they did play it twice at SI, beating Heroic 7-5 and beating Wolves 8-6. So close games, we may see another one of those today, but that's 2 wins at the world's biggest stage.
Against 2 EU teams, which maybe I don't know if that holds up as much against an NA team like DZ.
Sure.
Find out.
Another point I want to bring up as well is we talk about, you know, these big roster moves, these big transfers, all these announcements. Where was the announcement that Troy's back in Hardbreach? Because I think that's the real big transfer, because him on that role again, he just looked right at home.
I'm pretty sure Lynx asked Troy what the rules would be, and Troy said, "You'll see."
Yeah.
It's a surprise.
Should have announced it. Troy back in Hardbreach. Fellas, we've done it. We've done it.
It feels like the role really is what DarkZero are missing, right? It feels like they finally have everything kind of in order.
Well, he talked too about what a big difference Achieved was making, but let's send it over to our casters right now to call the action. Penguin and Taro, take it away.
Thank you so very much. Our first Chalet, really?
Really?
We're in France, mon Dieu. You know what that means?
No, I don't know what that means. What does it mean?
It means my God.
Oh, it means my... Oh.
Mon Dieu.
Mon Dieu.
DarkZero versus OXG. DZ starting on defense. Look at the very first ban. They say no ace.
Ace ban on...
It'll be an ace-free match. I don't make the rules.
I mean, an ace can still happen, if you will. Nomad follows Troop next. Now Dream gets to play Ash, he says. Uh-oh, yeah. Dream on Ash, imagine that demon time.
Getting to watch the DZ was an M80 matchup yesterday. Not as a caster, but as a spectator. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
The mayor is back in town, they proclaim, after NJR's 1v4 clutch. Defensive operators locked in. By the way, it's a Valkyrie and a Zami that are not available. Valkyrie banned out in the last match that you and I just casted.
Yeah, even in that NJR 1v4 clutch yesterday, even Troy was talking smack in chat. So, you know, that's a good one. He always holds back unless it's deserved, I guess. Canadian, of course, you brought up last time, Parker, plays the most amount of solos at the Invitationals, and also, I think so far in the NAL. Plays solos almost every single round when we cast DarkZero. And we'll start things off in that same similar fashion here in round 1 in Chalet on their master bedroom defense. This bomb site is just odd. All of a sudden, it never gets played. Then, like, you know, 2 months goes by, now every team goes there first. And then I wouldn't be surprised that when the major comes around, it's going to be abandoned once again. It's just one of those seasonal bomb sites, I guess. Where sometimes it's the place to be, and others it is not.
10 seconds remaining.
So much site destruction, so loud that I actually had to turn you up because it was so loud.
It actually is kind of loud. Also, OXG lied to us. They said with Ace being banned, Dream gets to play Ash, it's demon time, he's on Ivana. Disappointing.
Ridiculous.
I have to say. Slander.
Unbelievable. Very unhappy when teams lie to us. Hold on a second. Let me pull up information from Jesse Jacek from yesterday. He actually sent me this in a message, and it said...
He never sends me things.
That's fine.
It's very saddening.
He goes, and I quote, Canadian played more Solace than anybody else at SI, 42 rounds total. That's 40%. And yesterday, Canadian played an awful lot of Solus as well. And would you look at the operator that he's playing today?
Solus.
It's Solus.
I mean, it makes sense. Honestly, I feel like it's a match made in heaven for him. He loves a bit of pulse, but so is his range much higher. Impact arguably higher as well. And he used to be a playmaker. Deny plants below, gives his team information, deny enemy information, and he get a great gun in P90. Troy's a happy troop runner.
Happy little camper.
Yeah.
Not camping on the Solus though. He'll be very mobile.
Yeah.
There is him running around. Like,
Yeah. Oh, he's running.
He'll be as animated as Mr. B in all of those exit shots that we see.
Always a happy camper for him.
Ooh, hold on a
Sweater, though.
second. Yeah, this might be our first altercation. The Wamai holding the angle. Gavin, what do you have for him? What do you have prepared for him, Gavin? First kill is going to be NJR's. He takes out Newer's Sweater, punishing Gavin. Now Canadian is down to Foxay 2. Achieve taking some damage.
Chief and DC, it's gonna take some time to like make that seem normal, right? Such a didn't see that one coming, to be honest.
See you on the other side.
But Achieved bringing that stability for DarkZero and also some flexibility in operator pool as well. Has had a great time so far. Still finding his footing. Had an interview yesterday saying that things are still being figured out. Things take time. And Panda strikes back with a Sweater, evening things back to a 3 versus 3. DarkZero in a comfortable position. But his office wall exterior to the bomb site has been opened up.
It'll take most of this stage for these rosters to gel with one another, Nick, so do not be particularly surprised if it takes maybe a little bit longer. Foxay inside a main lobby. He's out-dueled by NJR. That leaves Dream and Yaga, or Dream rather, upright as the last player. Foxay still bleeding out. Nice shot from Dream onto NJR. Another one lined up onto Pambazoo, cannot connect. Given away by the default cam. He'll have to go retrieve Foxay. Should be able to do it, but this is a precarious position to be in. So Nitro Cell in the hands of the Mute have achieved, holding down what is the default plant inside of Office.
15 seconds to go.
He and Pamba still very much upright. Last two players from OXG going in the same area, heading in through Piano. Dream doesn't look the correct way. Pamba's a little bit farther back. Achieved is the one that might take the engagement here, but Pamba has the beautiful read and a pre-fire. Makes it relatively routine as DZ take the first round.
And again, very few people can just, can actually fight back against NJR. He's winning so many gunfights, and the one member, unironically, is Dream from Oxygen, who wins the gun battle in the 1 versus 1. It's a part player, as we all expected, right? Because this man, Dream, just plays the game at such a high level right now. The stage 1 of NAL, winning every single fight. We saw him on Border yesterday, Parker. Man, on Border, doing like 15 kills on support, playing Maestro.
It was insane.
Position.
You and I casted that match.
We did.
It was a maniac.
And it was insane.
Absolute maniac. Insanity. If you could use one word to describe it, what would it be?
Insanity maniac. I'm gonna combine both words into one.
That sounded French.
That sounded French.
Insanity maniac.
Insanity maniac.
Insanity maniac.
Insanity maniac.
That's what it sounded. Canadian using an impact, by the way, to take out a drone.
It's worth, okay?
You think so?
He wins the mental warfare. It's absolutely worth. Imagine like, haha, I got away. I escaped. And like, actually, no, you didn't. I think it's worth it.
Actually, no.
Also, they almost have as many impacts as reinforcements. If you look at the top left graphic, a lot of dots on the table.
I do like that change. What are your thoughts on it?
Honestly, I didn't like it at first, and I think change in general is just like not comfortable, but after a day and a half, I'm for it. I am. I like it.
I don't hate it.
No, I feel like it's actually not as hard to keep track of as I thought it might be.
That's not bad.
He's finding nothing. Fox is looking. That's all he gets. The beep boop.
You just got to stay in range. This is a very high pick operator that was actually banned out from Foxay in their earlier matchup. Great choice. Breach already opened up, by the way. You don't need an ace to do it. You don't need a Hibana this time either. Dream will cycle through the hard breachers. First kill goes to Canadian on DarkZero. He's got spies right now. Sending from above. He sees where those Hibana pellets are going. And he can call the entry points so that very quickly DZ can reposition themselves. They're ready for it.
Yeah. As long as they have dining hatch control, whereas Canadian was just playing inside the dining/kitchen, they can deny that bomb side breach in the doorway as well. OXG got both front and back pressure on the bomb side itself, but they can't really act upon it as of yet. No smoke grenades as Dream has flashbangs on the thermite. They gotta go in guns blazing.
Newers, now that he's got all of his hard breach out of his system, they'll go for the fight. Possibly bringing the heat to Canadian and Gavin from above. They know there's a Capcan on the board, so you have to tread carefully through those doorways, which is exactly why you see Newers constantly looking at the beautiful framework that's been done. There's a long range from Connector, and Newers has a window into that, but windows go both ways. Who's going to win the duel? Who's the better magnification? Who is the better shot? NJR, excuse me. What? He's going to immediately pivot towards the breach as well and find yet another. But you said it. The only person who can outduel NJR is Dream, who with diffuser in hand sits in the middle of the site.
Ridiculous, honestly. But it's a minute to go.
And it's Dream again. Good Lord, what a performance it's been from Dream so far through these 2 games. Diffuser going down, there's an impact almost mortally wounding Dream, who has to bail off of the defuse. Gavin doesn't have any more impacts whatsoever. He has to take the engagements head to head, but he's lost out on where Yaga's gone. Dream in a completely different site. Gavin, the newest player for DZ prior to Achieved coming on. Youngest player on the team, just missing out as they have scrambled out, and the Buck will retake from above. Nice kill onto Dream, but Gavin now has his hands full with the Buck upstairs, almost getting Yaga. Knows exactly where he is, cannot snap. Yaga has the bar working in his favor. OXG answers back with a tense post plant.
I'll say Gavin played that incredibly well, reading the situation beautifully throughout, but the post plan for Buck above, way too strong. The supportive work of Dream and NGR from DC and OXG doing so much work in the fragging department on the entry and finding and making space on the bomb site itself. NGR might have been feeling himself a little bit too much, went for an aggressive third swing, which then he got shot down. That side pressure was then annihilated from OXG. Things got worse. Bomb got planted by OXG. 1v2 does favor the attackers. But Dream, we saw Newers and Ibana, which is a rare sight, always on that Iana typically. He got shot down immediately. I want to see, just swap Dream and Newers, right? Give Dream the Iana. See what he can make happen. Give Newers the hot breach duties.
Is that the plan?
It seems to be. I think right now we're seeing a case of support players just stepping up to the plate, and entries honestly quite frequently struggling right now. But I think if you're making changes to a roster, it kind of makes sense that if anything, entries are going to get impacted the most. When things kind of change up and who says what and who's droning for whoever, that can be difficult to work with. Now, OXG, they haven't made many changes, right? They got Vertical out, Yogg back in, who was previously on that roster. That shouldn't really impact Newers at all, but Newers has had a bit of a slow start so far in the NAL for the stage. Also rocking that Ghost Charm, as is Pambasu always.
Is it the same Ghost Charm?
It has to be. There can only be one Ghost Charm.
Can we please go to Pambasu?
We gotta investigate now. So that's his Ghost Charm.
There's actually 2. There's the little green one.
But they're both blue, no?
He doesn't have it.
He doesn't have it? No.
In the Alps, sacré bleu. Hot and Cold runs the other Ghost Charm that looks like kind of like a hanky.
Okay.
It's like a little, it just looks like kind of like somebody's like pinched the top of like a handkerchief. You've seen it, go back and watch the videos. Okay. It's very important that we understand how these players synergize.
Oh yeah, you love Skinnergy. We all know.
You love Skinnergy. You got to kill in style. Anyway, 1 minute off the board. Different operator in the hands of Canadian. He's on Vigil this time. He loves Valkyrie. He loves Vigil. He loves Pulse. He loves that Soulless. And now this time, just rocking the Vigil. Currently inside of the bar. Has a rotate over to Gaming if need be. It's not where the bomb site is, though. It's over on Kitchen. First floor still. The Vigil spotted out, but Sweater is unable to find the target. Somebody else can, though. It's Newers to sprint on in. Nice bit of teamwork to give OXG kill #1 in the round halfway through.
Yes, nice teamwork for OXG, but where's the help for Canadian? He's up completely alone, no support, no crossfire established. Gavin was above on the library corner hatch. Could have done something to help him, surely, but didn't. He falls early, 5 vs 4 in favor of OXG, and Pambasu next in the line of fire.
Oh, this is such a gutsy play by Pambasu. It works for a single kill, but you gotta take these acts of desperation as they come. That's the first casualty for OXG. They still outnumber DZ, up 2-1. This 4v2 favoring them. OXG winning the previous round. Downstairs, looking for yet another. Take the lead over DZ.
Pan back in and Gavin all playing very aggressive in front and forth. Meanwhile, Chieftain Judge is like sitting back on site waiting for something to happen nearby, and it doesn't because OXG, they go through the ABCs, first clear the roam, then hit the side. That's what's up next.
Panel opened up looking into kitchen. DZ have been forced back at this point, but NJR is as good as he always is. One of the most flexible players in all of North America and one of the most consistent up to this point. There's a grenade that sails over him, but look at this angle he's holding. All he needs to do is pop up, find the head, shut him down, and he does just that. Gets the down, but Newers is there yet again. Foxe out-dueling achieved. DZ's last two players tried, but ultimately it was in vain, as the second round in a row for Oxygen gives them a lead in this map.
This is Chalet, right? Attack on it is rather simple, I would say, in most cases, because you kind of just go through the same motions. There's not that much adaptive play required, so if you're a team that has a strong early game, which OXG definitely do on those aggressive entries, you're off pretty well. Most maps where most teams struggle is that mid-round adaptation. So as long as you can build an early lead, that should usually just build into a round victory. That's how OXG get into these rounds time and time again. DarkZero, known to be a very structured, kind of slow-paced team, they're speeding things up. They have been the most consistent team throughout the first two, and now this third game so far in the first stage of NAL, but they've done so by playing aggressive. And now that aggression is shut down immediately. So the question now comes, does DarkZero have a different way into these rounds to find success? Because you cannot just expect NGR to just somehow find 4 kills every single round as your win condition.
It's very unsustainable.
It's very unsustainable, and it's unreliable, and it's the only real thing that's been happening so far in this game in the first 3 rounds. NGR had 2 rounds, both rounds that DC lost, where if he clutched up, they win the whole thing. Sure, Gavin also had that 1 versus 1 on the base and bomb side, the 1v2 that he almost won, that is. But it's mostly just all the back of the mayor and GR making everything happen.
I love that that's stuck around. I really, really do.
What's the origination of that?
I don't know why they called him the mayor. I don't at all. I frankly don't. But you know what? With things like that, you can't really question it. No. You just gotta go with it. It's funny. It's funny, so you say it. I know it came from SI, or at least that's where it seemed to go viral.
Yeah, yeah.
SI is where we see Canadian the most unhinged of any event.
That is absolutely true.
He is insane. Which again is the word that we will come back to here.
Insanity, yeah. I love the Jackal pick here to kind of try and shut down Canadian. He's on that isolated roam typically.
2 drones and the ability to use your Inox. That is, it seems almost excessive. But I like that they are making sure there is no weakness, some built-in redundancy, if you want to call it that. Is that going to take out the shield? Wow, it actually will. Gotta give a shout out to Pambazoo's cam. I love looking at the ceiling.
And Troy's forehead. Also beautiful.
You got the bandana collecting all the sweat of playing in a well air-conditioned team house.
Hey, he's hard at work, okay?
Yeah, you gotta. All right. First kill of the round goes to OXG. Pambazoo no more. He peeked that window by library. He's gone. Gavin is still on this spot. Can't hit a shot on Newers, it seems. Managed to do a little bit of damage before dying, but OXG are just mopping the floor with DZ. Achieved now in a 1v5. He'll be flashed out of his mind behind Piano. He hits the deck. Now it's Yaga's turn to do the same, dropping in. Achieved. Lots of tinnitus, lots of ear ringing. Playing around the double doorway, taking out Newers. An improbable comeback, but definitely one that could happen. Nitrocell goes. Does not successfully go off. Maybe some blind peeking, maybe a bit too much ambition. Can't get it done. Sweater seals the deal. 3 in a row for OXG.
And it's again that early round success that just carries OXG forward time and time again, and DC, they cannot find their way around it. Chalet does favor the attacking side, but it shouldn't be this quote-unquote easy looking for the attacking team. There should be obstacles in their way, making things difficult. Sure, that was a slower round from OXG, but once they got the first initial kill, they got the following 3 in a row, leading to that 1 versus 5 for DarkZero. That's gonna call a tactical timeout rather for DarkZero to figure things out.
Doesn't surprise me at all.
No.
You're on defensive Chalet. Obviously, the changes to the rosters, the change of the meta that we're in right now, whether Brava actually makes a sizable impact or not is a question that will be answered later on, but you lose 3 in a row. You cannot win the first half. DZ will at best emerge 3-3. That's as good as it's going to get.
Yeah.
And OXG has shown that they're playing a very different style. They're not relying on the Bravo with Foxy every single round. He's flexing. Watch him make a fool of me by picking Bravo. No, it's a 0 for now. But he can always flex off of it. That's the thing.
Attackers need to locate. And
I like that
defuse as
DZ
many
called the
bombs as
timeout
they
when they
can.
did. Don't let the match get too far away from your grasps. You're not playing like yourself again. It's unsustainable to rely on NJR to get a pick every single round.
Yeah, I think if anything, the simplest way to look at this is just DC has to rely on one way to play the game, because right now they have 2 or 3 members playing very, very aggressive, and then 2 members playing very, very passive. Kind of meet in the middle, or go, you know, all aggressive, all passive. Right now what they're trying to do is hide Canadian on the bomb site on this bandit to deny the wall breach. You see Dream, attacker repicking from Hibana onto Thermite, so shutting down that exothermic charge on the exterior wall, that's gonna make a big difference. Shutting down one of those 2 means that one breach will basically stay closed or force Newer's rotation on Hibana to use the X-Kairos instead. A slower and smaller breach at that. But you were incorrect.
I know, he
is on the Bravo.
He 6th picked it. That's not my fault, man. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything wrong.
You did not. I forgive you. We all forgive you. And Foxy, so far by my count, probably the #1 Bravo player in the NAL that we've seen so far. At least he's the name that comes to mind. Not surprised. Foxy is in that flex supportive role. Also IGLing for his team. Bandit was spotted out, so they're gonna try and go about this differently, but the cap can try.
Oh, okay. So DZ might not be winning the first engagement with their weapons, but at least their gadgetry is getting it done. Round number 1 was a trade between 2 teams. DZ got first blood in rounds 2 and 5. OXG got first blood in rounds 3 and 4. So it's even. It's literally dead even. 2.5 first bloods each.
2.5, yeah. The trades, yeah.
That's how it works.
Numbers don't lie. It was Yogg in the box, so he had flashbangs, no secondary hard breach for him. Of course, Newers is the second set. Those X-Kairos now being called into action on both the single wall and the pipes wall, boiler wall, trench wall. What name you want to give it, really?
Trench wall, no wine wall. There's garage wall.
Many walls.
Many walls. Life is too short for rooms. There's a nade from below now with Sweater holding in hand. Oh! They missed out, doing a little bit of damage, just a lick to Gavin. Must be bright in there, he's got his hat on. Down goes Pambazoo. That was the Oryx that was roaming. Sweater and the rest of OXG down there. Oh my, they must have a read on this. Sweater through the wall, does a lot of damage to Gavin, almost netting the kill.
I mean, that's just changed the round on its head. It was a 5 versus 4 in favor of DC, but now Sweater almost finds 2 kills, immediately answers back. 45 seconds left. I mean, a plan could happen here for OXG. Once again, it's NGR kind of in the path of them with a C4 in hand, has to shut down this plant, or Canadian for that matter. This Gavin's trying to get back to side, but the plant's going down.
Wow, plant is going
halfway
down.
through.
There's still 8 people left. Dream is to bail off of it. There was a Nitro cell. Get shot out. All right. NJR has to take the engagement on his own versus Newers. NJR is simply better. Newers' coverage is not good enough. Nade goes in. NJR gets away. How does the man pull this off? Fox A kill, as does get achieved. Fox A yet another. It's NJR to clutch out. Does he pull it off? Yes or no?
Yes, absolutely.
You've got so much faith in NJR. He's going to get swung, but no, he doesn't. Newers makes up for a previous error, and the timeout does not pay the way that DZ had hoped. 4 in a row for OXG. They take the first half. There's still 1 round to go. How big can this lead get?
And again, the only actual win condition for DC, and again, is NGR. It's his C4 that could have killed the planter, got shot in there by Newers, well done for him, but then it's NGR aggressing forward, finding that blind spot, shutting down Dream on the plant. It's NGR getting to that 1 versus 2, into the 1 versus 1, and unfortunately for him and DarkZero, he doesn't find the clutch. It's not enough. OXG the better team right now, but NGR is still arguably the better player. But this is a team game, team effort. And this is actually gonna change DarkZero's style up the big indicator for this is Canadian. He's off that information of the Solis. He's off the roaming operator of Vigil. He's gonna play a more likely site-oriented style operator of the Warden now. Get that C4 still with verticality, but now can play closer to his team and not fall early in the round, because that has been the demise with DarkZero. They keep surrendering early kills, and then things just get worse from there. Sure, sometimes they trade back, but it's rarely a long-term lasting effect. They always end up at a numbers disadvantage with that last minute in the round.
All right, very final defense. Oh, actually, like to get in the building very quickly. I don't think this round is going to be any different at all. They'd scared Gavin away from the big window downstairs in games. And now OXG can split their attention elsewhere as they open up some of that garage wall, snowmobile wall, if you want to call it that. On a drones they go. Gavin still in a relatively similar position. He spent about half of this match so far playing on library stairs. That is where he will remain for now.
Yeah, the big starting step with OXG is shut down all the default cameras. You see that here from Split in the basement, where Foxy was earlier. Drone's going lobby, shut down that cam if possible as well. No Bravo this time. So you gotta get in physically with your guns to deny that information. But they're doing just that. Nearest inside the library, uncontested by DarkZero. It's practically free. Oh, the jammer.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Good
Mute jammer right next to the Frost, Matt.
Keeping the utility close to each other, I suppose.
We've all been there. Sweater taking some damage, but from where? Who does he try to outduel? Such prowess. Such mechanical skill.
So quiet.
It's a very stark contrast to the last match that you and I casted. At SSG Beastcoast.
Oh, ooh. Try again.
You're getting hear laughter from the production bay.
Oh, man. Try again, Neurus. You got one more in pocket, but again, it's very low value use of those frag grenades.
I will also say that there has been Neurus makes up for it with a nice shot on a Pambazoo. There has been some wonky interactions with nades and castle barricades this season so far, and I don't necessarily blame Neurus. Look at all those flashes. Chasing Gavin down the stairs. Small opening inside of the garage wall. He'll be able to get away and go towards West Main.
Right, he's out. Let's try again.
Yeah. And it works! Hooray. Newer's continuing to post up, getting closer to the bomb site, but guess who does it? It's the mayor. He's seeking re-election, and right now, he's trying to get everyone to vote for him. Showing off what he can do. He's going to lose some of his protection on the wall, bucking as well from below. Sounds like it's going off swimmingly. Cannot do enough damage to Newers. Newers is heating up. A bit of a slow start yesterday, but today, mighty fine. He gets swung on by the mute, achieved, successful with that kill. It leaves Dream and Foxay to do more damage, but Dream dies, and it's Fox in a 1v3. What can he accomplish? Anything at all? Not one bit. DZ salvages the very final round. They take 2 in the first half.
Yeah, looking better for them. Neuros is coming alive, however, that could be a problem for DC on this side swap, because that was the 6th round. Things will now change up. A 2-4 side favoring the attackers is arguably the expected outcome, but again, most of these rounds were very dominated by OXG in the early lead. There were 2 rounds. Round number 5 and round number 2 came down to 1 versus 1s, where, yeah, OXG, they were successful in those clutches. Had that gone to DC, it would have been, 4-2 the other side around, so this could still very well be a close game.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Very possible. Sometimes it just lingers. You have to be patient. No patience? Okay, great.
No, we're patient. We shall be. We are.
In terms of entry and roam kills, relatively even between the two teams. Dream looked like he was going to be able to get a number of diffusers down. By the way, did you see the fight that happened on Twitter involving what is considered a successful plant?
It is a good question, however, because if you're planting, and let's say you're like 5 or 6 seconds into a 7-second plant, and the round ends because your team killed the last defender, you basically did plant, right?
But
Does
you
it
didn't.
count? But you didn't at the same time.
Personally,
You're a simple man, I feel like.
Personally, I only consider it a successful plant if it is actually planted.
Yeah.
If you are 1 second in and you kill the last person and you have only been planting for a single second, yeah, to me that doesn't count.
What if you're 6 seconds in? There was just 1 second left.
I think you can't do that. I think you just need to make a very simple rule.
Yeah.
Is the plant down or not? It
Yeah.
doesn't matter. Because sometimes you can be 6 seconds in, but then there could be a nitro cell tossed and you die.
That's right. But yeah.
Very quick action to open up Garage Panel now as DZ find themselves on attack. In regards to the way that the roles on DarkZero work, it does not surprise me to see Canadian on the dedicated hard breach, dedicated support. Gavin is backup. But as we saw from Newers, and as most people will refer to, Shaiko in Europe, a Hibana does not only need to be a support, you can still frag out of your mind. First bit of action happening very quickly by library window. NJR losing half his HP, Canadian a tiny bit, Sweater losing some HP as well. Nobody dead.
Sweater is falling back, however, too much pressure applied to his side. Pembusu on the nuke. Actually, on the side door, just tossing a grenade. What is that? Not the way I thought that would go, but hey, it works out. Kill and shield destroyed. Massive value for Pembusu on the nuke. He's just gonna walk out of there. He's applied pressure, and he's taking the attention away from the main breach.
Newers just holding this angle down, just waiting. They've lost Dream, so you're in a rough spot. Now it's Newers taking damage. I said waiting, but now as the fastest operator in the game, he's able to get away. Back down to the safety of Wine below. Pambazu will go hunting.
It really is just
Pambazu is running the same ghost, by the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
But there is another ghost charm. I'm just putting that out there. It does exist.
I'll keep my eye out for it.
Please do.
Pants can open up. So again, pressure applied from all directions now. Sweater hiding on the main breach in the corner. Could get aggressive, but no. Jones spots him out. He kills it, falls back. They do have that deployable shield in a pillar position still, so backside is somewhat covered, but they still fear the possibility of a flank from Pambusu, which he's actually rotated all the way across the map to that main front breach. DC might just try and force this. Blue stairs main breach situation with 35 seconds left. 1C4 in the pocket of Sweater could be the difference maker. All that single toxic bait from Foxay.
Pambazu's walking on in. Looking to take up further space. He sees one, but cannot do more than that. Connects on the Sweater, nice shot. That's the Mozzie down. Holding towards blue where 2 players from this OXG team lay. Newers has somehow managed to find Canadian. All of DZ are taking their blows, good lord. And now Pambazu needs to get significantly more active. Almost has all the kills. From above, down, he's been dropped. It's NJR to clutch out in a 1v2. Can't get it done, OXG. They continue their winning ways. They've got 5 rounds to 2 against DZ, and they're successful in their very first defense. DZ have already taken their time out. There's no way to slow this down.
No, there's not. No, you have no reason to take theirs anytime soon how things are progressing. And despite OXG being pressured so heavily on the bomb side itself, they kept on fighting and swinging out. Actually, I believe Canadian tossing in 3 flashbangs towards blue, while both members in blue from OXG just swung blinded and actually caught Canadian with the pre-fire and took him out. Plant doesn't go down. It's a chaotic situation for DarkZero. They cannot recover. Therefore, OXG did take the round. Good crossfires being established. Pambusu being the one member to make everything happen in that round, but it wasn't enough despite how great of an effort that was from him.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Kitchen bombs are up next. Basement bombs are victorious with defenders. No surprise there, as it is one of the easier bombs that I would say to defend. But how things shaped up early on, it didn't look all to be that easy.
Am I correct that we haven't seen a bar gaming defense yet?
You are correct by my count.
Correct? Yes, excellent. That's what I thought.
Let me go through the brain storage here, right? Let's think back real quick. No, I don't think we have seen a bar at all. We have seen a lot of action in the bar area from the roamers of like Gavin and Canadian back when DC was in defense, but we did not see the bomb site itself be played there. Yes, I'll stick by that.
Reload.
Just had to make sure with myself, you know, internally. As one should. Oh, she's changing things up quite dramatically with Foxay doing most of the flex work, but Newers as well actually showing not a new side to him. He has flexed previously on OHT as well, but more now than ever, playing both the Hibana and the Frost on this map. Getting 10 kills now, really waking up in the later half of this game. He did have a rough start.
Yesterday, Newers did not show up particularly well. Same with Forest. Merc had a bad day today.
Yeah.
These superstars that we see that are designed in their roles to lead the team to victory by getting the most kills, they've had some struggles. I honestly think it's where we're at in the meta right now. Teams like one dedicated support and then 4 aggressive players. That seems to be the way it is. On a team like OXG, you've got 5 aggressive players, actually, because Dream is in the action quite frequently.
Yeah.
There's only one team in EU that sees such an aggressive support player. It tends to be that TT9 roster with Kendrew in that spot. Kendrew's always been that way, though, as a support player. Always very aggressive.
Always fighting. I mean, Yugin goes fast as Shepard. Might not be an aggressive player, but he always wins his gunfights. DC now making progress on the map here. See the double off his water bounce, reinforced off, allowing a cheater to just do like free vertical damage control onto the bomb site itself of Dining. Kitchen will stay relatively untouched, however. Gotta clear out the kite clock. There's one on the bomb site walls. The nade managed, nope, didn't actually clear it. It did go drop down, but kite clock could actually be hiding in the basement of all places. It's hard to tell. They're taking damage from Kitchen, Dream, an easy kill onto Pambasu. DC just kind of falling apart, walking in alone, underestimating what OXG can do.
Chieved is very close to one of these players from OXG as well, but who is it? Oh, it's Yaga. Yaga. The Yog dog himself. Is his bark greater than his bite? Pambazu had died. Gavin will die now as well. OXG want this match point, and they've only got 3 more players to find. 3 trophies. 3 trophies for the wall. As it's Canadian, actually, getting ever closer to trophy. He snaps on to Newers, but his team dying by the wayside, and he's finished off by Dream. In the midst of the kitchen, OXG cooking up match point, and NJR try as he might. Can't pull it off. This OXG squad, they look mighty refined with Yaga back on the roster. They have barnstormed their way to a 6-2. The only way they lose now is overtime.
Yeah. One thing that actually that struck me towards the end of the round, DC didn't bring any hard breach whatsoever, so the kite claw was a problem, but then again, it wasn't. Once it was cleared, it didn't change the outcome of the round whatsoever, because even though the wall didn't have any wall deny on it, it couldn't be opened up. So DC, they gotta just find a way into the bump site. There's one door from dining hallway, and both Gavin and Pambazu just walked on in, tried to make something happen. Both just shut down immediately. Sure, Canadian ended up getting into the bump site itself, but didn't find any success either. Bit of a sloppy attack from DC, not as structured as they usually tend to be, and even now, the round following, no hard breach are being showcased again, unless these attacker repicks will change that. Lion does have the hard breach gadget, I believe, still, so could use that to his, at his disposal. Usually Lion runs EMPs these days.
10 seconds left before insertion.
You hear the music?
Do you hear the music?
Yeah, the music.
5
You just want
seconds
to
to go.
vibe. Just want to vibe.
Attackers
Which
objective
map
is
has
to
the best
locate a
music?
bomb and
Is it
defuse
Chile?
I'd say so. No, Consulate.
Oh, that's good.
Consulate. Consulate, yeah.
What?
The jazz upstairs in Visa, the...
Okay, but the basement one is
That's
kinda...
great. It sounds like robot noises. I love it.
Okay.
Newers right now in Mudroom, looking for a kill. Can't find it. Went for the spawn peek. Debilitating if DZ had
Attackers have located a bomb.
fed into that. While we've been hyping up Newers, though, Fox a 9-3, very quietly assembling an excellent set of scores. It looks like he's been permanently flashbanged. Look at that camera.
It's so bright. Yeah, it's not easy dealing with those settings sometimes. I was watching the Parabellum game earlier, and it's like all the players like their webcams and laxing with like his streamer cam in 4K. Very stark contrast of difference.
Bedroom defense upstairs, but OXG are spread out all throughout the map. You had Newers down below in Mudroom. You got Yaga defending upstairs by that chimney. Just about fireplace. How many players actually inside of the bomb site? That is the question.
Be a great catch from Gavin here with the drone work, but no, they don't spot him out in the piano hallway. But he's on a shield as well, so he's pretty safe and sound. Probably gonna be newest on the ward if I can tell correctly. Yeah, it is.
Oh, Pamba's just creeping right off. How does he lose that?
No.
I don't know. I have no idea. Honestly, no clue how he loses that. Not ideal. OXG are just sweeping through DZ, who look intent to roll over and die on this round. Good lord.
Remember, DZ's undefeated. It's the only team so far in the NAL, and that, I mean, very likely to end right here.
That's about to break, isn't it? Gavin will go for the vault in. Multiple people looking in his direction. Newers has line of sight. The last match ended flawlessly, so too will this one. OXG 7-2, not giving up a single kill in that final round. That's quick work.
That it is. DC, they go to Chalet, it doesn't work out, back to the drawing board. All they can do.
Well, that unbeaten streak is over. OXG, what a huge day for them. Back claps all around. That's it for this match. We'll be back in a couple minutes. We got one more match to go.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. Your host, Noah, here, along with Jesse and Demo. And we have none other than Foxa waiting to chat with us a little bit about that last match. Foxa, it seemed like the M80 game was just a warm-up, and then OXG brought their full force to bear against DarkZero. People are a little bit surprised, I think, that the team dropped one yesterday, but do you feel like everything went today the way you wanted?
Yeah, I mean, I just put a tweet about it too. I think more established teams are easier to play against than brand new teams. You don't know what to expect from new teams. You don't really have info on these guys. Not to say that these older teams that are around longer are worse or better or anything. I mean, it's just we feel more confident when we have information, obviously.
Yeah.
So today played out exactly how we wanted to do. We think we're, really good right now, and obviously Parabellum put a really good showing up against us yesterday. So it's just unfortunate that we lost that one, but we're still hoping to not slow down and win the rest of our games. So today played out very well.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask him about the bigger team seems to be really good for Oxygen. Obviously, you guys had a good invitational run, being able to beat some of the bigger teams. In terms of whenever it comes to the play style for Oxygen at the moment, obviously adding Yogg in, it just feels as though he's just slotted in just as if nothing's changed. You just kind of upgrade it from vertical.
Yeah, again, I've mentioned this before, like replacing vertical was such a hard thing for us to do. Honestly, there was nothing wrong with us. We got top 3 at Invite, which is, the highest our team has ever played historically. And we have always been, striving for this fluid style of Siege, no real flank watch. Vert played it very well. And this was just one of those opportunities where we knew what Yogg could bring. And it was something that we needed in other areas, not in Vert's area, but in other areas. And so we were able to slot Yogg in perfectly to those spots that we were missing. And then I'm just trying to do my job to do right by Vert's spots. And I'm happy for him that he's finding success on Beastcoast, because, it would have sucked a bit to shaft him out of, a pro league. He's such a talented player. So, yeah, Yogg has history with us on different roles, but he's, like he said in the interview for the M80 game, he's such an experienced player compared to now. And I think it just fits really well to what we needed.
Well, it was nice getting to talk to Yogg earlier today and then talking to you now. You guys obviously have won 2 matches today, and obviously you had a bit of time in between. What is it like on game days now with our new format, playing multiple games in the same day? What do you do in that interim period to kind of keep yourself warm or keep yourself, ready for the next match to come?
Oh, man, it's tough. Yesterday we had the first game and then the last game. And, I took a nap in between games. Like, you're just sitting there watching the games, ready to play, but you're like, all right, I got 5 hours to burn. So today was a little better, where it was at least we had one other game in between. Usually in between, for this one, we just prepped, VOD reviewed, went over stuff for DZ that we had prepared, and just kind of warmed up on our own game. A lot of these teams are brand new or have new players, so it's hard to prep. So it's more about us not messing up and feeling comfortable and confident. But yesterday, if you got 5 hours to burn between matches, I took a nap. I think some of the other guys, took a shower or something like that. It's hard to stay mentally in it when the games are so far apart, but you do your best,
Yeah, fair enough. Well, one more question before we let you go here. I want a Newers update. I talked to you early last year when he had just joined the team. You told me you had to put his own bed sheets on his bed for him and all that. So I know things went better since then. We did a catch up, I think in stage 3 last year, but I want another update now. How is Newers doing as an adult, just in life in general right now?
I'm gonna be honest, since you asked me, the last time Newers has had sheets on his bed was when I put them on. He has not put bed sheets on his
worse.
bed.
Oh no.
Since he's not put bed sheets on his bed since I put them on. He took them off to wash them, and I think he's never put them back on. But as an adult, I think New's doing pretty good as an adult. I think he's becoming more mature and stuff. Yeah, I think he's pretty set.
That's good news.
No bed sheets yet.
He's doing good in the map, at least. That's the important thing right now. But yeah, cool. All right. Well, I asked. Now I have the information. Thanks for telling me. Thanks for joining us too, answering some questions. Congrats on the wins today, and good luck next week.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, there you go. We had to get the update. If you've been watching NAL, you know. But anyway, that was our series. It was more one-sided than I expected. We're going to talk a little bit more about that, but we're going to move back to the desk to do that. We'll catch up with you in just a moment for a little bit more of a breakdown of that last series. Welcome back to the
Rewind. Go back.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. Your host, Doey, here, along with Jesse J. Chick and Demo. Let's break down Oxygen versus DarkZero a little bit more because, like we were saying going into this break, I was expecting something much closer. I think a lot of us were with the way DarkZero performed yesterday, but it was not to be.
Yeah, disappointing, I think, for DZ standards. I mentioned before, you can lose a game, but it's the way you lose a game is the big thing that we always look at. And for DZ, it wasn't really a contest. It wasn't their day. If you go back and you look at some of the kind of 50-50 chances that you would have in a game where you go in for a swing, you go in for a crossfire, you go in for a nade, getting naded, everything went against them today. It was all against the grain of the curve. But Oxygen, give credit to them. They're a team that does very well against teams that they're familiar with, the big teams, Jesse. So yeah, Oxygen, brilliant day today.
Helps quite a bit when Newers has shown up as well. I mean, we talked a lot about Newers because he is a star player. Yeah, I mean, he's played fine in every game they've had, but this was the game where he really stepped up. And we got to see the Newers that we've all been waiting for. The Newers who will step up and dominate in every single gunfight, even if he doesn't have sheets on his bed, even if he can't nade a castle barricade 2 feet in front of him.
That's true.
He then gets the kill right
Happens
after.
to all of us.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what mistakes he makes, what downfalls he might have. As long as he kills every single person that he sees, he's fine.
That's his job, and as long as he does his job, we can't question that.
Yeah. We can't complain. I mean, he has been the rock in terms of the fragging department throughout the history of OXG, as long as he's been on the team.
Yeah.
And now we're getting to see that in the NAL for year 8. I mean, it's great.
I mean, as long as the guys out there clicking heads, that's what they need, you know?
Yeah.
That's the most important thing. And it was certainly a big part of what got Oxygen their second win on the day. And that means it's time to look forward to our final match of the day. It's going to be Space Station Gaming taking on Parabellum to close things out here on the Rainbow Six North American League. Do not go anywhere. The final game of Week 1 coming at you right after this. Hey, we're back one last time here to start off another match. But before we get into the final one of the day, as you can see, it's Space Station versus Parabellum. Let's take a look at our results so far today. As you can see, it was some surprising results, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely say that. DarkZero,
Yes.
after dominating yesterday, only 2 rounds against OXG. Beastcoast, Mr. B and the team
What a
going
day.
2-0.
What a
My
day.
God. Yeah, it's been a crazy one today.
Impressive stuff. And as you can see, we have Space Station Gaming versus Parabellum coming up for our last match of the day. Parabellum looking to bounce back after their rough loss versus Soniqs. We'll see if they can do just that. We have the map already that we know we're going to. It's going to be Oregon, it looks like.
Oh, back to basics, I guess. Again, we seem to be referring to this a lot, but you understand for these new teams, this is where you're going to build.
Sure.
This is what you're going to build your team upon, is these very basic maps. Space Station, we seen them play it yesterday, of course, and it was a great game against Mirage, and it really shown the clutch capabilities that I think Space Station have shown. I think Space Station have shown really good characteristics of a team that can get better and better and better, and generally can be a big threat, not just in domestic leagues, but actually an international threat, which I don't think we said that about SSG in years.
Yeah, it's Parabellum's 3rd time playing this map. They went 1-1 on it yesterday. They're now playing it for the 3rd time today. We'll see how it goes for them. They have been quite good on defense. Attacks have been struggling.
That's right. Well, it's time to go to Oregon again. And to bring us the action again, it's Penguin and Taro. Take it away.
Thank you so very much. Greatly appreciated. Hello, everybody. Welcome to our very final matchup. You know why they put the camera on us this time?
Why?
It's gone.
So why did they do it, Parker? Tell me, please. I'm dying to know.
Because I complained and I said, I got so pretty and you don't even show me on the broadcast. And then Jesse said that I look like a 30-year-old trying to look like a high school student.
Oh my God.
It was very mean.
Well, I could actually totally see that.
I
could totally see that.
Jesse just looks like a high school student. So, I mean, at least he has experience.
He would know.
Either way, final match of the day, Space Station. Will they go to all 15 rounds? So far, they are 45 of 45 rounds up to this point.
Jesus.
And there you go. You were talking about the webcams, by the way. Look at all the streamer cams on the right side of your screen. And then there's Laxing.
Yep.
In beautiful 4K.
Yep. It looks so different. It really does.
It does. It sure does. Space Station had some struggles earlier today against Mr. Beastcoast himself, Mr. B. Losing on Bank in that 15th round. Can they redeem themselves?
It's going to be a different... Ooh. Smoke ban.
Fish thought that was very funny.
So we're like, we don't even play smoke, guys. Haha. Joke's on you. Everybody plays smoke on this map. They said we got him.
Spiker says, all right.
All right, they got him. Whatever.
You know, I'm not an interior decor kind of guy, but I feel like Spiker, you could very easily put like either a mirror or like a nice piece of art over your dresser.
Oh,
the dog is
it's a
back!
dog! Has moved the muzzle.
Undertale dog. It actually has moved.
I mean, yes,
yes,
I guess a tiny bit.
I'm assuming that's, see? Look at this.
Streamer cam.
Look at this clarity. Perfect sharpness. Great balance.
Protect your
Could use a
bombs
little
from
bit
being
more lighting,
defused
but-
by attackers.
You know, cool.
Very big credit there. His camera set up.
Who am I?
I am actually curious what your plays would look like if you were to fully decorate yourself. I would be very curious to see. Because I can't tell if it would be like a pure man cave or like greenery plants or
I am like I'm a minimalist kind of guy.
You're a minimalist kind of guy.
I mean, you can see most of my room from the shot of my camera. It's got
Yeah, but you live with your mom during that, so you don't get full control.
I live with both of my parents.
Oh, everyone. Oh, I thought it was your mom.
I have more than one.
Congratulations.
My father exists. He just keeps a very low profile.
I was gonna say I don't know much, but
He does not Twitter.
Oh.
And from time to time he'll say, you know, if I had Twitter, and it's like, nope.
No, you don't. So don't say things.
So you don't get to say things.
Fair. Well, either way, I'm still excited to see what you do with the place.
Thanks, Nicholas. I can't wait to come over to your house and make you a delicious meal.
That's where we already messed up because it's an apartment, not a house. But thank you. You're very welcome to.
It's not a house, it's a home.
It is a home, and it is an apartment, and it is mine.
Loading new mag.
First shot on the way.
It was annoying. It was an annoying topic of conversation.
Was it? Come on.
It's not a house, it's a home.
Either way.
Segue in.
Segue in. First round underway. J90 going for that window opening. It's been 45 seconds and no combat has happened as of yet, but it will surely happen soon. The only gate stopping him dead in his tracks. Has to make a decision, either drone or summon child sacrifice. Forest under the wall, a jammer will greet him. He cannot open it up unless there it is, a grenade from below hits his mark, denies the jammer. Oh, actually, it did not deny the jammer.
There's one single X-Kairos. Okay,
fair enough.
But I mean, hey, you can throw a nade through there.
You could certainly do that.
Yeah.
But there's no nades left.
That's
so problematic.
Already a rough start for Space Station. Parabellum enter today in 7th of 8th place. They did not have a successful match against Soniqs. Earlier today, it was a 3-7 loss for this PB squad. Both these teams looking for their very first victory of the day. One was a loss in overtime, that was Space Station. The other, a loss in regulation. But PB is an entirely new team, with both Fish and Spiker making their Pro League debut. Technically, is it not Spiff's Pro League debut as well? Oh my goodness, hold on a second here. Space Station decided to hit the gas as quickly as they could. Skies and Laxing, the two most veteran and experienced players on this squad. Heading back to the bomb site. There's Laxing in a single pick, repositioning Skies towards White Stairs. Nice pick. They've suddenly put this into a 2v2. There's no way they win this, right? Flashbang goes out. Skies chased off his position. Forced and Hot and Cold to contain these last two players. In very different positions. Hot in dorms. Forced by a big window. Skies' attempt to get back to the bomb site does not go over very well. That leaves Laxing in a 1v2. Forest repositions, gets the pick. SSG goes for broke. And they don't, in fact, go broke. They actually make quite a large amount of money off that one. Quite profit on that round. I hope you like talking. I don't think you've spoken for like a minute and a half.
Well, I thought I was saying, yes, you are correct. It would be Spiff's probably debut, technically speaking, because he started off at the Invitationals with Astralis. So
same with Citizen. It was Citizen's NA debut.
That is true.
Yesterday.
Yeah, but he did play European Pro League for like, what, 3 and some years?
I said NA debut.
Yeah, but like that doesn't matter, does it? Doesn't I mean, if you play European Pro League for like 3.5 years and you go to NA, I feel like that's like a potato.
Just like the UK, North America is not a part of Europe anymore. So...
I'm struggling to find the correlation.
Just making fun of the Brits.
Okay, that's fair. Also, we have demo now to make fun of, so it's like that happens quite frequently as well, I would say.
I have more Scottish family than Canadian family, so I feel like that in some way, shape, or form allows me to make fun of other parts of the United Kingdom because I get to sit around and hear my Scottish family all the time. I don't know. Okay. Excellent play by Space Station. They assessed that there were 3 separate players of Parabellum that were off-site, so they decided, why not? Let's just go for it. Rush on in. They already opened up the back of Attic. You can take White Stairs. There's nobody there. Skies was downstairs in Laundry, I believe?
Way
off-site.
I'd say comparing SSG to Parabellum is two very different teams. I would say Parabellum on defense, they play a very methodical, kind of ABC, very solid setup style of seats. It's rather predictable. Whereas Space Station on their attacks, they will just look for openings and just completely go for it. You saw it. There's people roaming. Okay, hit the side super quick. And it was a rough start for them, just like this one as well. Because again, they lose that opening engagement. But SSG, we all know, they can just find themselves in the midst of the bomb site out of seemingly nothing. Out of nowhere. Forrest being one of the main people, just kind of walking into places that he has no business being in and finding those gaps.
J90 had an excellent game earlier, despite it being a loss for Space Station. So not having the bounce back, or not having the continued success, so rely on a bounce back. Mark had a really rough game earlier. They need more out of him if they want sustained long-term success. And Merc is one of the hardest jobs, which is being a successful and consistent entry. If you can find somebody who is routinely trading themselves out, getting a single kill on every entry point, you never will want to ever let go of them. Merc has had definite periods of time where he can do that, but he's still adapting to a new team. That's it.
Early days. No execution operators for the attack inside of Space Station. They gotta just kind of brute forcing so they to the gap of flashbangs and nades in gunfights.
Oh, Fish, swing and a miss onto Forest. He had an idea of how to take that engagement. Now Force looking for another. Wait a minute. Space Station is doing it yet again. They're looking to break this inexperienced team, but if you're going to talk about experience, you have to mention Skies walking in and getting two. Hot and Cold downed as well as Spiker is there to do some serious damage. And Forrest! Oh my goodness, gets 2 huge picks. And Space Station goes up 2-0.
How did they win the round? I mean, what a mess. It looked like Skies brought it back. The injury was there as well, but no. Forrest is biding his time outside of double blue, waiting for the right moment to strike with 25 HP to his name. Finds the 1 versus 3 essentially to secure the second round for them. Oh, Forrest. He just tends again to find himself in these positions where he shouldn't really be finding that much value or that much success in, but he just does time and time again. Parabellum scrambled to find a bomb that works. Going through the motions, starting upstairs, then going downstairs, now going tertiary bomb side. It's a desperate moment for them. Attacker repicks happening for the attack inside. A finger being showcased right now from Forrest. Boost people up, stay healthy. That chip damage meta that we used to have about 6 to 12 months ago for a period of time is pretty much gone. Nowadays, if you're an attacking member, either you just die or stay alive. It's not that common to have like half HP these days. The meta always changing in Rainbow Six Siege, ever so slightly. Of course, one thing that's always stable is information. No matter what meta game we've been in, it's always been something that you always want on both sides. Of course, attackers always have those deployable drones, but defenders gotta choose between the utilities that they got. Deployable cameras, Valkyrie, Solace, etc. And PP very low on information. Got a single deployable camera, that's it.
Bomb has been located.
Ooh, okay, hold on. 30 seconds, and they decided that the first 2 rounds just somehow were not fast enough, because now it's Spiker to stare down yet another member of SSG at the breach all the way back. That's J90 looking for kill number 1. That's J90 to almost get it. He's got the down on the Spiker, but you're going to have to finish the rest of the job. Fultz is in the middle of the site, by the way. A very simple thing when there's 45 seconds off of the clock.
Yeah.
That's a pretty slow pace for him to get in there, you know, just pretty normal. Fish. Good lord, taking down Merc. Spiff whiffing, gets taken out by backstage. There's only 2 players from Parabellum still upright. Skies and Fish. Spiker continuing to bleed out. Fish, a long run down the corridor in kitchen. Manages to outduel J90, who did not get credited with the kill on the Spiker as he's still bleeding out. Skies looks nice kill on the Fultz, runs out of there. Didn't know that Hot and Cold was getting the diffuser down not too far away, and it's Fish a 3K.
Defenders have eyes on the
All right, these rounds are messy.
Yeah.
These rounds are very messy, but they're exciting nonetheless.
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser.
All right, well, now it's your job to break that down. Go ahead.
All right, let's break it down. So somehow, some way, Forrest and SSG they're on the bomb set in 20 seconds, and then somehow, some way, Parabellum, they retake successfully. Of course, Fish winning those individual gunfights was the biggest story for Parabellum. Just swinging aggressively inside that green hallway, find that initial kill into the second, really swinging things back for Parabellum. But it is a one-man story. There's not like team coordination from PP swinging together, taking 2v1s. That was just all Fish. Not a consistent way to win rounds, but for this time, it did work. And is that a tactical timeout? Yes, it is. It is a tactical timeout.
But who took it?
But let's assume it was PP.
Parabellum?
It was Parabellum, yeah. So I was going to say, despite them win the round again, because of how they wanted, how that round went, I do think that they do got to talk things through, right? Things are not working the way they're supposed to, the way they want them to, and all these gaps that they have in their defense is very quickly being found out by Space Station. They got to find those gaps now as a defending team, close them or change them around, and stop SSG from getting through.
You're telling me that a mirror or a picture wouldn't look good there? Tell me.
It would. I'm not.
You're telling me that a picture or a mirror wouldn't look really good
I'm
for
not
that
disagreeing. I'm
Spiker,
not.
if you rewatch this broadcast with the audio on, which as a player I would never do.
Okay. Yeah.
If you rewatch this broadcast with the audio on, well, then just the players don't have anything to gain from listening to us.
Damn.
They don't. I mean, they know what it is. They're going to hear your analysis. Whether it's accurate or not, doesn't matter. Okay. But they're like, we know what we're doing. Why we need to hear what Pengu has to say about it.
True.
They need to hear me
And
talking.
real.
They're like, I can see things with my
I
eyes.
can see things. Okay.
Spiker, listen to me. If you rewatch this with the sound on, I beg you, maybe put something up on the wall for the
5
next
seconds
match.
left.
Maybe he's got a week.
Yeah, he does have a week.
He has a week.
So,
What did you talk about in that time?
Again, I'll talk about the gaps, right? Like, where are they getting in? If I'm SSG, honestly, keep up the pace, right? Keep applying that pressure onto Parabellum. It's clearly working. Sure, they didn't win that previous round, but they got in, they got the job done, they got the bomb down.
That's what I'd say. I'd say lots of energy, lots of focus.
That's a great thing to say as well. Lots of energy, lots of focus, do it again, but better, right?
Drone's ready.
I think SG are a very good team on attack to kind of set the tone, the pace of the match to come. Now PB, they got to either match it or shut it down.
Oh, well, Spiff runs right into the waiting arms of Merc. That's Merc's very first kill. Seconds ago, neither of these players had a single kill between them. Now Merc has one. He's cleared out one of the roamers on that main floor. It's a downstairs hold by Parabellum. Merc will continue to walk. He'd been droned a little bit earlier. He's got the sledge near him. And now he'll go down the back stairs.
It is the only roamer, actually. Spiff being that single member. It makes sense on Jaeger again. You have that passive gadgetry being put down. And despite Spiff dying on the Jaeger, the ADSs will still work.
That's another kill on Disguise. Hot and Cold. The supports again for Space Station. Forest, Hot and Cold, J9O. These are players who are not your main points of entry. You've got Fultz and Merc to accomplish that. Fish now at the top of Freezer Stairs doing some damage, but getting away with his life still intact. Finding safe comfort in the bomb site down below. Last time that Space Station attacked this, just 2 rounds ago, that bunker, the blue portion of the map, especially critical.
Yeah.
Nade from Merc, that's a second kill, lands into the lap of Fish. Down he goes. Spiker and Laxing are there. Laxing gunning through Merc. What remains is now gone.
Oh, God.
Oh, in the lap of Spiker. Perfectly cooked. Laxing takes matters into his own hands and he trades out J9O, but SSG still win the round. They are looking to put this one away quickly. Hey, the SSG match just 2 ago against Beastcoast. Also very quick. So
I was going to say, I mean, the thing is, against Beastcoast, things were rather close most of the rounds, but this looks like SSG is just like 2 steps above Parabellum. I mean, this is textbook Siege for them. Quick entry, shut down the roam, take full map control, open up the hatches, deny the flank on laundry stairs, and then like both grenades that were tossed out, both result in a kill. If they hadn't, well, that member has to run into a crossfire and would likely die into a shot instead. So just guaranteeing the kills, keeping that advantage. The only thing that didn't go SSG's way was Merc got a little bit too excited again. Pushed forward alone, way ahead of his teammates, and he died, but then the follow-up was there in that 4 versus 2, and practically a flawless round for Space Station.
I mean, but at that time, Merc gets 2 kills. If Merc gets 2 kills,
you might as well.
If Merc gets 2 kills and then dies on a solo entry, which he was being droned in for most of,
yes,
then hey, I consider that a massive win. If your entry is getting 2 kills and then dying through 4 of those 6 rounds, that's enormous. That is not your entry's fault if you end up losing that round.
Not at all.
Merc gets droned in, walks in, gets a pick, gets the next pick. You've now bought your team so much breathing room, cannot point fingers at Merc at all.
No, no, no. I'm just saying the only thing that didn't go perfectly was the fact that Merc died. He could have stayed alive, you know?
Sounded like you were being a hater.
I'm not being a hater. I'm actually an investor in the Merc stocks because I appreciate how he does the entry job.
Call yourself a Merc enthusiast.
That I am.
Would you call yourself a Merc enthusiast?
I would half the time. The other half, my eyes, they hurt, right? When he gets too aggressive and too excited and he throws the advantage, it hurts. When he builds it, when he successfully gets in the map, I love it.
There's logic bombs to ring out. Laxing with the castle barricade. Ooh, this is not a conventional setup that we see.
No, it's an L and not a mute playing here or a shotgun.
Reload!
All right.
Different approach of PB. Different strats than last time they played Oregon as well. This one is a bit more aggressive, a bit more front heavy.
Force looking for the jump in now at Armory Stairs. 1 minute off the clock. Space Station have been dominating these rounds by being so quick to get into the bomb site. They are not too far off this time, but being slowed down a bit by Azamis, by Aruni, by Castle, Ella.
So much utility.
Look at Laxing in this corner. They're about to drone him out. It sure looks like it's Spiff exchanging most of his HP for Merc. Merc unsuccessful on the entry. Laxing is able to get out of his position inside of Closet. And after Laxing has emerged from said closet, and a zombie barrier, or one of the Kiva barriers will go. There's flashbangs as well to potentially clear them out. Forrest just blinding himself, and Yet another will go there. He doesn't want to bother engaging with it at melee range. He
goes in?
No way, he's a maniac. Forrest is a maniac. Turn around, Forrest, you're a maniac. Of that ensuing gunfight, Parabellum comes out ahead in a 4v2. Fish suffering some blows now. It looked like Laxing taking some damage. Hot and cold, does not see Skies on the roam. Down goes Laxing. Playing prone inside of the closet. Fultz only on a single point of HP. Through trophy. It'll disable the Aruni gate. And then line up and drop the remainder of Fish. But they know that he's boxed in to trophy. All they need to do is watch a single doorway. Spiker doesn't have a line of sight. He's actually cut off because of these Kiba barriers. If Fultz knows this, he can advance fairly quickly. Walking over towards White, they know he's inside of the bomb site, being spam pinged by the camera. And there it goes. He's waiting for the Azami, and he loses it to Skies. That's a position that a lot of players in North America have been in time and time again. Parabellum at least gets a second round. They're hoping for a tie in this first half.
I have to say, typically when you watch Oregon, you can predict almost everything that is likely going to be happening, but for this one, I don't think anything is.
I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, I have no clue. Like, what happens next? Oh, Forrest's gonna, take down the Q barrier, throw a flashbang, maybe cut the rotate, get back on the roof. No, he rappels in gen window, amidst the bomb site against like a triple crossfire and just dies. Wouldn't expect it to happen.
He's actually not. He's not a sane person.
No, you've been saying that. He's not.
I love Forrest to death. But he's not a sane person.
He's a great player to watch and a funny one at that, and obviously also plays a vital role both on Astralis' roster and now on SSG's. He also plays the flex role for them, and right now, they aka Space Station, depend on him to do things. Playing Ging on the basement attack is a great way to get things started. That's the upper that he's currently going to be hovering instead of the Heart Breach.
I have breaking news, by the way.
Oh, breaking news.
10 seconds left before insertion.
The official title is that he is the CEO and co-founder of Parabellum Esports.
Okay.
Tweeting at me saying, I will try and find something to send him.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
There you go.
Mission accomplished, possibly.
We'll try and find something.
Now imagine it's a big picture of your face.
I don't want it to be of me.
You didn't specify what it should or shouldn't be.
Please don't send any pictures of me. I don't want that. Look at the value you're going to get on this Rotero drone.
Stonks.
Goyo canister, Banshee, as well as the barricade itself. There's no deployable shield inside of Elbow. J90 driving the drone in. No! Laxing backing away. It blows up. Laxing could have taken some damage there if it had driven in just a little bit more. Maybe he could have gotten out of it. This is the same entry path that Merc had before.
Yeah.
Towards back tower.
One of the greatest ways to establish consistency as an injured player is to have a pattern, a route that you go through both for your own sake, but also the same guy using the same drone path as well to figure out what areas are clear. And it's why Space can clear out the map in about 50 seconds time from the round starting because they got things planned out. They follow through those ABCs and Parabellum not going for their own, playing for more passive bomb site setup with the mirror windows, the Goyo canisters, etc. And the one way the attackers can kind of take advantage of that is to go through the map quickly. That buys them time for the bomb set execute itself to clear out those pieces of utility to then get a successful round victory.
Totally correct. This might be one of the slower rounds from Space Station now, the very final round of this first half. It's another assault on Laundry Supply down below.
Oh, good night.
Oh, that's a GN in chat, please. The creator and founder, popularizer of the GN Merc is down due to that battle with Skies. Again, Merc had that great round where he got 2 picks on entry, but that's literally it. Since then, Merc has gone, what, 0-5? That's not what you want. Candela goes out. Forrest taking everything into his own hands, gets flashed, but there's more Candelas to come. These won't blind him as they get tossed farther down. Space Station have leveled the numbers into a 3v3. ADS resetting. Forrest losing a Candela. He's still got a smoke in back pocket as well. Trying to isolate that hallway over by Freezer. He's got that soft wall that he can spray through with a huge magazine. J90 sees him pushing towards the corridor. Sky's turning around, looking for kill number 9. Cannot get it. Forrest down to Laxing. Now it's Sky's turn to push towards Pillar. J90 in on the action. Everybody active for this team right now. J90 on a sliver of HP, hot and cold, very low. They flush Skies out of that position. It's all Laxing to clutch. A dead even 5v5, low mag, and he can't hit his shot on a J90. A single bullet would have taken him out. but he can't even get that. Space Station emerged from the first half, up 4-2.
And again, that round follows the same pattern of what is actually going on in these rounds. Complete and utter chaos. But Space Station, they seem to thrive in those moments. And this Force, again, leading the charge, starting that execute, and finding 2 kills to get his team into that blue area.
It's not a tactical timeout. This is just waiting for the side swap.
Unless...
Locate and
No,
defuse
it's
bomb.
It's not. It's not at all. All right, in terms of that first half, the Dorm's bomb site showed up twice. Laundry supply room down below showed up 3 times. Meeting and kitchen showed up once. SSG did not use their timeout. Parabellum did. That's where we're looking at in terms of the stakes at the moment. So if things don't go very well for PB, they have no recourse. They've already used their timeout. No ripcord, as we call it from time to time.
She's basically a hiding forest on the Kaid. They don't want to give away the fact they can deny these hatches, but PP, they are one step ahead because they're attack or repeaking onto the Thatcher, as well as the Brava, to be honest. Both can deny those electro claws on the hatches. But this speaks to SSG playing for more, again, bomb site-oriented setup. The Warden, the deployable shields, the kite claws on hatches. Would not expect much roam game, if any at all. Hot and cold. Barely gets out alive.
Here's the sound of the para, which usually would denote a Capitao, but now the addition of Capitao's cousin, nephew, niece. Are they cousins, niece? I don't really know the lore of this game.
I think they're cousins, but yeah. They're related. One way or another. Do you know
Somebody will correct.
Do you know Brava's other weapon, by any chance? A little bit of a quiz here. Hotspot. Hot seat.
It's a shotgun.
It's a DMR.
It's a DMR?
It's a DMR.
It's the cameras.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
You are correct. I too thought it was a shotgun at first, until I also learned it was indeed the cameras.
Yeah, because the other one was the ITA got given to Solus, right?
Yes. Yes.
So one of the ways that we've seen Brava employed is while she is a trickster operator, she's excellent for removing the little bits that the defenders stack up to alert you that somebody is coming in. For example, any proximity alarms they will take care of. Oh no, so close Spiker got to getting that ADS. Take out the default cams. Yeah. Possibly take out Capkin traps. Those are funny, but not always how we see them get used. But if you can take out a flank default cam, defenders aren't necessarily going to think about that. You're going to get a lot of value from having control of that camera.
Yeah.
And you get 3 opportunities for that drone. First drone, that's not bad.
And you get 2 drones, so very good value indeed.
Spiker just threw out the second drone now. As Fultz is guarding this freezer stairs, saw a drone scoot by. And Spiker has now lost both of these drones. Fultz is getting very active, very aggressive. I don't know if he knows that he's lost that ADS as well on the stairs, but if he tries to toss a nitro cell, the ADS will work against him.
That is like one of the facepalm moments, I think. Not a tee-hee moment, but yeah.
Well, for us, it's tee.
For us, it's tee-hee, that's right.
This has been a slow round for Parabellum. Very different from what we saw out of Space Station. Fist chops right in and just absolutely murders Forrest and Fultz. Jaina, the first person from SSG on the board. Merc will follow not too far behind. Plant going down. Sky's only on a single point of HP. A single bullet from Hot and Cold will finish him off, and he knew what he needed to get done. Stop the plant in its tracks, can't do it. There's at least 2 sets of eyes watching as that diffuser goes down. Parabellum successful on their very first attack. They've closed the gap between these 2 teams to a single round.
A great look for PP. A very quick follow-up from that entry from Spiff with a double kill, and that's kind of what PP needs. When someone makes a play, everyone has to be there to follow up to make sure that the round continues on forward in the right direction. It's something that we saw PP struggle with in their opening games yesterday, where somebody would make a play somewhere, and then there's just like 5 seconds of nothing, essentially. If that single member they get shut down on the bomb side, well, that's basically a round, or at the very least, it's an opportunity that is lost in that moment. And a basement victory in terms of attack is a huge success. It's like the one bomb set defender should win like 75% of the time or so. So a great start for PB. SSG still 1 round in the lead, 4-3. Can kind of go through the motions here. But do just that, as change of the bomb sites is their way forward too. Gonna go upstairs on Kit's bomb site instead. Keep things relatively the same, still play around that utility, the mirror windows, the magnets, the banshees, etc. Try to make things difficult for PB's initial approach. Their attacker repicks an armor for Spiff, maybe a big intro and big tower somewhere else, and Spiker going to Sledge for that second set of grenades.
All right. That's what I'm seeing here. I really want to see the Amber get just pulled off successfully. I really, really want to see it.
Go flying on in.
It's going to go T3, right?
Usually, yeah.
We'll ride on board here with Spiff for just a couple moments. Spaceman himself. Again, people are like, why do you call him a spaceman? It's a Calvin and Hobbes reference.
Time for some home improvement.
They do references, man. Fish, yet again, starting off the killing. He's taken out Forrest. The Jaeger is down for the count. There's been some criticism that you've seen on social media and some other commentators about Hat and Fish and whether they would be able to live up to the expectations of Tier 1, whether they were frankly good enough. And I think the answer so far through these 3 days has been yes, they are indeed good enough. Another kill comes in, it's on to Merc this time. Oh boy, Merc is having a really rough game.
Yeah, and Space Station on the defensive side is not as good of a look as on their attacks. They seem to struggle so much finding successful victories.
There's the ghost! There's the ghost!
Yeah, oh, I see what you mean. It's the green ghost. He's not as cute, I would say. Banshee going off, Fultz hears it, has the mirror window position, has to aggress most likely because they gotta pull back these numbers in manpower. No.
Oh, Spiff will get a pick now. All of this action happening in places you wouldn't think most likely, all over the map, spread out. Fultz could have easily gotten a 2-piece with that Nitro cell, pulls it back into his pocket as he just misses it ever so slightly. Now there it will go, and the walk away doesn't do anywhere near the damage that you would have hoped. In fact, it didn't do a single point of damage to anybody whatsoever. J90 looking to get a bit active over towards the closet. He's got the Azami, keep a barrier, keeping him away. He's about to get shot in the back from the top of Armory. There's a ring around the Rosie happening. Look at this, a 2v4. Just wasting as much time as possible. There's a drone on him as well. I don't know if J90 knows that. He gets one, now he'll have to outduel the Type 89, cannot get it done. Skies, the pick that's so desperately needed. Fultz now finds himself in a 1v2. They're in the exact same position, by the way. Just going back into trophy, bullet tracers from behind. Skies and PB have now equalized at 4 rounds apiece. Space Station looking a little bit restless on their defenses.
Yeah, and also seemingly a tagger favorite Oregon by the looks of it. Things keep happening this way. Not a common look at all. And now, you know, SSG in the same spot that Parabellum were. What bomb site do they go to? Nothing's really working for them. If you lose Spaceman that you're supposed to win, then you go Kid Storms. That goes even, you know, more wrong. Is it territory bomb site time? Do you go back to basement? Do you retry Kid's bedroom defense? Do you change your operators instead? Mixture of both. Back downstairs, stick out the mirror, get those Captain Traps from hot and cold, maybe try and get some damage done on the roam. Both teams on the defensive side, not contesting too much actively on the map. It's all about the bomb side itself, that 5v5 or 4v4 execute. But it might just be time for Space Station to put out an active roam instead. It seems to be that the strength lies when they play close together, actively on the map, not just Forest alone roaming, not 5 members hiding in corners. Being on the same page in terms of what the strategy is going to be. Fish done a great job on the entries for PB, finding so much success, but it's actually Sky with 10 kills. Quietly doing so, but very successfully at that.
Skies, he's gonna have to shame Skies after those first 2 rounds, playing a little bit more of that baiter lurking style on defense. Didn't really look wholly connected to the rest of his team, but again, the problem with that is that you expect your team to do something, and if things go terribly awry and you're in the middle of nowhere, people then turn around and say, what are you doing? I remember having this exact same conversation when Thinking Nade used to play Thatcher and Nomad on Space Station way back in the day.
Yeah.
And Space Station would get a little cutesy, they'd all die, and then Thinking Nade would be doing his job, which is being miles away on drone, trying to drone in the rest of the team.
Yeah.
And everybody'd say, well, what's Thinking Nade doing? He's nowhere nearby. Because you're relying on your teammates doing things well.
Yeah, I mean,
they don't, and that's it. Okay, well.
Everyone's got a job to do, and you can't.
Oh, Forrest went for the jump out, could not get in time. Got the first pick on the Spiker, and given that this is a downstairs attack for Parabellum, losing that Flores is actually enormous.
Yeah, I would say, like, when you're trading out the Jaeger in this scenario for a one-for-one trade, it's almost always going to be worth it. Either you kill Soft Breach, Hot Breach, or Thatcher, so no matter who Forrest ends up killing, it's going to grant them a massive bonus for the round to come. We still got half of it left, 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock. And Spiff using so much self-destruction for a simple rotation for himself and his teammate. Has to be done, and there's no sledge.
He still does have one of those Ash charges in his back pocket. Ash breaching rounds, as they're officially called.
Reload.
Fish stacked up over towards blue. This is exactly where you want the Rotero drones to carve out an easy way in. And we did see some Rotero drones go in there. How many? Don't know. We didn't watch Spiker's entire perspective. But you've still opened up a little bit of an avenue in. The barbed wire that was at the door is gone now as well, which will allow Fish to walk in unimpeded, not giving away his position. Spiff's position on Freezer, given away by that default camera. Out goes the last Ash round. Open up potentially Freezer wall. Parabellum deciding that we'll go for a laundry take.
Or
instead, maybe not.
A bit of a, ring on the rosy here. Gotta figure out what the approach is going to be with the mirror. It's going to be problematic for them.
And Fultz has a Nitro Cell lined up, but there's going to be a nade that goes out instead, all the way to Freezer hallway. Fultz has the opportunity. He sees 3 of them. There goes the Nitro Cell. They shoot it. Laxing his diffuser. They've traded it off, juggled it as you may. Merc, they need a big round from him. He's good enough for a kill. Traded out by Spiff. Laxing now goes down 2. SSG holding onto this mirror window. This is such a strong position to be in. It leaves Spiff as last man standing. And it's J9-0 to say that's quite enough. PB had worked really hard to tie things up, but SSG just simply regains the lead after all that effort.
And this is why the Mirror is such a strong operator for that base and bomb site. It is so incredibly difficult to deal with as an attacking team, and unless you have a Ying or smoke grenades or a Monty or Blitz, some sort of execution style operator for all that bomb site execute, it's just hard to brute force your way through it. We saw there 3 members from PP on the bottom laundry stairs, and that single player of Fultz on the mirror window just stops them from achieving their goal of getting in the bomb site itself. That is a big problem for the attacking team. But Mirror doesn't work out on the other bomb sides as well as basement, so now things have to change up for Space Station as that bomb's will be locked for this round and the next one. So 2 rounds after winning. Solitude Forest off the Jaeger now. Nothing to protect people from those grenades below. Which bodes well as PP is gonna attack our Reaper from Dokkaebi onto Sledge to get that second set of grenades.
Haven't seen a lot of Soulless so far today in this particular matchup.
No. Oregon is complicated, all right? Because sure, there's a fair bit of self-destruction on the bomb set itself, but you can't typically play comfortably a floor below or above the bomb set necessarily, unless maybe tertiary bomb set, that meeting kitchen or kitchen dining bomb set defense.
Yeah. Curious to see what the goal is right now for Forrest. Okay, Hot and Cold decides to give his life away. Playing off the Keep a Barrier, thinking that maybe he was a little bit more immune to bullets than he actually was.
As my friend would say,
Not the start that Space Station wanted, losing Hot and Cold.
Seems to be Space Station's biggest issue, right? Like the early aggression for, not like for no reason, but is it necessary to take all these fights? I know that wasn't a fight that was intended, but it happens so frequently.
Merc and Skies look to be exchanging words, and Skies is the one to walk away with just a single point of HP. Merc doesn't have any damage done to him whatsoever, but his position in Dining Hall revealed by the logic bomb. Spiff knows this. He'll wait for Spiker's drone to go on in. Laxing is there for backup. There's a pinch that could possibly happen here. Another logic bomb will go off to help, and that's Spiff down. Okay, they knew where Merc was. He'll look to get away. Walks right into Laxing. Forest, meanwhile, takes out Fish. It's a 3v3. Keeping this one nice and close. After losing Hot and Cold early, that's huge for Space Station. Bolts to the bottom of White Stairs. This is a very aggressive spot to be in.
Yeah, he knows this guy's so low in HP, so he can take this fight with comfortability and confidence. But it's Laxing actually swinging instead. Oh, wait, they misdroned him. Wait, did they?
I don't think they saw him.
No.
Fultz sees Laxing. That's a bad, bad thing for Parabellum to let Fultz go by undroned. All on the shoulders of Spiker at this point, with Skies being on a single point of HP. Still a Nitro Cell in the back pocket of J90 as well. So if it goes anywhere close to the Hibana of Skies, he'll be as good as dead. And of course, it doesn't need to be said, but I'll say it anyway. A single bullet from any of these guns will drop Skies.
I mean, you can touch your C4 at Skies and kill them at this point.
But Forest, as the Solus is still roaming down below. Fultz decides to peek window. Maybe it's for intel, maybe it's
no
because
way.
he gets a little bit brave, but he sees Spiker. The DMR will needs to hit the toe of J90 once or twice. Limit them down to about 20 HP. Spiker actually has more HP than both Forest and J90 combined, and that DMR really hits like a truck. Problem is, Diffuser's been surrendered by security in White Hallway. And last two players from SSG, former teammates on that old Astralis squad. They're sitting in the same spot, waiting for Spiker to get up. Spiker used both of those logic bombs to flush out Merc earlier, so he has no way of getting this, no way of knowing, unless he just goes for the single engagement. He's picked up the case. Up the stairs he goes. Position given away by the Banshee, and he's going to continue to run. Setting up that diffuser to go down. Forest has intel, and J90 seals the deal. Space Station move to match point.
If you were to blur out the names of both teams in that 2 versus 1, you need to guess, what the matchup is. You can actually, with a high certainty, guess who the defending team is going to be, because that is how Astralis always tends to play a 2 versus 1 when they're on defense. They will stack up in either on the bomb side if they don't have diffuser control, or if they do somewhere off the side itself, like in that previous round, they'll just say, okay, good old body system. Just bring the 2 versus 1, surrender the bomb side. If he wants to go upstairs, he has to go deep on in. There's not that much time left on the clock, 20 to 30 seconds. We can work with that. Plus, they have the Solus. They can always figure out exactly when and where the enemy will be planting if they go for it. And if they go for the kills instead, they got the numbers advantage in that 2 versus 1 to almost guarantee the round, because both members being so low on health, being less than 30, just that single bullet from the DMR will take them out. They want to ensure the highest likelihood of winning by evening, or it's not evening rather, by increasing the numbers 2 to 1.
This might be the first time that Space Station ends a match without overtime. Might be.
I was gonna say, don't jinx it now.
Not a given this day.
It's tertiary bomb site defense time, Parker. This is where things they get really difficult for the defending team. Okay, anything can happen.
They will have a chance to go back down to Laundry in the basement, which only broke in their favor once. Keep that in mind. Hold on.
Only once, but it was a rather convincing round when they did win it.
Oh, wait.
It's a good drone.
Forrest was just on drone, okay. They know that the bandit of Forest was isolated for a short period of time.
Default cam being left up.
Fultz missing out. They can use that default cam to give tons of information. Laxing knew that that was the particular location where Forest was. I think it's a pretty safe bet as Merc gets the very first pick on the Fish. Shutting down the sledge, shutting down the soft destruction, shutting down the nades. And on this particular bomb site, kitchen and meeting, you need the sledge for that soft destruction above, for the vertical play that is not going to be at the disposal of Parabellum.
Not just that, but also Fish being the aggressive interplayer for Parabellum, finding so much success so far against Space Station. They need this member alive, and he's not. When it's match point, that's when you need this guy more than ever.
So this is probably the most sledge-friendly of all the sites, so yeah, particularly damning. Parabellum still working their way through the labyrinth that's been created upstairs by those Kiba barriers. Addition to that, you've got the bandit wires that are keeping the walls electrified. Saw a heavy investment from Space Station towards the back of stage. Now that you've shut down the sledge, it's really easy to sit inside of kitchen and survive for quite a while. So meeting is probably going to be the focus for Parabellum. But hold on a moment here. Laxing is another idea. He's finished off Merc inside a bathroom.
He's walked in.
He did.
Hold the Forest.
I mean, speaking of Forest, he's going to be the front line. Inside a kitchen and now can electrify the wall. Oh, great timing. J9O taking some damage from Spiker. That's a soft wall inside a meeting, and now Forrest is spotted, but that MP7's just a thing of beauty as Spiff and Spiker both get buried. 4v2 favoring Space Station becomes a 4v1. Parabellum, try as you might, it's been a rough day, but SSG, they're not happy with that first match at all. Maybe Skies can do something about this. Maybe. Former player on Space Station. Can he get revenge against his old team? He was on DZ most recently. He's been all around the league. You know he can pull off heroics. You know he can pull off miracles. He'll march in through Split. It's done by the El Gujmat, so that's information.
15 seconds to go.
He's got Diffuser in hand, but this is going to be a mission to kill.
10 seconds
Watched
left.
by that bulletproof camera. He's in a tough spot, and he knows this.
Oh, the GGs.
They're calling the GGs already. Fultz with the one tap, sends it away. Well, that one's in the books. What an unpredictable and wild matchup between these teams. But it's Space Station who walks away with the victory.
I want to see if we can do any Telestration from this, because there are like 7 different incredibly chaotic rounds you can talk about. By the way, confusing one at that. Curious to see what the casters or the analysts rather have to say about that one.
Yeah, I mean, Space Station finally get their victory outside of regulation, which they needed, and it comes at a perfect time. We've seen North America be so competitive, and with SSG picking up the pieces, going to overtime, but then losing in overtime, and then winning in regulation. After yesterday, winning in overtime twice. Well, they've been all over the place, but ultimately a successful end of the day for these newer rosters, one of which is Parabellum, completely assembled from players who never played together other than Skies and Laxing back in Tier 1. They've still got some work to be done, but that's okay. They're a new team. This is to be expected.
Absolutely.
That's it for Nick and I. Hope you enjoy seeing us on your monitor, but we've got the desk wanting to talk about this matchup, and we're not going to slow them down.
All right. Thanks, Penguin and Taro. Great casting, as always. And how about that? Space Station Gaming getting it done without going to overtime. It's I don't want to say it's a miracle, but it's a little bit of a surprising thing. And I wonder what kind of clicked, because I feel like Space Station has played to the strength of their opponent a little bit this stage so far. So it was good to see them break away from that, if only for a little bit.
They look more confident, and I think this is the thing that we're starting to see as the teams develop and how they play more games is they will feel more at home with each other. SSG Winnow has kind of been a blend of probably, I think, a triple triad of teams kind of merging into one. And it's going to take time. We know it's going to take time, but yeah, I think they have that wow factor for me, and I think they can make a really big dent in this league.
I also think that this map choice from Parabellum maybe wasn't the greatest call. I mean, I know
they played it a lot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think for these young new teams, for these brand new squads, the biggest advantage they have is their newness. It's their unknownness, right? I mean, you just don't know what they're going to do, what maps they're good at. When you go back to a map you've already played twice in a row, there's so much footage on you, and that just makes it easier for a team like Space Station, especially when they've got such an amazing coaching staff, Call Out and Mango, putting in the hours. They've watched those games, you know that they've read your book. I think it's tough to go back to this one, and even still, like, it's your third time playing this map, and there were still a lot of mistakes from PB.
You would think, third time's a charm. Surely you would be in a good position, but again, I think the attacks today, question marks have to be raised by Parabellum. I think they're attacking all the wrong areas of the map, trying to flood in against mirror windows. There's 3 of them stacked up on one doorway, facing a mirror window at a time. Was it nice? Was it really nice, guys? Was it?
That was a nice moment, I guess.
Yeah.
There you go.
It was tough. I think Fultz did a great job kind of closing out this game, capitalizing the final shot, of course, but in the rounds prior to that as well, capitalizing on the mistakes of Parabellum all the time. He was the guy behind that mirror window downstairs. He ratted behind the drone down bottom white stairs as well. So, yeah, it really felt like he did kind of a good job of capitalizing on that, which is nice to see from Fultz. But all in all, great game for Space Station here over Parabellum.
Yeah, that's right. It gives you a little bit of hope going into the next week because, again, like as of now, basically half the games are done for most of these teams. And again, you want to be one of those 6 teams and move on to the decider matches. And There you go. Here's our results for today, just like we were talking about. A 7-4 victory for Space Station at the end of the day. But we had a lot of exciting stuff, honestly, in our earlier matches.
Yeah, we really did. I mean, we got to keep going back to Mr. B, 2-0 on the day.
Oh, yeah.
For me, that's kind of the big storyline. Beastcoast actually look like they are contesting for maybe one of those major spots this stage. We were starting to get our way through the actual stage, so you got to start thinking about that.
Yeah, I think you have to look at Oxygen today. Fantastic day. Great siege all around. Two big teams winning against them, M80 and DZ. Soniqs. It's probably the upset of this season is how poorly they have played and things just aren't clicking. They went obviously back to basics against Parabellum and it worked for them really, really well.
Right.
The worry is, you know, what's next for Soniqs? How are they going to play next week? Obviously, now all the teams have times to change their play styles perhaps and see what they have went wrong with. But I know Soniqs is going to be the big question mark for me going into next week because I feel for Soniqs, if they want to make a push and actually have a good finish, they cannot lose again. They have to win all of their games. And most of the games are against the big teams.
Well, next week's going to be great because all the teams have footage on all the other teams, too. So the preparation going into next week should be better. We should get better siege. There's less of that unknown factor that we have going into a brand new season, especially with all the roster swapping and new players that have come in. So I'm looking forward to the games next week quite a bit because of that. And you know, the pressure is going to be on more than ever because nobody wants to be one of those two teams that have to go down and fight through even more stuff to try to get to just major phase 1 at the end.
Yeah, the CL teams are waiting for you in the pit, you know, ready to drag you down.
Right? Yeah. That's right. You don't want to go down the Thunderdome with the CL teams. That's right. Well, we should have a Forrest for an interview fairly soon here, waiting for that to get set up. And we should have that in just a moment. But
excellent.
Jesse, I want you to make something like make an official proclamation of who your team of the week is.
Team of the week?
Yeah.
For our very first week.
I'm inventing this right now.
Okay, I mean, DarkZero had Team of the Day yesterday.
Fair enough. Okay.
And then today,
not as much. Yeah.
Bad. I'm going to go with Oxygen. I think they got there by the end. I think they didn't exactly start how they wanted to, but OXG, it seems like now with their final game, you know, Newers is back full steam ahead. The rest of the squad is going back and finding success. So I think OXG has kind of been the most successful team this week.
All right. There you go. Well, we'll get Demo's thoughts on that a little bit later, but for now, it sounds like we have Forrest standing by to chat with us a little bit. Hello, Forrest. Great to see you again. Congratulations on the win here. And I mean, Space Station Gaming, you know, it seems like you are the kings of overtime so far in the league right now, but getting it done just a bit outside of OT this time around. I wanted to ask you, what is it, do you think, about the state of the team right now that's caused the matches to go so long?
I think right now we're just losing to ourselves. Like we're kind of just getting sloppy like late round and like you know they're half of these games we're just kind of not closing things out. We should. It's more so just translating like our kind of just confidence from like practice and the game day. It's as simple as that. And you know, this last game kind of showed it after we realized we're kind of playing too scared against Beastcoast. And again, like just had to let them not tank as per usual.
Okay.
Yeah, for me, Forrest, I think we kind of talked about faults. You know, what's the transition been like for this new side? Probably your transition has been a little bit easier because you brought your coaching staff with you onto this roster. You know, so in terms of the coaches coming in, has there been, you know, a big difference, or do you guys kind of think you've kind of imposed the Astralis type of way more so than what SSG were trying to cook up in previous iterations?
I think we're trying to get the best mix of both worlds, but obviously trying to follow the new identity we're trying to develop. It's obviously just getting like everyone on board and just you know execute the vision that we're trying to seek out. I guess it saves kind of some for the Astralis, but like there's more things going on that people don't realize.
Forrest, today you played against Parabellum on Oregon, and it's a map that they've played quite a bit already just through the first couple of days of the league. Do you think for a brand new team that is obviously put together straight from scratch, do you think it's easier to play them on a map where you've already got 2 full maps of footage on them? Or do you think it doesn't really matter? Does it maybe make it harder because you know they have experience on this map?
I don't think it really matters. Oregon is like Oregon. I think like this, it's kind of like the jungle gym of like Siege. Like anyone can play it, even like lower tier players. So it's like not to say the lower tier, but just like anyone could play it. Like you could put like a stack of diamonds against like pro players, and like those diamonds were gonna win every time. Like so playing Oregon, like it didn't really matter. Like the last few games and such, it was just we thought we could beat them on it. Simple as that.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. Well, we'll let you go, but thanks for taking the time to chat with us. Congrats again on the win, and good luck in the prep going into next week.
Thank you.
All right, Forrest from Team Space Station Gaming getting the win here today. And that's going to do it. That is our week, basically, here at Rainbow Six North America League. It's our first week of the new season. We've got a lot to look forward to next week, though. I think we're going to be able to check out what matches we have in store. There is day 3. That's going to be next Wednesday, March 22nd. And there's going to be some good ones there.
Oh, boy. I'm seeing a big one on my screen. Probably the match 4 and match 5, I think, are going to be interesting ones. Probably match 2 you can throw into as well. I think Soniqs.
So. Yeah.
Soniqs have a tough week. And I said before, Soniqs need to win all of their games if they want to have a chance at placing really well in this league. I think Mirage have a tough game. I think if Mirage come out and do a number on Oxygen, that'll just shake the entire league at its core. So I think there's potential for upsets. And like I mentioned, inconsistency. Every team's had issues so far. Nobody's been perfect. So I still think it's up for grabs for really anyone in the league. Who can finish first? Who can finish second? Who can finish 8th? Who is it gonna be?
Yeah, I think you mentioned it. I think Game 4 as well, M80 versus Space Station. 2 teams that have just felt almost all over the place throughout this first 2 weeks. They've had their ups, they've had their downs. Now they get a full week, go back, rest up, figure out your problems. I think they definitely will both improve for week number 2, so that could be a fantastic game.
Yep, that's right. Either way, lots to look forward to next week. It's been great being back and watching Rainbow Six this week. It really is. It's been different. We're in Europe right now, which is interesting, but it's been fun traveling. It's been from, well, not for you, maybe for the rest of us. This is a North American league, man. But either way, it's great to see all the players back. Great to see some new faces. Great to see things swapped up. We hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week.